Dopamine, cheap rage routine, face scan, login. Everybody sells a version. Small rooms, fake names. Everybody's performing. Every voice gets louder. Every headline sharper. Everybody wants blood now. Everybody wants it louder. Breathing through a signal storm. Trying not to disappear in it. Static age. Everybody talks at once. Static age. Can't hear what I really want. White noise in my bloodstream, buzzing under everything. Static age. Everybody talks at once. Scroll down. Nothing changes. Scroll down. Still contagious. Hot takes, fast facts, truth bends in tabs, dead friends online, green dots, no life, bad news, autoplay, outrage becomes entertainment, cold hearts, warm screens, nobody knows what day it is, every fear gets market tested, every thought becomes a weapon, everybody's overloaded, nobody knows how to exit, I can feel the pressure build, like a siren under my skin. Static age. Everybody talks at once. Static age. Can't hear what they really want. White noise in my bloodstream, buzzing under everything. Static age. Everybody talks at once. Static. Turn it off. Static. Turn it off. Static age. Everybody talks at once. Static age. But the silence felt enough. White noise in my bloodstream doesn't know me like it once did. Static age. Everybody talks at once. Scroll down. Dead screen. Dark room. Train doors, buzzing light, fake laughs, Friday night, face scans, polite grin, whole room paper thin. Everybody moving like machines now. Small talk dripping from their teeth out. I can hear my pulse beneath the sound, trying not to disappear inside the crowd. Autopilot, wide awake but nowhere in it. Autopilot, half alive and still pretending. Head down, eyes closed, same route, dried bones. Everybody moving like machines now. Small talk dripping from their teeth out. I can hear my pulse beneath the sound, trying not to disappear inside the crowd. Autopilot, wide awake but nowhere in it. Autopilot, half alive and still pretending. Goatee, TV glow, jaw tight, nowhere to go. Same cracks, dim hall, mindsets, brace for the fall. Every little sound cuts sharper, every shadow stretches farther. Breathing like I'm underwater, trying not to make it harder. And I'm still here, still here. Didn't fall when the fear spoke. Still here, still here. Breathe smoke, eyes closed. Let it pass, don't turn ghosts into gospel. Let it pass, you don't answer every echo. Blue light, dry eyes, bad thoughts all night. One ache, one text, brain turns it grotesque. Every worst case grows faster, every promise sounds like disaster. Living like collapse comes after every quiet little chapter. But I'm still here, didn't drown in every warning. Still here, false alarms till morning. Let it pass, don't turn static into signal. Let it pass, not every thought is biblical. Wet road, street steam, head clear first time in weeks. Deep breath, cold air, no rush, just there. Maybe peace ain't getting stronger, maybe peace is sitting longer, long enough to hear the darker thoughts lose power when unanswered. 'Cause I'm still here, even after all the noise came. Still here, and the fear don't hit the same way. Let it pass, don't build gods out of shadow. Let it pass, don't have to shudder when the wind blows. No big ending, no bright light, no clean fix overnight. Just 1 second, I stopped believing a ghost was coming to save me, and the world went quiet. Yeah, I'm still here, not healed, just thinking clearer. Still here, and the dark feels further from me. Still here, didn't lose myself complete. Both ways, I don't choose, win or lose, same moose, tongue split, clean divide, truth bends when it's tried, dead calm, razor thin, let it out, let it in, play fair, never that, I just tilt where you're at. I don't need to believe it, I just need it to sound right, turn your doubt into reason, keep the edge in the light, say less, let it echo, let it hang, let it fall. I don't fight for a side, I get rid of you all. Twisted lay, black to white, back again, lose the line just to win, quick hands, slow reveal, make it bend, make it feel, no truth I defend, just the shape of the end. I don't need to believe it, I just need it to be right, turn your doubt into reason, keep your mind in the light, say less, let it echo, let it hang, let it fall. I don't fight for a side, I'll get rid of you all. Blonde curls falling round your face, running circles through the place. Always quicker than your years, bright enough that you should be here. Little hands and quiet laughs, chasing things you couldn't catch. Didn't know what time would take, didn't think it'd work that way. You were small, but never weak. You'd say just one more, like you always did. Another cup of tea, another little wish, and I'd give anything just to hear that call. You asking one more time, for just one more. Love those colors, pink and bright, ponies running through your mind, unicorns and painted skies, living in your world of light. Always close behind your brothers, looking up like no one other. Gave them more than they could see, more than they'll ever be. You were small, but never weak. You'd say just one more, like you always did. Another cup of tea, another little wish. Oh, and I'd give anything just to hear that call. You asking one more time, for just one more. Rooms went quiet in a way, nothing really fills that space. You were braver than we knew, more than anyone that age should do. I still hear it in my head, all the little things you said, and it breaks me every time, how you always chose to fight. You didn't ask for much, you just held on as long as you could. You'd say just one more, like you always did. Another cup of tea, another little wish. Oh, and I'd give anything just to hear that call. You asking one more time, for just one more. Just one more, that's all. Woke up where I fell last night, same old weight, same old fight. Nothing new, nothing changed, the same game in a different place. Tried to find some meaning there, in the silence in the air, but it don't speak, it don't explain, just lets you stand in it again. You don't win, you don't lose, you just live with what you choose. Stand again, even when it don't make sense. Take the weight, don't let it bend. Who you are in the end, stand again. No one's coming round the bend. Take the hit and make amends, then you stand again. Things don't break the way you think, they just shift a little bit. What was solid, what was known, turns to something you outgrow. You can fight it, hold it tight, stay the same your whole life. Or let it move, let it land like water running through your hands. You don't fix everything, you just learn what it brings. Stand again, even when it don't make sense. Take the weight, don't let it bend. Who you are in the end, stand again. No one's coming round the bend. Take the hit and make amends, then you stand again. No loud words, no grand design, just one step at a time. No clean break, no perfect end, just the choice to stand again. Stand again, even when it don't make sense. Through the loss, through the bend, you're still here in the end. Stand again, let it break, let it mend. You don't need to understand, just stand again. Oh. You meet the people you're meant to find, not by chance, but by design. Your soul agreed, a vow to keep. Some will heal, some make you weep, yet every step is part of the rhyme, written in the stars above, guided by a deeper love. Through the trials, through the pain, the ones who stay will still remain. They're the ones who call your name. When the night feels heavy, when the road is long, there's a hand that lifts you, keeps you strong. Not every soul is meant to stay, but the faithful ones will light your way. Seasons change and people go, but the truth is something you'll always know. Not by accident, not by chance, love was written in advance, written in the stars above, guided by trials, through the pain, the ones who stay will still remain. They're the ones who call your name. came over from France by the sea. Didn't say much about what he'd seen. Said his old man got them out in time. Didn't want that war in his boys' lives. Met my mom on the other side, both real young, both set in mind. 19 her, 22 him. Built it all on faith back then. It was hard at first, yeah, it stayed that way. What gets passed down doesn't fade away. But people change even late in the game. Things break down, then rearrange. Then rearrange. 5 kids in a house ran tight. You could feel it building some nights. Voice would rise, hit hard and fast, then sit heavy when it passed. There was something he couldn't name, same dark weight his father had. No one spoke about that then, you just carried it instead. It was hard at first, yeah, it stayed that way. What gets passed down doesn't fade away. But people change even late in the game. Things break down, then rearrange. Then rearrange. Then one day just stay.
Hey, love.
Didn't say why, just let it go. I was 13, felt it shift like something cracked we couldn't fix. Bit by bit, he eased it back, let go of things he used to track. House went quiet, not as tense, like he finally climbed the fence. Couple years and we found our ground, sitting by a fire out the back of town, passing round what he made himself. Didn't say much but it helped. That's when I saw who he was. Not just that, but more than that. Not the man from way back then. Something softer settling in. It was hard at first, yeah, stay that way. What gets passed down doesn't fade away. But people change even late in the game. Things break down, then rearrange. Then rearrange. He was different when they came along. Held him close where he belonged. All the things he couldn't show came out in the way he'd hold. 67 when he went. Didn't fight it, just let it end. But the last thing on his mind was those kids he left behind. Fire burns, I sit out late, think about what we carry and change. Didn't say it back that day, but I'd say it now the same.
Hey, House. Are you okay with one more song? Yep, I'll take that as a yes.
Yes, for sure. Go for it.
Okay. This is my little clip, my first film clip. I'm working on my second one, and I'm actually singing it, and you'll see me singing it and stuff in the clip. So, but this is my first one so far.
You're too close, yeah, I noticed. You said relax, I don't think so.
It's not shared, is
You
it?
said don't get ideas, then you sat right there. I said this ain't nothing, you smile like you don't care. You keep saying don't, you keep doing yes. I'm not guessing, I'm impressed. Say it again, say it again. Say it slow. Say it slow. You don't mean it. You don't mean it. But you won't go. Say it again. Say it again. Don't pretend. Don't pretend. You say no. You say no. And you lean in. You asked if I'm taken. I said not tonight. You said good, cause you look alright. You said we shouldn't, but you locked the door. If this is nothing, why's your hand inside my drawers? You say stop, you don't stop. You say last one, then you get on top. Say it again, say it again. Say it clear, say it clear. You don't want it, you don't want it, but you're here. But you're here. Say it again, say it again. Face to face, face to face. You say don't, you say don't, but don't move away. This isn't love, this isn't love, this isn't deep, this isn't deep. This is you not wanting sleep. Say it again, oh. One more time, one more time. You don't cross it, you toe the line, toe the line. Say it again. Don't make a sound, make a sound. You don't say yes, but yeah, that counts. You keep saying don't, you keep doing yes. I'm not guessing, I'm impressed. Say it again, say it again. Say it slow, say it slow. You don't mean it, you don't mean it, but you won't go. You won't go. Say it again, say it again. Don't pretend, don't pretend. You say no, then you lean in.
There you go. Oh, what happened to House? There she is. So, House.
Make sure my headphones are working. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Make sure I can hear you. All right, say something.
Jigaboo. Oh, hang on. That's probably not a good thing.
That's
Sorry, I'm working on it.
That's all right. Can you hear me? House?
Yes.
Welcome. Ask me anything, House.
Well, I don't know if I have like questions. I said something earlier. I don't know if you commented on it when I said there's I see like how a person is like politically and socially in sort of three ways. You know, how
I
they
like that.
Okay.
how they think about things, right? How things are in their minds, how
Yep.
they may talk about things, right? How they act in real life regarding those things.
Maybe
direct contact with
explain
those
those three things for the.
No. I mean, like anything, like how let's say, how you think about or feel about homeless people, right? How you talk about them, how you think about them, and then how you act in real life towards direct contact with them, if you ever have any. And then also how, and this is for anyone, not you, but, and then how you advocate or act in ways that will affect them from others, like you vote in certain ways, or you support things that will affect them that are not of you, if you know what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
but you advocate and support for them, or against them, whatever the matter may be.
See,
but those are the three areas I see, and like whether or not those are consistent, I don't know if it really like. I think they should be consistent,
well,
but they're not always
yeah.
consistent. You
But
know,
whether they are, I think they're pretty
Yeah.
good, House. I think you're pretty spot on with those three, and they are the sort of thing I want to clarify, because I know not necessarily anyone here, even in the chat, but hopefully people that turn up, have stated that I think similar things to other people that I may not. And if they just asked me, they would have clarification. So things like
Yeah.
homeless, I'm 100% on the side of the homeless. I'm not one of those people that like think, how dare they, or taking our money or they're dirtying up our streets. Fuck all that shit. You're homeless. It's fucked up, and I'm okay with that. Um, but
Because
then
there's
ask
just
me a more specific question, like, do you agree with what the government does for homelessness? Or like, do you know what I'm saying? Just
yeah.
ask me and I'll tell you. Like, but yeah,
Let's see. Do you believe? Okay, so since I don't know anything about Australian politics whatsoever, do you feel that there are any policies in Australian politics that are active right now that are too what you would consider woke, and how? In what way are they too woke, or maybe they're you don't have any of those policies?
personally, no,
Okay.
I
Okay.
don't think so.
Do
I
you think?
know
Do you? Can you think of? Do you know of anyone else that that knows Australian politics well enough to be
that would
critical?
think that would.
Yeah, that are critical of
I
any
won't.
policy.
Well, I wouldn't name persons, but I would name the things that they would find critical about it. Is um, in domestic violence instances, gender makes a difference, and you can, um, you can. I'm not saying any. I'm not even going to say one person ever has. Okay, but the system is set up so if you are a male, say you're a homosexual male, you're a very feminine one, and you realize, oh, the system here is set up like it's a bit more like easygoing for females, so I'm going to identify. Now, the way Australia is set up, it's so I don't use this word. I'm going to use the word so everyone knows what I'm talking about. It's so woke that if you simply say I am a female, everything, when it goes to court, everything, it's now against a female. It shouldn't even matter. I'm not saying you shouldn't be allowed to identify as a female. I'm saying, why does the court papers say against a female instead of against another human being? And that's where I would take issue and would be happy to answer further questions. But yeah, it's like,
So you
the
think
other
domestic?
people would call that woke. I don't really. I understand what Australia's trying to do. It's trying to keep up with something that's moving so fast socially. Um, but we tend to react with a knee jerk in Australia. So we're always at the forefront. We're the first ones to say, you know, if you say the bad words, we'll put you in jail or something. Same as UK. I
So
hope that answered it.
Go for it.
I just have a couple of questions. And this
Yeah,
is
yeah.
I feel like this is gonna sound adversarial, but like you know me and you know that I don't mean it that way.
Mhm.
I've noticed
Absolutely.
that sometimes some of the language that you use is, I would say, like it's
Would you use the word problematic?
uh, I okay. I
No,
wouldn't say
no,
that that was an
I
incorrect word. I would say a little bit
okay.
outdated was kind of what I was going
Outdated.
for.
Okay. Yeah,
And
yeah.
I guess I don't necessarily think that there's an issue with that. It's like my dad, my dad passed away last year, but it's like a lot of times like having conversations with him about like that sort of thing. It was like I had to kind of like default to like the terminology that he was using that felt a little bit outdated. But I guess yeah, it's interesting, I guess, the language that you choose, and I'm wondering if that there's a decision behind that. Like for instance, you referred to homeless people earlier. Um Typically what I find is like the people who are advocating for them typically refer to them as unhoused. seems to be in the past 5, 6, 7 years.
Oh, okay.
And I'm wondering
Yeah,
if
yeah.
that's something that you consciously did or not, because it sounds like
I can answer that like without even you finishing the
yes, please.
sentiment.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I had no idea about this unhoused thing. I had no idea that saying homeless was even not a thing anymore. So maybe it's just an age thing. I'm old. I'm not up on the lingo. It was not intentional. It's not. I'm not trying to. And this is why I want Knock to turn up, because he thinks I'm trying to stir shit. Nuh-uh. Just
Well,
ask me, bro. Just ask me. I don't think there is. I'm not saying anything negative about homeless people. Nothing. Zero. Ask me any specific question. I have
well, and that's
nothing
where I wanted
against
to like
homeless people. So, sorry,
clarify that like I wasn't trying to.
unhoused. See, but I didn't know I'm supposed to say unhoused. It's one of those things like they them shit. Like I'll do it because I'm respectful. I don't care about. I don't want to cause unnecessary conflict. But if the
Well, see, and I'm
conversation
trying to.
comes up about they them shit, I want to get in that conversation. Do you
Yeah.
know what I mean? Yeah.
Well, and I'm also I want to be clear that I'm not trying to say like, oh, you don't belong in this conversation. You're not an advocate. If you're
No, I
saying the
don't
word
think you would.
homeless, then you're not an
Yeah.
advocate for unhoused people. Like that's
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
I want to be clear that that's not what I'm saying, and so that's why. But yeah,
No, and I like that's one of the things. I'm very maybe to the behest of my fucking right-winged friends, but I'm very progressive, as in you tell me something like now people don't like being called homeless, then I'll take that shit on board. Same as I was calling Knockout for he wants to bring back the word retarded. Okay. And I'm like, ask my disabled son how he fit. You know, my disabled son will say I don't give a fuck because he doesn't understand what the fuck he's even talking about. That's the sad thing. But
well, and younger
it's
people don't
hypocritical.
necessarily.
It's hypocritical, yeah, that someone like Knock will call out someone like Will, who, for instance, I don't think he's ever done this, but just I'm trying to make it known. I'll drop Will because that's
Yeah,
bad.
we don't pick on Will,
Says
but
says right. They're with a black person and they say the N word like AH, and the person goes, all right, and they say it AH. And it's like it's literally the end of the world. But someone on the left, like Knock, who says, because I can put a bunch of disabled people, it was a fucking montage, savage. I'm not kidding. I'm like Down syndrome people. And he goes, these aren't retarded, they're angels. So retarded is this. And then flashes a bunch of pictures of Republicans or people wearing red hats, basically. And it's like, you're a hypocrite.
it
If
seems a little
you,
hypocritical. Yeah,
it does. And that's all I wanted to say. But all he could see was that I'm having false rage. I forget the term for that, like fake rage stuff. But I wasn't raged. I don't care about R word, N word. You can say all the words to me. I'm Australian. They mean nothing because they're noise coming out of a mouth. Like,
yeah,
blah, 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 blah. It's the same. So I don't care, but don't be a
yeah. It
hypocrite.
doesn't hurt me, but it might hurt other people, which is why I don't like for
Exactly.
people to
And
say it.
don't
Yeah,
say, don't hurt this group, but I don't care what disabled people think about the R word. I'm going to say it because I want to call Republicans it. It's like, I'll call that out. And it's nothing to do with fake rage. I'm not angry. I don't give a shit. I'll just call you out.
yeah.
Is that, yeah,
Is that thing
maybe
though
it.
with if with not saying that, is that similar to how some people say, oh, if you're a Democrat, then you're mentally ill, you're brain damaged, you're this, you're that,
Yeah.
I think so.
So
I
do
think it
you,
goes both ways.
What exactly? What does he mean by retarded? And everyone in the chat, Will was there, Theo was there, heaps of people were saying to him, what do you mean by retarded then? If it's not this term that we now claim is derogatory, so we don't use it, if it's not that, what is it? And he wouldn't give us a definition of what it meant. He just flashed pictures of people in red hats.
Yeah.
Right.
So
And
I mean, I do use the word in like a scientific term where like its growth was retarded, like the growth was slowed down
if
and
something is
reduced.
stopped or slowed down, it's retarded. That is a scientific term.
But yeah, I
Thank
don't
you.
use it like
Absolutely.
colloquially to refer to people who are
No,
special needs
because
or learning disabled or yeah.
for
even if
me,
scientifically it may apply, right? It's just
exact.
Right,
Well,
but we don't
not
use
the
it that way
person in
anymore.
whole,
Yeah.
not the person in whole. Their learning may have
Right.
been
Their
retarded.
learning may be
Some
retarded.
part
I
is
would maybe
retarded,
use it in
but
that instance.
yeah,
Yes.
the
learning disability
person
or something
is
instead of,
not
Right.
retarded. Like
The person
it
themselves
doesn't
is
make
not right.
sense. Yeah,
it's
because
just,
there's
it's
no
a,
norm.
yeah. I mean, it just seems like it's a law. It's a, what do you call it when you return a tennis ball? It's like the same kind of thing where if someone's saying, if you vote this way, you're brain damaged or you're mentally ill, and that's like a blanket statement for all of them. I mean, they take like the extreme example, right? The person who's screaming in the streets with, the stereotypical, what they would call an extreme lefty, and apply whatever they think to that person to the entire group of anyone who votes or lands left on the spectrum. And I think that's kind of unfair because that small minority is a
Yeah.
tiny minority, but they become very visible because of everyone's out in the streets with their cameras out, and
Yeah.
then and some people go out looking for that kind of content to intentionally sort of make it look the worst in the worst possible light that it could. And I think that they do that on both sides, but it's become a thing to portray, a quote lefty as this unhinged, insane, totally irrational, unreasonable person making demands on society.
Exactly. And that's why I wanted to do this, because I'm worried. Like, I'm not worried. I shouldn't say worried. Sorry. I know people think that somehow I've gone from like wanting, rights for people, like ask me my stance on abortion. That's my biggest thing. Anyone ask me my stance on abortion, they'll think I'm a liberal, I'm progressive, I'm left, whatever. Like I'm very liberal and left when it comes to that, because I'm a dude. I don't and cannot have babies, so
You don't have that equipment.
I just leave that to the women. Like,
See, I think
does
that
that
is a
make
little
me
bit.
fucking wrong?
I
I'll
think
have
that's
an
a little bit
opinion.
dismissive.
Ask me my opinion. I'll give it to
Okay.
you. But I am not going to go and write to my fucking political leaders and shit about that shit. But ask me what I think. I personally don't like it. And here we go. 10 people watching. That's pretty big for my channel.
Can I
I've
ask you a
had an
clarifying
abortion. I've
question
had an
about?
abortion as a male, if you can say I've had an abortion.
Your partner's had
And
an abortion or whatever. Yeah.
my partner had an abortion, and we quickly fell pregnant again, and we were like, no, fuck it. And that's now my eldest son. So I have this guilt of like, there's a child I should have, could have had. I thought I wasn't ready, but then when it happened again, I was like, I can't go through that. So we kept it, and he's fine. He's actually doing quite well. So I have
Okay.
this guilt of doing it. And
You have
so,
guilt about
like,
it?
personally,
Talk about that.
I'm like,
If you're if you're comfortable.
No, I
I'd like to
mean,
hear more about it.
absolutely. I mean, you'd have to ask a question because I
Well, okay, so you feel guilt about this potential person. Now, I'm wondering
yeah.
if there is some, and this is quite potentially me putting this on you, so feel free to like
No, you're
call it
right.
out.
Is it
I'm wondering if
selfish?
there's no, I'm wondering if there is some like residual like Christian guilt in that like you
Oh
think of like
no,
this soul that
no,
was like lost, or like
no.
what is this potential pregnancy like? I
It
mean, it
it
was,
it
you had an
wasn't
abortion, it wasn't like,
Christian.
in my mind
It
it wasn't a person, so it never
yeah. Well,
existed. So like what is the
yeah.
guilt exactly?
It's weird. It's like a potential guilt. It's a guilt that
Yeah.
shouldn't be. It's a guilt for something that never was. It's that same guilt that you lay in bed and can't sleep because of some dumb thing you did in year 10 at high school. Like it's that sort of guilt. Do you know what I mean? And I
Yeah.
don't mean to diminish it,
No.
but that's how it sneaks in, but it's far more powerful because for myself, for instance, I have children and I have these memories with these children and experiences, and it's like there's an entire lifetime of experience of a human being that, and it's selfish that I missed out on, I think.
Oh,
And then
okay.
the guilt might spill over to that this be I it's hard. I don't really feel guilty that being didn't exist because it didn't exist. It doesn't know it didn't exist.
Right.
But there's something could have happened, could have been beautiful, magical. And in this universe where I don't believe in a second chance and another life, and it's like all this one, I don't know. I just can't deny something's lost. I'm not sad. I'm not beating myself
It's
up.
like a
I'm
love
not
that could have
slitting
been
my
kind of
wrist.
thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's just I have to face the reality of what I did, no matter how that affects me, good or bad. Like I have to face that's what I did. And
Yeah.
that's why personally, and that's why I say personally, if you ask me would I do it, I'd be like, fuck no. I'm like, I'd go poor and do whatever I need to do to keep the kid, whatever. Now,
Yeah.
at this age, in this circumstance, ask me at that age when it happened, I would have had a totally different answer. Yeah.
I feel like I'm kind of the same opinion as you, where it's like if it happened to me, like I probably wouldn't do, like I'm not trying to get pregnant, not planning on it,
Yeah.
but like if I did get knocked up, I don't think that I would want an abortion for myself. However, I think that any person who has a uterus and has an embryo in that uterus gets to make that decision
You're
for
not going to
themselves.
blame them and judge them? Yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm saying because I did it and I wouldn't want people to tell me like you're destined to hell forever, blah blah blah, because your 18-year-old kid self who just like met a chick, didn't have a stable job yet, couldn't support the thing, was not mentally stable. I'm probably ready to have kids now that I'm finished having kids, basically.
That's
Um,
I feel the same way. Like I'm ready to have kids now that my body is done,
finished,
right?
yeah.
My body's like,
Your
nope.
brain catches up too late,
Yeah.
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 Um, I ain't blaming no one for that, but I'm allowed to have my opinion, and that's what people like Will, he struggles around the community because he's so blunt. He'll just straight out say things like, you know, I hate abortion.
You
That's
can hate
cool.
abortion
That's
and
just an
still be
opinion, yeah.
pro-choice.
But how do you think the extreme left people react to a statement like that? They see it as he's there stirring shit. And he kind of is,
He is.
but he's also weeding out what he's doing and there's multiple people in this community that do it. They're weeding out the extreme people, the people who freak out, versus the people who say, okay, now I have questions. And they're the people they want to engage with, as opposed to the people that go, oh, you love abortions, you're fucking evil. It's like, no. Sorry, you hate abortions, for example, in Will's case. You're evil because you don't like women's autonomy. He's like, no, if it's rape and shit, that's different. But if we're talking about just women getting knocked up and then going, oh, fuck, I got knocked up. Did they not wear a condom? Did they not take the pill? If they wore a condom, took the pill, then it happens, different. If it's rape, different.
Why?
If we're talking about because if you're just knowingly having sex without protection, without a means to stop you having a child,
Who's
why are
doing
you
that?
doing that? Why are you
Exactly
creating
why?
something to destroy it? Yeah.
There's a reason, probably, usually why, right? Either
Well,
they
I
don't
guess
have
that,
access, they're being forced,
and I guess that's
they
what
don't
he's
have
asking. He's like,
education.
come and tell me why.
Yeah, but
Like,
he doesn't accept
but
the
the
answer. That's the
reaction,
problem that I have with him, is that he doesn't accept the answer. When it's
well, I
like,
don't
oh,
know.
these people
It
don't have proper
depends. What's the
education.
answer?
These people don't have proper. But I've had like
That's his
discussions with him, and he's like
assumption.
straight up doesn't believe me. I had to explain to him, like, in my county that I grew up in, like they made it to where you have to go buy condoms at a pharmacy and they're under lock and key. So like any type of, even like the gel or like any type of contraceptive, you have to go to a pharmacy
See,
and
if
buy it from.
that's
Now
the
teenagers
case,
aren't going to fucking stop having sex, but they will stop using contraceptives if they have to go fucking talk to a pharmacist.
then perfect. Here's an example where if that's the case, because I wasn't there for that conversation, if that's what Will said, I disagree wholeheartedly. I think stopping children and young people, not children, sorry, teens, what I call kids,
They
I
are,
call
yeah,
people in their 20s kids.
same.
If you want to, you want them to stop getting pregnant and you make it hard for them to get fucking condoms and shit, I'm against that. You need to give these kids condoms. You need to teach them about safe sex. You need to give them the sex edge that you're so scared of because your Bible says just tell them no, full stop.
Right.
Imagining that the apes that we are, we're not going to want to touch genitals. Like,
I find it
it's
ironic.
stupid. It's stupid.
This
Give them
is
fucking birth control.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with you. I find it interesting and somewhat ironic that if we look at the statistics, when we teach kids about safe sex, like starting at like when they're like preteens in middle school, start teaching them about like safe sex and like bodily autonomy, then when they graduate from high school, they're having far less sex than the kids that you teach, like, oh, just say no.
You know, sex ed was pretty scary, even as a male, to me.
It's like, I don't want to. No, thank you.
Yeah. It didn't make me want to have sex. And I don't know of any of my peers that it made want to have sex. It kind of did the opposite. So,
yeah, I think for most of us, it did the opposite.
because
it made us,
you
it
see,
gave us
like,
language to discuss things that maybe were happening that we didn't have language to discuss otherwise. You know,
but
we wouldn't
when
be
I
able
was
to
a
bring that
young
to words.
kid and wanting to hang out with my friends and do fun stuff, and then they showed all these like realistic views of what it would be like to have a child. I was like, fuck that. Like, I'm a kid. I want to party. I'm not ready for that shit.
Right?
No.
It's like, no, thank you.
But
how about we do not outlaw words
the
of
same
marriage if
thing
we
as they think that.
Go ahead. No, I was reading
It's
comment. You go ahead.
the same thing that as giving birth control or like making it cheap. They try and say it's going to encourage the sex.
But it doesn't. That's the thing. It
There's
seems like it
no,
maybe would.
every scientific fucking well survey, whatever, into that has shown that it doesn't do that. People
Yeah,
that
I
are
mean,
gonna have sex are gonna have sex. Now, are we gonna help them be protected, or are we gonna make them fucking do it secretly in shame and get knocked up?
and spread STIs and all kinds of
Yeah,
other stuff.
exactly.
Pregnancy isn't the only problem with unprotected sex, which I think is one of those things that like now younger people are like learning more and more, but there's sort of this sort of backlash to it, particularly in America, where like there's this conservative response. It's like, oh, these kids are all sexually liberated. And we hate it for some reason.
They and I kind of have a conservatively liberal approach on that
Okay.
stuff. I think like, and this isn't this is the problem with the West and their knee-jerk reactions, right? I say something like this. I see tribes, okay, or what we want to call developing nations here in the West,
Okay.
where they grow up 6 or 7 family members deep in one box of like one room of a building, okay? And
Mm-hmm.
those parents keep having children. So are they not doing stuff while the other 5 children are asleep? On the other side of the room. Things that if I said that in this country, I would have my children taken away. I'm gone to jail. But think about Inuit people that live in an igloo, right? And there's 6 or 7 fucking family members in the one igloo, including the grandparents. How are the parents having children?
Well, I mean, you
If
find.
if they're not exactly, you find a way. Now, do you then turn around and go, "Oh no, that's like wrong. We should lock those people up for that."
Why would it be wrong? Like, I don't get it. I don't get what you're saying. That's wrong.
Um,
I feel
what
like
I'm
there's an
saying,
implication here that I'm missing. I'm sorry.
Are you saying
when,
like that they have sex in front of their children, like in the same
well, not
room? Or what are you
necessarily
saying?
in front of, but it's in the same room. What I'm saying
Not
is,
necessarily.
we get so hung up on our culturally understood things that, like, the Inuit also chew up their fucking food and spit it in their parents' mouth because their teeth have fallen out and they can't chew their own food and shit.
Yeah.
That is completely and utterly disgusting to me.
Some people would think, man, how first of all, like how caring
Yeah. That was my
and
first thought.
like even though they're still
Exactly.
transferring mouth bacteria or whatever, like they're doing something that person is unable to do, and basically keeping them alive, like there are some
And
mothers that actually
I,
do that with toddlers, and
yeah,
it's called
no,
mouth feeding.
absolutely. The same people do it for the toddlers as for their elderly. That's my point, is what we like. We're so ready to put our ideas and ideals and judgments on things when if I said I did this to my kid, you would call people of authority, but there are whole races of people who that's how it has to be. And I guess what I'm saying is I'm trying to find that place in between where I'm not. It's like I can know it's gross and I would never do it, but I can also think it's beautiful and amazing that they do it for their elderly and their young. And I do appreciate how beautiful it is. Do you know what I'm saying? As well
Right.
thinking it's fucking disgusting and gross at the same time.
I mean, or
Now, but
yeah.
there are people who, if I say house, if I say that's disgusting, oh, you're racist or anti-Inuit. It's like, no, but ask me and I'll also tell you I think it's beautiful.
I
So,
think it's funny that you think it's gross, but like at the same time, I don't think that you're a bad person for like that's a
well,
bodily
yeah,
reaction.
no,
Like disgust is not something that
it's
like we
probably
can
not a great,
control.
And that's like
it's not a
cultural
great example,
relativism,
but
right? Isn't it a little bit? Like you think it's
exactly,
you can't
yes.
imagine doing it yourself or having someone do it for you. If you were all without the ability to chew or whatever, I'm sure that you'd be like, can't you just chop it up on a chopping board or blend it for me instead of chewing it up?
No, but you're spot on, House. It's cultural, and that's my point. It's like here comes the triggers, but for me in Australia, right, the N word has no real meaning. White people use it probably more than black people. We use it to refer to our best friends. Okay. So when the internet came along, I had to adjust. I had to realize mainly just America. No other country gives a shit. But in America, people give a
America's a big
shit about
thing.
the N word. Yes.
It's a big
Now, I
thing.
have a choice, right? I can give a shit or not give a shit. Okay. I chose to stop using it, but I will not attack someone who didn't choose to stop using it because they hold a similar ideal to me in that words do not have power and they should not unless you give them, and you should not give them power. So
I
do people
I
get
get that.
offended by stuff? Yeah. Am I
I
going to offend them? I'm not going to try to.
I
So
feel
what do you
like for
want?
myself,
What
there's
else do
like
you
a
want?
certain line where like the people that I associate with hold the same
Yeah.
ideals that I do. And so okay, there might be certain language variations where like I would use like for instance, I typically won't say something is crazy, right? That's a word that I feel like is maybe not always the right connotation that I mean. It's maybe a little bit attacking to people with like mental health issues. So I'll say that's wild, and that's my choice for how I choose to use my language. And I won't necessarily have an issue with somebody who chooses to say that's crazy, right? But the N word for me is past that line that I'm not going to associate with somebody who uses that as part of their vernacular. I feel like there's a difference. And I killed the vibe. I'm sorry. There's someone backstage that I can add if you'd like, but I up to you.
Sorry, I had to pee so bad. Like, oh God, it's chill. I wanted to respond to
Thank
what you
you, Theo.
said. What did you? So my question would be, because you kind of wound that up with, there's a difference I feel, and this is something I wanted to hopefully make clear, and I'm glad you said it. Is I have decided, and this is what I don't expect everyone to make this decision, okay? But I decided between feelings and facts, okay? And I made the choice that yes, I'm going to hurt people's feelings because I care more about facts. And that lost me a lot of friends. And that's why I'm like here saying, ask me a specific question. Because I think if you dig down, you'll actually realize you probably don't disagree with me that much. But I am not going to cater to anybody. I don't necessarily lean either way, left or right. There's issues that I'm left, there's issues that I'm right on. As much as he hates me and I try and give him compliments all the time, but he just can't take it. I actually don't hate Jill. I like Jill. As different as his views are to me. But if I put him on my channel, like I just have, then I've sort of made a statement. And that's what I'm against. I haven't made a statement by putting Jill on my channel. I'm letting people have different opinions to me. And if you don't, then you're an echo chamber, and that's not what I want. So if that's what you expect of me, then unsubscribe or whatever you have to do, because I want differing opinions. I don't want everyone to agree with me. Like, that's boring as hell. And welcome, Jill, and welcome, Will. I'm a poet.
We came as a couple, Jill and I.
No,
It's a new thing, but
come with
just
Halsey.
no. I don't act like we
He
weren't just
just
sitting in the
popped
car
in
in the
with
parking
you,
lot
Jill.
together.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Me and Jill were in the parking lot together just a few minutes ago. I'm not
came
gonna say what we were
after
doing,
Halsey.
but
And then he will leave before Halsey, 10 minutes before Halsey. That's just how they do it.
He just came with you, Jill. That everyone can see it. It's
So you're
live.
like paying a lot of
Don't-
attention to this, Jill. It's kind of
don't
worrying.
deny our love, Jill. You and I, we have a special thing, and I don't want to see that just get pushed aside because people don't understand it and it's different.
I've been keeping track of you two.
Really? Is that an admission of being a stalker?
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
got a
Okay.
note.
Something's going on. There's something going on.
What's going on, Jill?
Something.
Okay,
Got
well,
any
glad you
questions,
could
Jill?
clear
Do you
that
want me to clarify anything? Do you want to know if I'm a dirty liberal still? Hey, you call me one all the time, but you don't ask me anything. You don't clarify my position.
Well, we would still consider you to be a liberal, even though you claim
Why?
to.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Well, because if you take a look at the platform, the DNC platform, and what they advocate for, you would support 95% of what they support.
There you go. You've just assumed that without asking me any specifics.
All right,
Yes,
let's
you
go
the
through
voter
it.
is
It has
not
the
Let's go
assumption that
through
the
Just so you
DNC is like completely aligned with like all.
And
Not everything.
that I'm
no.
American
No one
and know what
believes
the DNC stand for. I'm Australian.
Right. Ask him
But
about
just-
Australia.
Like what is the DNC? Yeah, like the DNC does not
But
fucking
just-
dictate shit.
just
Fuck
by
the
in
DNC.
conversation with you. I mean, we can pull up a list and I can confirm what I'm saying, demonstrate what I'm
Hey,
saying, but just
when?
But it doesn't
This is
matter.
what I'm
What you're
trying to
saying is
tell you, Jill.
inconsequential.
just based off of conversations, you check
have not
off all the
asked
boxes.
me
You check off all
in
the
all
boxes.
the time since
Let
I have
me
shifted
pull it up.
positions. You have not clarified anything.
I
with
have
me,
through
Jill, just so
conversations.
you
And
know.
no, we don't have a one video where we go over every
Try.
single
Well,
point. But
ask me
through
a question.
conversation, you agree with most of what they agree with. That's all.
Ask me a question then. See.
Okay, let's pull up the
All
list
right, boys,
of
have fun. I'm
the
out of here.
the
Good to
DNC.
see you.
Love you, Minnow. You don't
Love you
have to
too.
go.
Jill
No, I
ruins
actually-
everything.
Do you have to go? It's not because of you guys. I was gonna leave it a little bit anyway, but it seems like this is getting. I want to be able to sit back and watch this from the peanut gallery for at least a few minutes before I have to go do stuff.
About to
She
get
doesn't
very
want to be close.
convoluted.
She doesn't want to be close enough to smell this.
She doesn't want to smell
Kinda.
it. Oh yeah, I was about to say that. Yeah. Sorry,
I'm used
go on,
to it,
Jill.
so I'll stay.
So ask me a question from the
Okay,
list of what?
Immigration, you agree. So you don't check the box there. You don't believe that The DNC platform basically is they want to create a
Oh
pathway to
God, no.
citizenship
Yeah,
Right.
I don't agree with that
for
at all.
undocumented. They want to create a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants. You agree? You're
Do you
with
know,
us.
Jill, if Jesus come back, I'd want documents. Just saying.
You're with us on that. Okay. So
Yes,
that in that
absolutely.
aspect, you're not. Okay. But when it comes to I don't know about what you believe about climate change and energy.
Does it exist?
Do you
Well,
believe that we
sorry.
should be transitioning
I
to
mean,
renewable energy sources, achieving net zero
no,
groundhouse gas
no.
emissions?
I think nuclear is probably the best bet.
Well, you wanted me to
Second to
go through the list, but
nuclear,
now you're
coal.
playing games. Okay. Do you believe
You think you?
should
No,
be?
hang on. You tell me I'm lying,
No. I'm asking you questions
or
about
am
what
I
the
playing
DNC
games? Am I
platform
being
includes.
honest, Jill?
You're not
I'm
answering the
giving you
question.
my. Sorry, what was the question?
Okay. Do you believe this is the Democratic platform?
No,
I'm reading
we should not
directly.
be transitioning to
Okay.
renewable
Good.
fuel.
All right. So that's
Yeah,
two
there you go.
boxes that are not checked. All right. The third box. Economy and jobs. See, I think most liberals like you are really classical liberals. Okay.
Like me. Okay.
You don't when it comes to the economy, when it comes to those things, you are on the right. But when it comes to, for instance, like sexual things or things that are concerning relationships and sex and relationships, gender, those are the things that where you lean heavily to the left.
Okay, interesting.
Right. So
Dig in.
okay. Economy and jobs. Let's just give you your three the three ones that I believe you would lean to
My
the
three
right.
ticks.
You don't believe raising the national minimum wage is a good idea, correct?
No, it's
No, it's never
no.
a good idea because you lean more so like a classical liberal,
Yes.
and rather than these new
Exactly.
age liberals. Yeah. So, but when it comes to sex and gender, that's where the majority of
Possibly.
that's where we
Because
would
I'm not biblically minded, but I'm still fairly conservative. So that's why I say to people, like, dig in. Ask me a specific question and see how it jives. Like, you'll probably find I'm not as that different from your perspective as you think I am.
Do you believe that the Equality Act, that there should have been federal legislation adding sexual orientation to the Civil Rights Act?
No, I don't think you should ever be adding sexual or racial or anything to anything legal, because all that does is perpetuate the supposed fact that it's somehow separate to.
Okay.
It should be already assumed humans are humans, full stop. That's where it ends, not.
What about
And I certainly want the best pilot, not the like blackest or the transist or whatever. I want the pilot that can fly the fucking plane. And I want the surgeon that can heal me.
I think if you
care
were
about DEI shit.
right, I think
Fuck
if you were
that.
in America, you'd have a hard time voting for anyone.
I
Pretty
know.
much.
Yes, I agree.
You wouldn't vote for either. You wouldn't vote. You definitely wouldn't vote for Trump, but I think you would still vote for Kamala Harris.
No, I would not ever in a million years vote for Kamala, Jill. That's what you need to get. Like,
okay. All right. Well, perhaps
I
you're
would,
not.
if I was forced between the two, I would be voting fucking Trump.
Okay, then you're not. Then I
thing.
would not consider you to be a liberal. Just someone who doesn't understand.
I'm just
that,
grateful I'm Australian. No, I'm Australian, so I
no.
don't
If you
need
were in
to.
America, so
If
this
I was in
exercise,
America,
yes,
I would
if you were in
be
America.
forced to choose. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
if you were in America, that's what this exercise is showing. I know liberal and conservative mean something different depending on where you are on the planet. We understand that.
Yeah.
Depending on where you are, when you are. If you're in the 1960s,
I feel like you've got a bit more understanding of where I stand. Like, I'm not I'm not a bleeding heart fucking liberal. I'm not a modern liberal.
No, I wouldn't consider you to be part of the problem, but gender affirming healthcare. Would you require
Nope.
federal government to
The
cover that
government should
medically
not be
necessary?
fucking.
No.
The government should have no fucking part in that.
Okay. Then you're not a liberal. I stand corrected.
Here's something you might.
But I'm still
think
going to
I
call
am
you a liberal
though.
because I just like
because
doing it.
I'm an atheist. I get it.
It is an
That's
insult.
cool.
It is an
Yeah,
insult.
I get it. I'm an atheist. But can you admit now that the only thing you have is that I'm atheist? It's not that we're politically that misaligned. It's just I'm atheist. But if I was a Christian, you'd stop calling me a liberal, right?
Not if you still believed in
what?
LGBTQ marriage. I would still call you. You would just be considered a
no.
nominal
No. See, did you ask?
No, I would still. You're asking me what I would still consider.
Did you ask if I agree in? No, did you ask if I agree?
Well, you're asking me what I would
LGBT
consider
marriage?
you. So you're asking me. You're not asking me to ask
don't
you.
agree in LGBT marriage. You know what?
I still would consider you.
So you now have zero reasons to call me a liberal.
Okay, so you don't believe that LGBTQ or men should be
I do not think the government should have any say in any marriage, full stop. Marriage is a religious thing.
Okay.
It can stay religious. Christians can have it. No. Like, if we're making some sort of legal contract about property rights and shit, that's not marriage. Marriage is love, it's commitment, blah, 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 blah. This government involvement and this government enforcement of shit, I do not and never will agree with.
Well, you're more not really. See, liberals believe the same thing unless they want to ban certain things that Christians want to do, like conversion therapy.
I don't care. No,
then they bring the government
in. Whatever they want.
Then they try to bring the government in as to put the hammer down.
Mate, you want to convert people and shit? I don't go for it. If you're not touching kids, I don't care what you do.
It's expressly typically for kids that they're
Just
aiming that at.
But if it's to kids, then I'll take issue because I don't think anyone ever of any persuasion should be fucking
the parents are the
children.
one, remember. The parents bring the child to therapy and they say my child needs help.
Now that's where I'm conservative. I think parents have the say.
Yeah, just like they bring their children to in the opposite direction to say, hey,
if it's legal, if the conversion therapy is legal and the parents send the children, I have no qualms.
Yeah. So if we're going to allow therapy where the child is being coached, if you will, or
to be trans,
right? And why can't we have it the other way?
Why can't you the other way? Yep.
Exactly. Yeah, that's only fair.
I'm on board, Jill. So does that make me a fucking liberal?
No.
How many?
I would have to conclude but the preponderance of evidence. No, you're not a liberal.
Thank you, Jill.
How many cases do we have of children actually being coached that they are trans? Like other people saying,
you can say it's
you must be trans. You should do this. You should do that, and it's not coming from them directly.
Well, actually, there are examples, House. If you're gonna say you've never read an article where the parent was like, "My child is 2 and they're trans," like.
Well,
you've never seen that?
I'm against them saying that they're
trans. 2-year-old is trans.
I think that the parent could
say
or
anything
because he plays with
sexual house. That's the
2-year-old says, "I'm a boy." You say, "No, you're not." If it's a girl, right?
But you have a vagina. You're
right,
a girl.
But I don't think. I think that that's probably a pretty common things for children to do, to imagine being.
And this is the point. In 2026, House, should you tell your child, "Oh, okay, you have a vagina, but you're a boy? Or should you say, no, girls have a vagina and boys have a penis? And the problem is, if I say my stance is that's what you should do, you should say, no, boys have a penis and girls have a vagina, and teach them they're a girl or a boy, that I'm somehow now brainwashing my child into its sexuality. It's like, no, I'm just telling the biological truth. Has a
Right.
penis, it's a male.
I mean, if my
That's
kid was
how
saying
the
stuff
world
like that,
works.
if my kid was saying stuff like that and they kept saying stuff like that, I would try to figure out if it's coming from anywhere but them, first of all. And then I would probably take them to the doctor and tell the doctor, like, they're saying this thing, and I want to make sure that there's nothing wrong with them genetically, meaning like some kind of intersex thing going on that we're not aware of. Because that can be the case, right? Like, because babies can be born where they appear female, but there's no uterus, there's undescended
I
testicles.
mean, I
Instead
get where you're
we're getting
coming
male hormones,
from,
like,
and I understand that. Like that's
I'm just saying that would be my approach
yes,
to like
yeah. You're
eliminate that
being
possibility,
very like
you know?
you're covering all bases.
Right.
My problem is, what doctor are you going to? What doctor are you going to? Because if you're going to a doctor that tells your 2-year-old, it's all right, I know you have a vagina, but you are a boy,
I mean, obviously,
because
I would go to
you
one.
have nothing physiologically that says you're a boy. You're not intersex. You're not hermaphrodite or whatever. But your feelings matter. That's not the doctor I'm going to want to take my fucking
No, and
2-year-old
I'm not
to.
talking about feelings or
Right.
the psychological state. I'm talking about only physiology.
Actual
Yes.
physiological.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because those things
Which
can't
is fine.
be
Yeah,
emotional.
no, and you should figure that shit out.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Because if that's been eliminated, that possibility, then it's
And
it's it's
you're
something
being
else.
honest, you should say to your child, no, you're not a boy or a girl. Like,
I would say,
you have
why are you saying this? Like, why do you feel
exactly.
that way? I'm not gonna just
Like,
deny their feelings. I'm gonna try and find out what's going on first, you know?
and
But I'm not gonna also
um,
identify them as the opposite gender because that's silly, you know?
I guess this because it's an ask Sam anything thing. My answer would be, I don't have the answer to that, right? Because what makes you a male? Now, everyone on the extreme right will say has a penis and grows a beard, but there are men who grow up, or sorry, people who grow a beard and a penis, but only have XX chromosomes and shit. Like, so is it now the chromosomes? So if you're going to say the chromosomes, then
Right.
it's kind of arbitrary. We just have to pick a point at what's male and what's female. And that, sorry, Jill, just for me, asked the question of what the fuck was God doing? Like, why
Right,
is
and
there
there's
people where we don't even know if they're male or female,
That's
but
a
you
result of the
don't want to,
fall. That's a result of sin.
oh, come on.
so they're just imperfect, so they've ended up with
I
Yeah,
mean,
like
there's like
the
mutated
defects.
genes.
Yeah,
I just became
Yeah.
aware of this thing that you might have heard of already called and I'm probably going to butcher the name of it, Klinefelter syndrome. Have you ever heard of that? It's a syndrome where
Uh,
males are born with it's a let's see, with an extra copy of the X chromosome, so they're XXY, right? And the symptoms are slower motor development, speaking later than other babies of the same age, language problems, like with reading, writing, spelling, taller than average height, shorter torso, narrow shoulders, broader hips, extra fat, small penis and testicles, and extra breast tissue.
yeah.
you know,
was
and
weird.
also almost
Um,
always infertile.
I don't know if that's what this guy had, but there was a guy on YouTube. It was around the time of Kyle and what's that nuclear physicist crazy guy? They had the non sequitur show.
Oh, right.
Anyway,
Steve McCrae.
they had this producer guy in the background, and he had a genetic thing where I think really the only real physical presentation of this disorder was he had giant boobs.
Yeah,
But
and
otherwise, fully man, penis, beard, like he was manly.
I mean,
But
yeah, go
and the
ahead.
doctors were like, we can chop your boobs off, you know, but there's all the shit that comes with chopping boobs off and stuff.
Oh,
And he's like, no,
men
fuck it.
do get breast
You know,
reduction
this is
surgery.
he. I think he was atheist, but he was like, if there's a God, that's how God made me. I'm not gonna do anything about it. Should we judge people like that, Jill? Because we judge trans people. I'm saying we. I'm like jumping in the Christian thing now. But what about biologically trans or hermaphrodite, or you have a dick and a dick and a vagina?
So the decision wasn't
Yeah.
made at birth.
No,
No,
it's
then
biological.
then no, we should not. No, we should not judge those people.
Okay.
I mean,
But no, but hang on. A decision was made. Okay, the doctor went, "Oh shit, it's got a dick and a vagina. I'll pick, for instance, boy, or I'll pick girl." Should we then go, "No, you're not a girl," to that person that grew up as a girl, dresses as a girl, but because they got this extra long fucking clitoris that's like a penis, you know, they should like, no,
Well,
you're
what do
not
you
a
mean by
girl.
judge? What did they do wrong? Did they kill someone, or what did they?
Well,
What are you
they
judging
have
them for?
sex with somebody, anybody. It doesn't matter which sex they have sex with, because
Are they married?
so if they marry, it's all okay.
They
See,
would
you're a
be under the same
progressive,
judgment
Jill.
as anyone who
Jill,
fornicates.
you are as progressive as I am.
They would be
We are
under the
on the
same
same
judgment.
fucking page.
They would
Do
be
you
under
see that?
They would be under the same judgment as someone
They're
who
married, they're
fornicates.
consensual, they're adult. Yep, see, it's all legal. We're on the same fucking page.
but
So
like,
you
and
are as progressive as I am.
at the same time, like someone like
It's already legal for them to get married. So at this point, they would be under the
But
same
don't they have
judgment.
a sex put on their birth certificate?
I think they should.
Yeah,
I
what
think
if the
that's the
doctors
parents'
go,
response. Are
"Oh,
you gonna
that
start
clitoris"?
talking every time
Sorry, yes.
when I go to answer you?
Go on, Jill.
I think that is
go.
the parents' responsibility.
Okay.
And they failed their children if they don't make that decision for them at birth. You set them up for
Yep.
a miserable existence.
I mean,
basically.
there was
And
a case where an infant who was getting circumcised, the doctor fucked it up and cut the penis off, and the parents decided at that time to basically give that baby sex reassignment surgery, and that person lived as a female and later like committed suicide in their teenage years because they were so absolutely miserable.
Well, what is the what does the DNA
that's
say?
what
Even though
They
they're
were male. They were male, but the parents
So-
right,
decided,
the Y
you have
chromosome.
no penis now.
Right.
You must be a female. We're going to force that on you because otherwise you're going to be socially ostracized for having no penis as a male.
No,
and
no,
was
that
that
wasn't
not?
the case.
That's my whole thing at the start, Jill. Was
Well,
like,
it's because
we
the
need
Y
to pick a
chromosome is
point,
what
an
determines it.
arbitrary point. So you're gonna say, so is it XX or XY? That's what determines.
That's
it.
what I would determine. Yeah, that's
I don't
where
care if it can have XY, which should be male, but have no penis and only a vagina.
still a
And
male.
I'm still gonna say it's a
Still a
man.
male.
And so
Yes.
it has to marry a female and they have to bump vaginas together, or like,
Yes,
yeah,
there
see,
are.
what is it?
Listen, there are people born with 3 legs. Okay, that happens.
Okay.
The
As
birth
long as
defects
you're okay
happen, but we
with
don't
2
set up our
vaginas bumping
society.
Jill was
together.
bragging.
Well,
We
hold
Jill
on.
was
have it
just bragging.
here
You know, we don't set up our
on my
society
channel.
based on the exception. We set our
Jill
society
is
based on.
okay with scissoring.
So
You
I was
heard it here first, people.
I was
We
wrong
don't we
about
don't create buses, or we don't create cars for people with 3 legs. We just don't do it. Sorry. We make
Actually, we
special
do.
cars.
They
We make
can
special
use
cars for them.
buses and cars with 3
We-
legs.
and we make cars that people can drive with their hands that don't have
Right, but that's not the
Yeah,
norm. But we
Cars that
make the
people
exception
drive
for
with
them.
no legs.
there's exceptions all over the place for all kinds of human existence.
Exactly, yeah, and we make those accommodations when necessary, but we don't change our culture and teach children that this is natural, normal, and healthy.
Is that
That's all
is
we're
that
saying.
against God that we like make exceptions for all these
No,
things that
because
are a
of
result
sin,
of
because
the
of the fall.
fall? Yeah, because so why are we like dealing with it instead of saying, "Oh, you have no legs because of the fall, so
They're
suffer."
human beings.
So
They're
we
still made in
shouldn't be
God's
suffering
image.
because of the fall. So, oh, Jill, do you know what you're saying?
That we should not
Suffer
leave them
because
out
of
of
the
society
fall.
because they have a
Thank
defect.
you. Wow.
That's what I'm saying. We should not exclude them
Jill.
from society. We should try to make accommodations for them, like we
I
do with
agree that
any
we-
disorder.
the fall should not have had that effect that it had. It's not
Okay,
there.
well now you're getting into
You didn't do
theological
anything,
claims.
did you? Did you eat the apple, Jill?
Did I eat the apple? No.
Yes.
Jill ate a horse apple.
Then why the fuck are you broken and sinful? Would you say?
I also did not spin the planet and on an axis 26 degrees.
Well, you rocked my world, Jill.
I didn't do any of that stuff. I
Neither
didn't
did Adam
create gravity.
Eve.
I didn't do
Neither
that. But
did
it's
Adam
keeping
or
me on this
Eve.
planet.
All Adam and Eve
I
did
thank
was
God
eat
for
the
gravity.
apple. Did you?
I didn't do any of these things. This is the way God
So
created the world.
Neither did Adam. I'm
Adam
comparing you
didn't.
to
Right.
Adam.
God
not
is the one
God.
who created the universe. So he is responsible for how the universe functions. Right? He's also responsible for the defects that occurred. And he has a plan to redeem the entire cosmos from decay, so there won't be any more entropy. The fall led to a number of things that happened in our universe, like death itself.
God
The
would
universe
not
is
be
dying.
happy with you, like
It's
blaming
dying.
him
It's
for all this
slowly
stuff, Jill.
burning
You
out.
just,
Slowly but surely, it will end unless it's
is
restored.
that his plan?
His plan is to restore the universe, yes, and make it where it does not ever perish, imperishable. He will do the same with our bodies as well.
So he'll like replenish all the stars so they just burn forever?
So right.
You mean alive and not alive things as well?
Where's that in the Bible?
That's how it was before the fall. Before the fall of man, everything was built to last for eternity. Adam was made to live forever. He was never supposed to.
So are new
Adam's
things born?
Sorry, Hel-
Are
yeah.
new stars born in that scenario or made? Or do the ones
be.
that exist just burn forever and no new stars exist? Like what's the deal with that?
He could renew them. He could renew the stars that already existed, or bring back the ones that burnt out. He will resurrect the dead, so those who have been dead and buried, will be risen from the dead. So this is a restoration of a universe that has
all the like
fallen in
ancient
decay.
Sumerians and Egyptians and people that we're not even aware of that lived on the earth, like all those people will be resurrected and made whole again.
Yes.
Well, and House, before you ask about all the starving children around the world, the answer is he'll take care of them after they die. Don't worry about the suffering now.
I
Still
asked-
good.
I don't know if you agree with this, Jill. I asked Ace a question the other day when I said, because he said that this reconciliation is in the future where God will make everything whole, right? And so I asked him, so anyone who has died right now, like anyone now and all in the past, no one has gone to so-called heaven. And he said, no,
Mm.
they're all
Right.
still waiting. Is that how you think too?
Yeah, there's Jesus speaks about this place. The Jews called it Gehenna or Hades, or it's basically the abode of the dead, or where the dead go when they die. Their
They're not
souls.
awake, right? They're not
They are,
conscious.
according to Jesus, they are.
So they're having like another sort of in between existence after death that is not heaven. They're in like a waiting room, sort of.
Well, we believe that they're present with Christ in a sense where not in a location necessarily, but they have consciousness and they're being comforted, as opposed to those who did not follow Christ. They are in a place where they are awaiting judgment, but they are fully conscious. We believe. Some people believe in soul deep sleep, that God does not allow you to experience any consciousness during that time, and then you'll be risen and then judged, and then you will spend eternity conscious in hell.
All right, thanks.
And the same thing with the believer. But there are Christians like myself will hold to, but there is an experience because of the parable of the rich man and Lazarus, that you will have conscious. You will be conscious during that intermediate state.
All right, thank you. It's just like, so many people, when they think about a loved one who's died, they say, oh, they're in a better place now, or they've gone to heaven and met Jesus and all this stuff. Like those people are just having those thoughts, but that's not how it is, right?
No, they could have been. They are present with the Lord Jesus Christ. They are present
But
with
they're
him.
not in heaven.
How so
But-
though? If they're
But heaven is the restored universe.
Right, but that has not happened.
Right,
It hasn't happened
right.
yet.
That hasn't happened yet, but they're still in a place in where they're being comforted.
So
With
see,
Christ.
and even the JWs that you hate so much got that right. Like you don't die and go to heaven. You die and you go nowhere. You're in God's memory. He like recreates you at the time of the end, like when everyone's resurrected and
You're in like God's
and so-
database, essentially.
Yeah,
exactly.
he's got to download. He's got to upload you again when it's
And then-
time.
He uploads you and then downloads you to a new existence.
I mean, that might be. I mean, the things we're learning about now in quantum physics may start to make some sense of this stuff. But I don't think we will.
Well, that's where we agree even more so, Jill. I would say that what I think we call supernatural and stuff may just be things that exist in physics that we just can't understand yet. We hold, according to science, to the fact that particles can quantum tunnel, so they can just, if there's something they can't pass through, they just cease to exist and then begin to exist on the other side of that barrier.
Yeah. It's crazy.
That's kind of supernatural in my definition of supernatural. I'm just saying. So
Yeah. The more we learn, the more we get some insight. But I think we're still haven't scratched the surface. We have not said the way the God of the Bible acts in the Bible is that his ways are so much higher than ours. I really think that's exponentially higher. I don't think we will ever, regardless, thousands of years from now, we still won't have the technology to cross into those realms. We just won't. Like, I know what we watch on Star Wars.
yeah. I mean,
and we think that we can possibly do this in 1,000, 2,000 years. I don't even think we'll ever get there in 10,000. We'll
I
be
mean,
stuck in this
I
realm until
guess
God.
I've heard your explanations, and I mean, you have your explanations. I can't really argue them, but you're putting the Old and New Testament together, like the way you can say that they don't contradict each other is just something I've really still struggle with, because they're so different.
Well, different doesn't mean contradict. Does it?
Well, not necessarily, but I mean, I could say they do contradict.
Okay, well, the issue is what they're emphasizing. Yes, the Old Testament emphasizes God's justice a lot more, but
Do
and the
you agree
emphasis in
that
the
Jesus pushes the Old Testament like fanatically, and then Paul comes along and kind of...
Huh?
How do you explain the dismissal of Paul that he
who
does? Like,
who dismissed
or
Paul?
do you just say
That
that he
Paul was
has
the one that
maybe...
Jesus commissioned. He's the
Did
one that
he?
he instructed to teach what he's teaching. So how are
Where did
they
Jesus
opposite?
say, I instruct Paul to teach what I'm teaching? Or are you talking about Paul
According to the
said...
story, I mean, you don't have to believe Paul or his testimony, but
Okay.
Paul says that Jesus was the one that commissioned him.
So because he said, Jesus told me this, and I've changed everything Jesus literally said, you
Okay.
have to take my word for it.
Well, you would have to
That's
first
why a
demonstrate.
lot of people have trouble with that, Jules.
Well, hold on. You would
Can
have
you at
to
least see
demonstrate.
what I'm talking about?
Well, then we would
I'm
need a
not saying it's
demonstration.
right.
We would need a demonstration of that. You can't just
Of
say
where
he
Paul
taught something
disagrees with
different.
Jesus. You
Where?
mean
Yeah. Where does Paul disagree with Jesus? Can you demonstrate
circumcision?
it? On circumcision.
The fact that Jesus wanted people to follow Moses' law.
Well, hold on. Let's do
without
one at a
a
time.
change of a jot or a tittle.
One at a time, please. Okay. Where does Paul disagree with Jesus? Because from what I read, he taught exactly what Jesus taught, exactly as Jesus instructed him to. So where does Paul
agrees with Paul preached to circumcise yourself.
Okay, so Paul preached to
I'm
different
asking,
people.
did he?
Where does Paul? I'm asking, where does Paul disagree with Jesus?
Where Paul tells you to not circumcise yourself.
When Paul tells you what?
To not circumcise yourself because it's not important.
So Paul said, "Do not circumcise yourself," and Jesus says, "Circumcise yourself."
Yes. Well, Jesus says, "Do not change any of the law of Moses' law, which included circumcision." And then Paul says circumcision doesn't matter anymore. So I'm cool that it changed or whatever, but you just got to show me like how or where.
Okay, so
where I should I'm going to listen to Jesus and cut my dick skin off rather than some dude that's not fucking Jesus.
Okay. First and foremost, okay, you're misrepresenting what Paul is teaching. Paul never said that there's anything wrong with circumcision or keeping the law, okay, as a tradition. But Paul is teaching, which is what Jesus taught, is that is not enough to get you into heaven. It is not salvific, meaning doing these acts alone do not get you into heaven. Jesus taught the exact same thing.
Jesus was
in
wrong.
The story of the young rich ruler. Remember,
he was of the mind it was that following.
No, he did not teach that. No, Jesus did not teach that. He taught that he came to fulfill the law of the prophets, which means to fill it in full, meaning it was incomplete. It needed him. You have to have him with the law, not just the law by itself. The law by itself is not enough. You need Christ.
So then what is Paul on about then? He should
Paul
have
is
just
teaching the
said,
same
you
thing.
need
Paul is
the
saying
law.
that you need to.
chop your dick skin off, and
No, Paul taught this. Paul taught
because that's what
that you need a
Jesus said.
circumcision of the heart.
Heart, yeah, not the
Right.
dick. So why were they
No,
chopping
not
their
in
dick
place
skins
of,
off?
not in place of, not in place of circumcision, but that is
Oh,
something that is required.
as well as.
Yes, that's what Jesus taught.
Oh, so you need to chop your dick skin off and
Okay.
circumcise your heart.
Well,
which no
keeping
one
the
knows
law.
what
Well, that was
means.
symbolic
Okay.
of the fact that you are changed inwardly. It was an outward expression of an inward change, just like baptism. Okay, baptism is not
Yeah, but what?
changing you. So baptism
So he
alone
wanted you
does
to
not
change your
make you saved.
outwardly
So Paul taught
appearance.
exactly the
That's
same
what he
thing. We
meant.
just misunderstand what Paul was teaching. That I think that's
Okay.
see. Did
So we've
Jesus?
gone from chop your dick skin off to chop your heart skin off, but it's the same.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What
Gotcha.
Paul never said circumcision was evil. It's in of
I
itself.
didn't say he said it was
He
evil.
actually
He
circumcised.
said it was worthless.
No.
There's
It's
no
worthless
point
for
chopping your dick skin
salvation.
off. You need to chop
It's
your heart
worthless.
skin
No.
off.
It's worthless for salvation. Jesus taught that. All right. Paul never said circumcision.
Jesus never. When did Jesus say chopping your dick skin off was worthless for salvation? Show me.
Yeah, let me show you that.
And I'll
Let me
stand
look that up
corrected.
for you. So, and he also says that about the Sabbath too. That the Sabbath was made for man, not the man made for the Sabbath. He does the same thing with the Sabbath. But let me show you that with circumcision.
He went against the law that he preached quite a few times. That's
No,
why they hung him up. That's
No,
why they
you
hung
just
him up on a
misunderstand.
cross.
No, he never went
Rightfully
against the law.
so.
Okay, let me show you where. Now we don't have the
Blaspheming,
explicit exact phrase that circumcision.
Oh, we
is not
don't?
necessary. No,
Okay.
we don't have that in any of these
Interesting.
writings. Circumcision is not necessary for salvation.
Interesting.
All right, but his teaching moved in that direction, and then the apostles also teach this in Acts 15. Okay,
Right.
so Jesus is entering into
So
portion
ignore
of
the
history.
Old Testament and ignore when Jesus said, "Pay attention to every law of Moses." Including chopping
and then
your
he
dick
begins
skin
to
off.
move them away from that. So we have a transition. So what Jesus is
So
doing
don't
is
listen
he
to
is
every law
transitioning
of
us from the
Moses.
old
Okay.
covenant to the new covenant.
Gotcha.
And that's why he teaches Paul and the apostles to preach what they're
Gotcha.
preaching, because that's the transition he wanted us to move in. So I often say this to Christians who hold to Old Testament types and shadows. When God moves you to a new location, you move with God. You don't stay in the old. For instance, if we were to go back to the Noah's days, and if there were people saying in Noah's day, or excuse me, in Moses's day, to be saved, you don't need to do what Moses is telling you to do now. You don't need to sacrifice those animals. You need to do what God told Moses to do in the Old Testament, or what God told Noah to do in the Old Testament. You need to build an ark if you want to be saved.
Can you show me where Jesus
What
is
would
at?
happen to those people who did not listen to what God is instructing them to do in Moses' time? They would not be saved. God is not instructing us to kill animals today. He transitioned us to something different. So just like God is not instructing us to build
Old
an ark,
Testament's
God is not
useful.
Well, hold on. Let me land my plane. God is not instructing us to build an ark today. That was how he saved people in Noah's day. See the transition? Okay. So we're moving forward. Jesus now is transitioning us into the new covenant. We're no longer killing goats. We're no longer building boats to be saved.
Okay? Or chopping our dick skin off.
All right. So when right. You get it now? So faith and repentance and doing the will of God is now circumcision.
Do I agree? No.
Okay.
I'm saying that New Testament disagrees with the Old Testament.
No, answer me this. Did the Old Testament disagree with the Old Testament when Noah says build an ark, come into the ark, or else you will perish, you will not be saved? Moses
No, it
says,
didn't.
do this to
And
be
he was
saved.
right. And everyone other than Moses perished.
Okay. So
Right?
we have the
So he
same
was correct.
God. We have the same God instructing his people to do something different within the Old Testament to be saved. So when we go to the new covenant, he's now instructing us to do something different. Same God,
What?
different instruction.
Yeah, no. Well, all that proves is that he's not some sort of omni god of any description. He's
No,
a god that
that
changes
proves
his
that God
mind
has
and
different
goes,
plans for
oops,
his people during
oops,
different
I
times.
fucked up. I better change my plans.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, God has a different plan
Change
for us.
them,
He will have a
Almighty
different plan
Yahweh.
when he changes us
God that
again.
does not change.
When he change,
Change
no,
your plan.
he does not change. But when he changes us again in the new era, in the new eon,
Beautiful.
he will have a different plan for us. He'll have something different for us to do. So God is not changing. He's changing the way he deals with us. What's wrong with that?
Mm.
I like the fact that I don't have to build a boat to be saved. What about you? I like this new salvation. This that Jesus spoke about, where he focuses on faith, where he
That's
focuses on
lazy,
repentance,
Jill.
doing the will of
You
God.
think God likes lazy? I think God
It's
wants the
lazy.
person that's going to
It's a
build a boat.
lazy version of God's
Yeah.
salvation.
Get out and fucking build the boat, you lazy cunt.
Believing in him, loving your neighbor, loving God
Well,
and your neighbor.
how come Noah had to build a fucking boat? Why couldn't he just believe, Jill? Why couldn't he just say, God, I believe? The Bible even says he already did. He was so righteous, and God's like, okay, I'm going to make you build the fucking boat and watch the whole
That's a good
race
question. It's very
dudes
simple
die.
answer, because God is
Would you?
also displaying his judgment in the earth. So just saving Noah would not
So
display
you'd
his
enjoy that,
judgment.
wouldn't you? If
So
God
he would
made
also
you build an ark and you had to watch the whole earth die except you and your family, you'd love that, wouldn't you, Jill?
So just saving Noah is not our God. He's going to display all of his attributes, including his justice. And those who did evil in those days, they got what they deserved. Even the
So
children.
doing the thing that he did is not. What? Chill.
So Jesus saved uncircumcised Gentiles and outsiders in the New Testament as well, not just Paul. We
Yeah,
have the
so
Roman
what happened to
centurion.
God in the Old Testament?
We have the
With the flood.
Syrophoenician woman. We have the Samaritan leper. So there's no
And the
requirement, there's
unborn
no indication
babies
that he required
who-
them to
who-
become circumcised. True or false? When Jesus saves, when he welcomes people outside that are not Jews, Romans, Syrophoenicians, Samaritans, he does not say you need to be circumcised. True or false? Did Jesus ever
not
tell
sure.
them that they need to be circumcised first?
Does he tell them to obey every word of Moses' law?
Yes. You obey
Then
him.
yes, he
Obey
does.
him.
Then yes, he does.
Okay, well, let me take you to, I'm going to show you what Jesus does to that word. Let me show you what Jesus does to that word that you're heralding as that cannot change. I'm going to show you what Jesus does to it. Can I take you to a passage?
Where? Is it going to be one of the
He
Gospels?
does this several times. I'm just going to take you to one. Okay, this is one of the more famous ones.
Yeah.
It's called the Sermon on the
If
Mount.
it's in the New Testament and it's like
It's Sermon on the Mount, and he does this in several times in the Bible.
Sure.
He takes the Old Testament and he says, "You have heard it once before, but
Yep.
I say,
Yep.
but now I'm saying."
But now I say I'm going to make it even stronger.
Yes.
Go on.
Yes.
Yeah. So he doesn't change it.
Is he
just
changing?
doubles
Is God
down
changing?
on it.
So
Go
is
on.
God changing? No.
No, is the
He's not.
law changing?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Should you chop your dick off? No.
Yes, the law is changing, but I say, you've heard it once before.
Oh,
Said
God's
this
law changes, but
under
God
Mosaic
doesn't
law.
change.
But I
Right
say, is that a change or yes or no?
Yes. God
Okay,
changes.
then. So God can
you
change
want a
his
God
law.
that doesn't change.
God can change
He's
his law over
eternal.
time. What's
Thank
wrong with
you.
God changing his law over time?
Nothing.
I'm
I
listening to
Okay,
this.
so
This
what's
is
the
say that.
problem
precious.
then?
Yeah, what's the
Go,
problem
Will.
with God changing his law?
No,
What's
God,
the
God
problem
changed. I
then?
said that in the beginning, and you
You said
disagreed,
God
Jill.
Because
changed.
I
special,
said
You
he
tried to
sounds like a
conflate.
hold
God
on,
that changes his
Sammy,
mind.
Sammy,
And your
Yes,
response
yes.
was
He
Sammy,
changes the
remind
way
me,
he deals with
Sammy,
humans.
isn't special outside of time?
outside of everything.
Right.
Time,
So
existence,
special isn't changing over time. Special is outside of time.
it's outside of time.
That's just
Doesn't, yeah.
precious. Now,
What
special
Jesus
is bound to change through time. So he is now inside of time.
what Jesus taught is that he emphasized, and the apostles also likewise emphasized inner purity rather than external rituals, because people were suggesting that because I'm doing this thing outwardly, externally, that I'm saved. Okay, but he's saying that salvation always had to do with a matter of the heart and faith, even though people were doing great exploits like the Hebrew Hall of Faith. Abraham had great faith,
Well, all
et
right.
cetera, et cetera.
I guess then, I should just ask the question, what did Jesus mean, according to you, when he said not a jot or tittle of the law? And he didn't mean the 10 Commandments, because that wasn't Moses' law. Moses' law was far greater than the 10 Commandments. That was God's commandments.
He meant the
Moses'
same.
law was Moses' law that Moses wrote out, right? The hundreds of laws. When he said don't change a jot or tittle, what does that mean to you? And I'll mute.
That means that he himself, being God, is the one to change the covenant, to make the new covenant. I say, you've heard it of old. I said this of old, but I'm now saying this. Listen to what I'm saying now. Don't go back and build an ark to be saved. You're not going to be saved if you build an ark. That's what I said of old. That's what I told them to do of old. But
So
now
to
I say,
clarify,
do this.
when, just to steal man, when he said nothing will change, he was meaning it will change. Gotcha.
When he
Do
says
you see
nothing,
why?
when you says every
Yeah,
jot and tittle,
not a jot or tittle, not even the funny
what does that
little
mean?
marks over a single letter, right? What
It
we
means
call
it
a
doesn't
tittle.
change.
No.
Doesn't change. We will follow Moses' law. We will sacrifice animals. We will chop our dick skins off. We will stone virgins that don't bleed on the sheet. We will do all of Moses' law. And he even says until, like,
Heaven and earth pass away.
heaven and earth pass away.
And
So,
that hasn't
Okay.
happened
All
yet.
right.
was he
I've been
full
saying
of
it
shit,
hasn't happened.
Jill?
No, you just misunderstand. If you allow me to speak for 5 seconds without you cutting me
You
off.
already did. No one
Wait,
interrupted you.
wait,
No
Okay.
one's
Sammy,
interrupted you this whole stream.
You did,
by the way,
actually.
Jill.
Sammy, we got to let him, because everything that he's about to say is going to go against what Jesus said in Matthew.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I
when
know,
Jesus is
but no one's
saying this,
interrupted him. Just so.
when Jesus is saying this, you have to
I know.
understand what he's teaching. Jesus does not merely say the law remains unchanged, obviously, because he is telling you it's changing. I say, big but. How are you going to change Moses' law? Who the hell do you think you are? That's probably what they were thinking, right? So he is saying that it remains authoritative. It remains the law until its purpose is fulfilled. So the purpose of the Mosaic law is fulfilled in Christ. So it's no
So he
longer
was like,
No,
authoritative.
fulfilled
it's
It's
the
no
law
longer
doesn't mean
for another
abolished.
couple of
it's
weeks
no
until
longer
I get hung on a cross.
authoritative.
Jill.
Here's
So
okay.
he means it's the law
Here's why.
until I die. in a
Here's why
couple
the
of weeks.
previous verse matters. Okay, let's go to Matthew chapter 5. Can you pull up the Bible on your screen? I did
pull
not
up
come
whatever
to
you want,
abolish
Jill.
the law, but to fulfill it.
Yeah,
So the
we
debate
know it.
centers.
We know the Bible.
Okay, so what does the word fulfill mean? That's what I was trying to help you with.
Mhm.
What does it mean?
Sorry, Will. Go, Will. You jump
Jill,
in.
what do you think fulfilled means? No, Sammy, you have a great argument for this with your seatbelt argument that you brought up last time. You said it too, Jill. He just didn't hear you then either. You fulfill it doesn't mean that you're free from the obligation to keep the law.
Okay, so
Every
there's two
time
views.
I get in the car, I have to fulfill the law, Jill. Put
There's
my
two.
seatbelt on.
There's two views.
I don't get to do it one time and the law goes away.
Tell me
That's
what fulfilled
fulfill
means.
the law means.
Tell me what fulfilled means.
Do the law. Do it.
Do the law.
I have
No.
done the law.
No.
Not done away with. And when I literally then say, and when I say I do the law, I don't mean do away with.
Okay.
Everything
it's
you
not-
say after that to say, oh, he actually did do away with, is just
Chris's
Okay,
quote
because
right here.
you're not allowing Jesus to speak and give
This
what
is
he's
Jesus
saying
speaking.
in the context.
No, this is
Jesus
his quote right here on the screen.
Jesus declares all foods clean in Mark 7:19. True or false? Let's just take this one bit by bit. Does Jesus declare all foods clean?
We're not
in Mark
talking
17.
about that. We're talking about
And Mark
Matthew.
We're
Hold
talking
on.
about a change in the law. Come on,
Listen
guys.
to
This is
Will.
a major
Stop.
change.
Stop.
This is a major
Stop.
change that we could see.
Stop. Look.
All right, I'm going to come back to it because this is an
That's
example, and I'm
fine.
trying
Just
to
make a
demonstrate.
note and come back. That's
when you're
fine.
demonstrating
No.
something, you give
Don't
examples.
rush us. Don't
and this
rush
is an
us.
example. So I'll come back to it, but you're not
Jill,
going to run.
that's fine. You're not going to
Okay.
rush us either. You're going to focus in for a second. Okay. So right here we have Jesus's words in Matthew 5:17. Now he's saying, I didn't come to destroy the law or the prophets. I'm not come to destroy, but to fulfill. Now, fulfill cannot be the thing that he just said he's not going to do. Right. So the law isn't changing. And then he follows it up right after telling you when it would change and what you can expect, because it says, till heaven and earth pass, not one jot or tittle shall in no wise, which means in no way, pass from the law, which means no change.
No, that's not what the text is communicating. But let me know when
Really,
you're done.
that's not what it says right there. And it
Let me
says,
know what the text is. Let
till-
me know when you're done.
till all be fulfilled.
All be
All the
fulfilled.
things.
Yes.
All the things. Okay.
All the things that it says it will happen, and Jesus fulfilled
Right.
that.
So
that law-
no.
So that law. Let me know when you're done, so then I can go. Go
I
ahead.
wish you would.
Fine,
I
let
wish
him
you would,
finish.
because it starts out, it says, till heaven and earth pass, not one jot or tittle
Those
of the
things.
law will in any way pass until all the things have been done. Like it means
Heaven and
forever.
earth passing away is those
Yeah.
things. Have they passed away, Jill? Or
All right,
are we
so
still
when is
here?
it my turn? Is it my turn now?
Are you going to answer the question?
Hang on. Are you
I'm
going
going
to answer
to
the
respond
question?
to the first question you gave me, and then I'm
No,
going to answer the second one.
The only question is when it says all things are done.
Yeah, you
including
misunderstand that
the
too.
earth and
I didn't get
heaven-
to that
Oh,
yet.
we've misunderstood.
Yes, you
it.
misunderstand that also.
Right.
Is it my turn?
Sure, Jill.
Okay. All right. So let's start over because we're moving too fast for a beginner. Okay. Let's start over again. All right. True or false? Jesus makes historic traditions. He takes historic traditions and he changes them. He says, he declares, let's use food as an example because I love to demonstrate instead of just running my mouth like you guys.
So he's a heretic.
I want to hold on,
Okay,
relax.
carry on.
We're
No,
gonna get
wait,
through
let
this.
him go.
No, I
Let's
am. I
go
said
step
carry
by
on.
step by step, baby steps.
I
Okay?
said carry on, Jill.
Jesus declares
He's a
all
heretic.
foods
Yes,
clean.
carry on.
After God says in the Old Testament, after he says in the Old Testament, all foods are not clean.
So
True or
God
false?
repents of his law. I agree.
True or false?
True, he repents of his own law.
True or false?
True,
Okay.
Jesus
True,
is
he
a
repents.
heretic. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he
So-
repents of God's law.
So Jesus himself indicates that the law is changing.
No,
No, he
right?
indicates he's a heretic.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere.
he's
All right.
the son. He said he's
All
the
right.
son of God.
Now-
No, you asked a question.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, he said he's the son of God, that he does
Mhm.
nothing of his own power or whatever.
That's right. This
Right,
is all
so-
God. This is the
Okay,
same
okay.
God.
This is okay. So
Same
this
God.
is God.
Not denying that.
Jill,
Don't
Okay,
waste
so
our time,
under
William.
Jill,
waste our
Jill,
time.
you're
Let's
not
move
letting me get my
forward.
sentence out. You're afraid, and I want you to calm
All right,
down.
go ahead. But I'm trying to move you guys forward,
Does
and you're
God
trying to move us back to what we've
does
already determined.
no
But go ahead.
Jill? Does God repent? Can God repent of something, Jill? Don't be afraid now, Jill. Come on. Can God repent of something? You're covered in the Bible either way you answer. There's a verse that says he can and verses that say he can't. Verses that say he did. If you're gonna agree with the ones that say that he can repent and Jesus is repenting of the law, then I'll understand your position. Are you willing to say that Jesus
All right,
repented?
are you done?
Only if you understand the question and we'll answer it.
I answered the question. Now, are you
No, you
finished?
didn't. No, you didn't.
Okay,
I said,
what was your question?
I said, can God repent?
What do you mean by repent? Now we're getting into a different discussion about what repent means.
Is a change
Can we stick to what we're talking about here? Can we stick to what we're talking about here?
Yes, we are
Instead
talking
of
about
ushering in another red herring.
It's not a red herring.
What does it mean for God to repent? It doesn't mean
change
the same thing.
To
change his law? Thing. He can change his law, yes.
Yes, he repents of his law.
He changed his law, as I proved to you in Noah.
Right. So I want you to tell me
the law is no longer build an ark to be saved. He changed that law. So can we move forward now?
You're going to do this. You're going to do this thing, okay? Are you telling me
it's my turn to move forward?
Jill, we're not going to move forward until you address the question. You can run and you can pretend that you don't hear the question. But you're not just dealing with other Christians that are going to let you slide.
Okay.
Now,
so he does
can God?
His law.
He repents.
All right. I'll wait. Let me know when it's my turn to speak.
Say that he repents of his law. Say he repented of his law. Does the Bible say that God can repent, Jill?
Now we'll wait, Jill.
Jill, it's an easy thing. The Bible covers.
Here we go with the over talking and censorship. While everyone's waiting on the fucking Knox's favorite word, retard. Why are we waiting? Jillian. Jack already went up the hill.
You're muted. I don't know if you know.
I'll just
left?
No, I just put him back there. That way he can indicate when he's back. He can start typing in the private chat how he's being oppressed or whatever it is. But I understand what he's saying, that Jesus repents of the law. He changes the law. He doesn't come to destroy it, but he does repent of it and say that it doesn't have any authority anymore. So it's repenting of the idea, and he doesn't want to admit that that's what repentance is. Jill's a proud little fella,
and that's been our whole point. Is Jesus, like, if you want to say Jesus is God, yeah, I'll argue things he said, but I will also tell you, Jill, he's a fucking hypocrite.
Okay, is it my turn to speak now?
He spoke against God. We've been waiting for you for fucking 10 minutes.
No, you haven't. Every time I start talking, you overtalk.
No, you pretend like you're some.
All right, I'll wait.
Fuck off. See? Now we'll wait another 5 minutes.
Can I speak now?
Are you going to address the question? Are you willing to say that?
No one's going to give you permission.
I am going to address the question. I'm going to try. Which is my best.
Can God repent?
Till you're an adult.
I don't know what you mean by repent.
It's in the Bible. You don't know what that word means when it's in the Bible?
No, not according to what we mean by
Bible
today.
Did God repent of making man?
God repented of making man. What does that mean?
He changed his mind. He wished he hadn't have done it.
No.
Pretty sure that's the conversation.
No. So you don't understand what repent means. So let's get back to the topic, please.
No, tell me what repent means.
Back to the topic, please. Why are you trying to run from this?
He's asking, what does it mean when the Bible says God repented? and you're saying, "Oh, you just don't know what it means." So now we want to know what's
Okay.
it mean.
So you want to
Do
change
not
the start
fucking
topic?
pivot.
Okay.
You're
Just
saying God
answer the
repented of the
question.
dietary laws. You're saying that God repented of the
I
dietary
didn't say
laws.
repent. I said he
Yeah, well,
changes
you
the
did.
The
dietary law.
Bible says it.
I said he changes the dietary law. It says he repented of many made man.
So it's
Okay, he changed them. Sorry, Will.
that's still repenting. He's changing.
Okay. If you define changing as repenting, then yes, God changed the law. All right. So
Okay,
can we
thank
get back to it? Okay. So we started out by trying to give you a demonstration. I started out and you refused a demonstration. Okay, because that's just how you operate. You don't like demonstrations. You just like to repeat mantras.
You're complaining. Get to
All
your
right,
point.
So he tells us in the Old Testament not to eat certain foods. Then in the New Testament, he changes that law. He repents, quote unquote, fine, of that law. I don't know why you think that's a victory, because you said you made God repent. Ooh, we got him now. Okay, so he declares all foods clean in Mark 7. True or false? Same God changes the law. One law says don't eat certain foods. The new law he implements says you can eat certain foods. True or false?
Well, you're saying it's a
Sorry,
new
is
law.
the question, do you
well, no,
agree
hold on.
with this? Yes, it seems you
Okay,
agree with
all
this.
right.
It's a new proposal by Jesus, apparently.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, it's a new proposal.
So same God, we believe it's the same God, but now there is a change that Jesus makes himself. So even within the Gospels, before Paul, we have covenant transition already happening. True or false?
True, but
Law
now
changing
wait.
is
Okay,
already occurring
hold on.
before Paul, right?
Okay, yeah. No,
All
but now I
right.
have.
So I
Okay,
just
Let
proved.
my
Will
turn. My turn.
respond,
See
Jill.
how long it took me? 10
Jill,
seconds.
Let him
Jill, thank
respond.
you.
So,
Thank you,
so
Jill.
Sammy, let
Jill,
me land my
no,
plane.
no, it's my turn. Hold on.
No, I'm
Because-
landing my plane. Can I land my
But
plane?
hang on, let
No,
him answer
no.
your
What I just
question,
demonstrated.
then,
Circle the
then
runway.
we'll let you land the plane.
Circle the
all
runway.
right.
Circle the runway,
So
okay?
this demonstrated, Sammy.
No.
that
This is ground control. I want you to
this
circle the
happened before
runway.
Paul.
Listen.
Okay?
Is
I
it?
just
Is there
proved
not a no, Jill? I don't want to have to
True or
mute
false,
you.
then?
Okay, Jill, I don't want to mute
Right,
you.
I've muted
Okay,
him.
so what I'm saying is, I believe now. You are the Bible expert. Is there a verse that says, "I am the Lord your God; I do not change"? Is that a verse you're familiar with? Jill,
All
you're
right.
not muted.
So Sammy, before we get to
Circling.
William's question, can we close the book on this idea that Paul started this whole thing and he changed it and he changed it? Jesus does
God,
this
no.
before Paul.
God,
True or false?
no.
I just demonstrated that Jesus changed the law before Paul ever came around.
Yeah. And,
Okay,
and
then
Paul changed it again.
You're gonna bullshit us and try to gaslight us and tell us
Just because
Sammy.
Jesus changed it doesn't mean Paul didn't.
Sammy, did you summon?
All you've done, Jill, hang on.
Come on, man.
All you've done,
Come
Jill.
on. Don't gaslight
I'll
us,
mute
bro.
you if you don't shut the
gaslight
fuck
us,
up
bro.
and let me speak.
I just proved you wrong.
All you've done is what about
Jesus is already.
Well, Jesus fucking went
You
against
lost, buddy.
Yahweh. So what's it matter if Paul goes against Jesus? Fuck that argument, Jill. Really? Really?
Did you summon Hillary's? It's like this topic required a Hillary's. This is his favorite thing, and then he just pops up. I think you rubbed a special lamp, and the genie came out.
Well,
I didn't even know
something, but it wasn't a lamp.
All I wanted to do
It wasn't a
all I
genie.
wanted to do there, Sammy, was
Sammy?
prove you wrong about what you said about
Yeah.
Paul.
I was just wanting to ask you after Jill or whoever, if you wind up the religious thing, are you wanting to refocus it on the original stream purpose, or do you want it to just meander back there if it does, kind of thing?
I'm happy to do whatever.
Okay,
just nobody's asking him anything except for Jill.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Jill's here. That's why the views dropped.
I'm happy to try and clarify my point of view, but Jill's just here to tell us why we're all wrong.
Of course.
Well, it started about your political views or something, and then somehow it got into the Bible.
Well, we agreed. Me and Jill agreed on so much that he couldn't handle it. That he had to find something to fight about.
Is he still going to call you a liberal?
Yeah, Joe's also a liberal.
Well, he admitted I'm not. But I think he did say I'm still gonna. I'm like, why? Because I don't believe in your God. And he's like, no, well, this. And I was like, but we agree on that. Well, so I'm still waiting, I guess. Am I a liberal, Jill? Because I don't believe in Yahweh. Christ. Yah Christ. Or Christ.
Hey, Wildheart,
way.
do you have any questions for Sammy?
Yeah, clarify my position.
Yeah, why are you so gay?
Because some dudes look like chicks. And
yeah,
it's not my fucking fault. Why do they look like chicks?
Why are you gay, Wildheart?
I'm gay because I feel
why are you running?
I feel the male body is superior to the female body.
Ooh, gonna mix a little sexism in with that. Now, isn't that at the basis of?
See, I don't like masculine. I don't like male bodies. I don't like dudes.
Yeah.
I don't like men.
Seems like that would be a per purpose sort of
women.
thing. You know, women are better for
very
certain things.
Feminine men.
Men are better for certain things physically, and men are.
But we've got something baked in here. Sammy is a giver, and so he wants people with women appearing bodies. Wildheart is a taker, and so he wants a strong, muscular man that will dominate him.
Yeah, the cock is important.
He likes to be manhandled.
He likes to be manhandled.
No, I just realized there's some sexism just in homosexuality, just baked in, isn't there? Because you're kind of like, yeah, I really don't like the other sex. It's inferior to my preferences. I like my own sex because we're superior.
Yeah, and it's like,
what a conundrum.
I'm like, people expect you to talk a certain way or to like a certain thing. Like, I'm not that into cocks or into like muscles or beards or all the things that we normally class as masculine. I'm not into. Which
yeah, but Wildheart likes it to hurt a little when he likes to be punished.
Yeah.
I'm a top, so I don't know what that feels like. Fuck that. No one going in my back end. See? So I'm quite masculine. Jill? Poor Jill. He's probably sitting there thinking,
he's spun. He's like, I don't even know how to enter this conversation. You're all going to burn in hell.
No, he's finished. I think that's what it is. He's finished. Already.
He's finished. Well, he's spent.
He probably thinks like Satan's going to ream me for eternity. But
no, he's feeling guilty right now for his erection. He's like, why am I excited? I'm going to hell. I shouldn't be excited by this. He's punishing himself right now, dipping his cock in the ice tray, trying to make the erection go away.
He's currently in the shower in his clothes with cold water.
Trying not to stroke it. Jesus won't like if I do this.
He's watching me.
Well, to take up for Jill, he would say he was predetermined to enjoy it.
Yeah, it's not his fault. We can't blame Jill. We gotta blame God.
Hillary's. I already know your response,
so
you don't have to give one. But I just want to let you know that a special friend knocked. He's like, I tried to go in and engage Hillary's, but there was this guy that just wanted to talk about fucking Roadrunner and shit. And I'm like, oh, that sounds like Brandon.
It is.
He's our special friend. Like, we all be nice to him, whatever, but he's very PG rated. And Knock was like, yeah, I should have realized earlier and left. I'm like, what? That's like, You tried to like put off this whole. He basically said that you wouldn't engage him, but then the excuse was because there was this retarded guy. And I'm using Knox word on your channel. And he's like, I should have known better. Greetings, Smokey.
Good morning,
having
guys.
you
How you
here
doing?
she'll annoy some people. That's beautiful. But yeah, because you had Brandon on there, he wouldn't engage. And I'm like,
That's not true.
I went and watched it.
But you can set the record straight because
he didn't ask
he
you
didn't.
any questions, and everything he said you responded to.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what, like, he wanted some sort of fight, I guess.
Yeah, he couldn't
didn't
handle the
bring
fact that I was being agreeable.
Yeah.
Can you just say that Brandon is the best channel on YouTube? Just so everyone knows.
Yeah, he beat the he beat the cafe. I mean, he definitely dominated Brojo, and he told us about it too.
By a lot. Yeah.
Smokey is here.
What's
Now
up,
Jill wakes
Joe?
up.
How you doing, buddy?
Hey, how's it going?
Good to see you, man.
Good to see you.
Did you hear the conversation, Smoke, or do you just?
I literally just tuned in, and in fact, I came up mainly just to give Hillary's kudos for some of the most incredibly effortless trolling of Knock I've ever seen in my entire life. It was a beautiful display. I appreciated that. Thank you. It was very funny.
Well,
It's
thank
beautiful. Yeah, it was a beauty to behold.
And then adding in the guy with the Looney Tunes stuff in the mix was just so, just chef's kiss. It was just so good.
Yep, it was fun.
I guess I'm gonna have to listen to that while I'm at work today.
It was really good, Will. I don't think me and Kincaid could have done better. It was outstanding.
Knock was so triggered that Hillary just didn't really engage him. He gave more attention to Brandon. Do you know what I mean?
But Knock's a celebrity.
But in honest, but the thing about, I will give kudos to Hillary's. He responded to everything Knock said. Like, there was no rudeness. There was no anything. Knock even had to say, I come in here for a fight, but he didn't want to say you're being nice. He almost said it. He said, but you're being too
evasive or something like that.
Yeah, I can't remember that he.
It's like hiding behind Brandon or something. I don't know. It was.
I was like, dude, he's answering your questions. Just hit him up.
Mm-hmm.
Ask the question. That's like why I did this stream. Am I right, left? Am I right leaning, left leaning? I don't know. Fucking ask me a specific question and then make a judgment. And do you know, Smoke? Poor Jill tonight actually realized I'm not a liberal, but he said he's still going to call me one.
Well, he kind of calls all atheists liberal just by out of automatic extension. I mean, to be fair, probably 75% of the time he's right. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Probably more, 90%. I'll give him 90%.
90, yeah. 90.
It's like anyone that disagrees with him on anything is a liberal. It doesn't matter if they're actually.
Yeah,
it is pretty much like that.
Yeah, Smokey. I never call Smokey a liberal. Never.
That's true. That's true. He has never called me a liberal.
Okay, not every single person.
You have to have certain tendencies to call you a liberal. You have to have certain beta male tendencies.
Oh,
but you also assume a lot.
Oh yeah. I assume. Yeah, I do assume. If we're in a conversation and you say
this is the point of this, like my
body, my choice.
I want people to dig in and ask the question. Don't assume. Knock.
If you cut me off in the middle of my sentence,
I'm
going to assume you're a liberal.
Yeah, but
in that respect, you are a bona fide liberal, Sammy.
In what respect?
You cut me off in mid sentence.
There we go. The words don't mean
No,
words.
that's a
Censored his
human,
free speech.
Jill.
No, that's
That's
you.
human.
The problem is, Jill, you never stop talking, so people have to.
Also, I'm in Australia. My
Are you
internet
going to a
is
soccer
so
game
far
today,
behind all you
Bahar?
guys. So use pause,
Manchester
right?
United?
So I start talking, but you're not actually finished. And you, because you're so uptight and cranky and shit, you think I'm over talking you.
He's
Let's see if you learned
constipated.
something. Did you learn? What did you learn today, Sammy, from Jill? You learned that what? Jesus was already transitioning his people from the old to the new covenant
I didn't learn
before
that.
the apostle Paul.
I mean,
Before the
Jesus
apostle
was already
Paul.
transitioning.
I didn't know
Jill.
Is that true or false?
Did I learn the things I vehemently disagreed with you on?
Is it true or false?
No.
Was not Jesus already teaching his people that there would be a new covenant and transitioning them to that new covenant? Was he doing that before the apostle Paul was even converted? True or false? You've heard it
Does
said of
Neptune
old, but
have
I
rings
say,
around it, Jill?
He did.
Does Neptune
all right,
have
thank you,
rings? 'Cause
William.
that's how
Yeah.
off the.
Thank
what-
you, William.
Remember, he
I
said
don't
that
know what
Jesus
the fuck
repented
you're
of.
even asking.
No, he
It's
said
so
Jesus could
off-topic.
repent. Remember when he said Jesus repented of it, and then that's how
Yeah,
you know
I
he
know.
addressed it. Is
I know
I've
it
said
hurts.
the whole
I know it
stream.
hurts.
no,
My
we're fine with it.
thing was God
It
changes
hurts to
his
lose an
mind,
argument to
and
Jill. I would hate to lose to me too.
Jill,
I'll let you know when that
I'm
happens.
talking to Smokey. Shut up, Jill. Smokey. So I said, God changes his mind. Right? He's not
Mhm.
omni. this,
About
that,
the
or
law. He changes the law. Yeah.
that. Jill,
Mm-hmm.
he can't stop.
You're done, huh? You're stuck, huh, liberal?
No, I'm gonna mute you so you can.
Oh,
shut
you're gonna
the
mute me.
fuck
All right.
up.
I'll mute
Yeah,
myself.
'cause- yeah, thank you. And his response was to agree with me, as
So-
though
Okay.
his agreeing was an argument.
Yes, God
Correct you?
changes his law.
God changes his mind, and that
His mind about
so
what?
we agree. So
God changed his mind
would
about
you
what?
agree, Smokey? We agree, and this is what
I
like,
said God
Jill's
changed the
on a
law. You
different
said he
planet.
changed his
He
mind.
thinks.
Those are two different statements, sir.
Oh, sorry.
yes, sorry.
Well, I'll let Smokey
Sorry.
comment. He changes
Sorry
his
for the bait and
laws, but
switch,
not
Mike.
his mind.
Sorry for the bait and switch fallacy,
go.
Mike. Lying
See, when you're
scallywag.
trying to
That's
do-
why you're a liberal. That's
when
why.
you're trying to do an Australian accent, you actually come off more British than when you're
Oh,
trying
my
to do.
fault. I'm sorry.
No, that
I gotta
everyone
get
does.
my accent straight.
But I want Smokey to respond to Jill's,
So God did not change his
Comment,
mind,
but he changed
Sammy.
his laws.
He changes how he deals, which was part of his plan from the to begin with.
So he knew he planned to change his
This was
mind.
part of his decree.
Right.
Yes,
But not one jot or
man,
tittle.
you're getting it.
Okay, but not one.
you
jot
can't
or
say,
tittle. Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Jill
Gotcha.
changed his math.
Gotcha.
No,
Not
idiot.
one jot
That was
or
part of
tittle,
the
but he
curriculum
changed
from the
everything.
beginning. We were supposed to be doing this in September.
Do I need
And we're
to mute
supposed to
you
be
so
doing
that
something
Smokey
different in
can
July
respond, or
than we
do-
did in
or
September.
will you let
Now in
Smokey
July,
respond?
you're learning about polynomials. Okay, I didn't change.
Will
that
you
was
let
my plan
Smokey
from the
respond?
beginning.
He's having a tism.
That was my plan
know.
from the beginning. It's called the curriculum, sir.
Right.
Okay? Got it? So God did not
Smokey,
change
would you
his
like to
mind.
respond?
This was
I mean-
part of God's plan that he
Let
would
me know if
change
you
the
want
law.
me to mute Jill
from
so
the
you can
beginning.
respond.
All right?
No, but
Is that clear?
It's
It's-
fine. I can wait. I'm not. It's
Got it?
Sorry,
Okay.
go on,
You're
Smokey.
No.
patient, man.
Need more intervention?
Sorry, Wildheart.
I
You
just
can go
pulled the
after
trigger.
Smokey. Okay, go Smokey.
I might. My answer might be a little bit more. I don't know, scholastic, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it. God, how do I want to put this? So, like, the idea of God, quote unquote, changing his mind is kind of an incoherent concept, and like
Exactly.
kind of like deep theology, because once you say he could change his mind, you're taking him out of the ontological claim of what he is. You're kind of assuming against it. So like if you're trying to do an internal critique about God's like mental state or like changing his mind, to say that he changes his mind would be to kind of take him out of his non-temporal context. Like, because now you're kind of attributing a sequence to the thoughts of God, therefore putting his mind basically subsequent to or an antecedent to time itself. So like he can't have any chronology. So you can't have any like sequence to him. So there can't be a sequence of thoughts for a mind to change. What it is it operates within the realm of something called middle knowledge, which is yeah, go ahead.
Well, I understand what you're saying, and I agree. And see, Jill, how easy it is. But would you say then that means that the Bible writers were incorrect?
Well, I'm saying that they would communicate with language that's relatable. So, like, when you're talking about God's relation to creation, it's all analogically predicated. It can't be a one-to-one. So, like, when we're talking about, like, God repenting, like it's not in the same concept of like a linear sequenced creature, you know, in a linear time space that is making a series of decisions that ultimately leads to a change of mind. When it's relating to God who is non-temporal, we're kind of using anthropomorphic language, kind of like relating God down to this level analogically. So like saying like God is doing this or God is feeling this or God changes mind. These are relational to the human experience. They're not a direct one-to-one absolute definition of what God is experiencing because he is non-temporal, humans are temporal.
Special pleading.
Wait, what?
I think
special pleading, Smokey. That's what they're going
to
argue.
What do you mean special pleading?
That's what they're going to argue.
Well, no, it's just the nature of the ontology of the
Did I argue that, Jill?
Well, when I gave you that response, you did.
You didn't give that response. Pleading.
Special existence. Go ahead, William.
I don't know.
You want me to remind you about your concept of special existence?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's just discussing the nature of the thing. And like, if I'm saying
special pleading, because they already demote God to that of a human, naturally. So
they can do that, but we're just no longer talking about the Christian God. We can have a discussion about a God like that, but that's not the ontological nature of
Okay, I'm hearing Smokey. You're saying the omni properties are valid, and therefore our perception of it is that the middle. I guess middle.
There's three types of knowledge generally that's considered that God has: necessary knowledge, free knowledge, and middle knowledge. The middle knowledge is kind of the one that matters the most and is the most contention because it's about God knowing what could happen. You know, there's necessary knowledge of things that have to be, you know, and his free knowledge of things that will be. And then there's the knowledge of things that can be. All these things are rolled up into the spectrum of what, you know, God knows. This is all from Louis de Molina, of course. This is Molinism.
All right, but to clarify, though, being God, if he's omniscient, then he only knows the one way that things are going to be. And it's
no. He can know. No, he can know all possible realities. Like he could know what the world's going to look like if he made everyone out of candy. Like he can know what that looks like. You know, he can have that. He can know what. A good example, like even just from the scripture, is like God when the Jews are asking God, like, "Hey, what's going to happen if we go to Egypt?" And he's like, "Well, if you go to Egypt, these things will happen." So it's kind of like. So he has the ability to know what could happen beyond the temporal dynamic choices of the creation.
So he does experience chance, risk, adaptation to situations. Like he's actively responding and reacting.
No, because then that would place him in time too. So like what it is it's his predication, his decision. How do I put this? So his decisions of what he would do are basically all made before the decisions of everyone else, but he already decided what he would do when someone does something. And he's already decided what he would do in every full spectrum of possible decisions the person could make. And just because he knows what they're going to do doesn't obligate him to alter reality to A, make sure it happens, or B, make sure it doesn't.
Are you promoting your Molinism theories over
Well,
here?
it is Molinism. I won't lie. It is Molinistic. Yeah. Well, I was a Molinist, so of course this is how I understood the digesting of the. You're deterministic, Jill. I understand that. It's going to be a different. It's going to be a different conversation.
No, not deterministic.
Well, you're Calvinist, so you have okay. That's fine. I don't mean to falsely accuse you. I think Veckel's more deterministic than you are, but whatever.
I think he's less.
But Calvinist, but not deterministic.
Well, they're determinist. Calvinists can be deterministic about salvation and nothing else. I don't think it's really consistent philosophically to do that, but they can do that, and many do that. They don't have to be a determinist fatalist to be a Calvinist. They don't have to.
Yeah,
it's sometimes part and parcel and packaged together, but they don't
do that.
Go ahead, choose your
No, Veckel does that. Jill doesn't do that. Veckel does that. Veckel for sure does that.
Go ahead and choose your Cocoa Puffs. You don't have to eat the cereal that God tells you to eat. Go ahead and eat your sugar white wafers.
Sammy, if you could quickly address Theo while he's in, he goes in and out a lot.
Is Will Freeman a racist? Oh,
you have free will. You have the free.
He wants my opinion.
Those are the questions.
Racist? 100% no. Prefers his own country? 100% yes. Should we hang around with such people as secular humanists? Yes. I think you should hang around those and Christians and everything. Like, don't do echo chamber shit. Fuck that. That's what this stream's about. Like,
what about Will answering those questions?
Yeah,
he didn't ask me.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay, so he's asking Sammy this.
Did I answer those goodly?
Sorry, I didn't see that.
Was that like thorough enough? I don't know if I maybe.
Why you keep putting me backstage, man?
Because you were interrupting, dickhead.
Yeah,
oh.
You always interrupt.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to embarrass you.
Yeah, that's what it was.
I apologize, Sammy.
Well,
I'd like to get to your next Bible blunder before the sun goes down.
What? It's 11 a.m. where you are. It's already night where he is. What are you talking about?
Well, this is going to be a 12-hour stream.
Hours ago, Jill.
This is going to be another 12-hour Sammy special.
The sun's about to come up. The fuck is wrong with you?
Theo responded.
Australian down under.
Not enough.
Down under. Down under with Jill.
What do you want me to say about Will? Like,
Down under with Jill and Smokey.
Here's the thing, Theo. I'll ask you a question, okay? And this might, if you have any intelligence, answer the question for you. Have you ever had a one-on-one personal conversation with Will where you clarified his position on things, not the shit he just fucking posts in random chats? I'm not asking you.
Not every
Jill,
position,
you have,
but many of them, yes.
Theo, because I did, and that's why I now know all the things you think about Will is not true in the way you think they're true anyway.
Oh, you're not talking to me, Sammy?
No, I'm talking to
I'm sorry.
Theo. That was this whole thing. That's why that's why Will put you at the back. Jill asked, is Will racist? And should we platform people like this?
Oh, Theo, you said Jill asked that.
Theo asked it.
Oh, Theo. Okay, keep saying Jill.
Yeah, because you've kind of take over, so I end up saying your name by mistake. Only in live chat here, but if people answer yes on are you a Nazi, I didn't see that. It's not inviting further conversations to me. Oh, of course. Thank you. See, you said it. Further conversation. Now, did you clarify what he means by that? And if so, I challenge you, post in your next comment, what did he mean by that comment? Or can you only tell me your assumption? And that is my point. Knock's been going on about this fucking his last two streams. Oh, word police, this, that. Yous all do it. You're already doing it. You've been doing it for years.
Grammar Nazi I was a grammar Nazi twice the other night. Word police, all of that. So I need to know what they mean.
Like, he wants to go off because I go, don't say the word retard. He's like, oh, false anger. I'm like, no, you won't let me say the M word. What's the fucking difference?
Well,
You want to
he was
reclaim. Sorry.
He wanted to rename MAGA retards because he said that should be the appropriate use of it. And then we were like, what about the kids that are actually, disabled? Does that not matter at all? It's just about hurting conservatives rather than like having a point.
Meaning something. Exactly.
Well, there's also going to be a difference.
Sorry, you go.
The word
I didn't realize you were
retard
going to
used to
start.
be used by professionals.
Well,
Used to be
okay.
used
Well,
by,
what I was saying, Jill, what I was saying before Sammy and I were cutting each other off. Someone in Germany that says Nazi may understand Nationalsozialistische Deutsche Arbeiterpartei, but somebody in America is just going to say, oh, somebody that's a totalitarian. So Nazi is just code for anybody that's totalitarian. Even Stalin would be a Nazi under that definition.
the word retarded used to be accepted. Now it's taboo. So I don't really have a problem with the word, but professionals used to use the word to describe someone who had an IQ under 60.
It's intellectually disabled now.
Yeah, now it's politically incorrect, but that's why we don't know. We know it's offensive now because it's been made offensive.
Right, but it's not. It's still just as bad as saying you're intellectually disabled if you think about what that word means.
It's equivalent, right? But society has decided that this word is taboo.
Thing, Jill. I agree.
Therefore, we can't use it.
You're arguing against the grass out in the paddock because I agree with you.
No, I'm not arguing. I'm just
Knock is the one. What he's doing is trying to say.
Red hat means retard.
Could I be able to use the retarded word, but don't use the N word or any other, the coon word, raccoon, don't have a raccoon avatar. Like, all that's one thing, but I can say retard. I'm just calling out the hypocrisy because it's like, say all of it or none of it, you hypocrite, not pick and choose which ones you will say. They all have meaning or none of it has meaning. That's the point. And he wants to say that certain words do have meaning. So, what are you laughing at?
So, I have a question. Before, when Theo was asking you, Sammy, to answer those questions,
he's got blonde hair too. Sambo with blonde hair. Look,
that's very nice, Joe.
Oh, fantastic.
Will, do your answers match the ones that Sammy gave for you about you?
Well, I think what he's insisting that Theo does is actually talk to me. He's already made up his mind based on what other people say. I'm not going to defend myself against that if he doesn't have the balls to talk to me.
He said he's not a native English speaker and he didn't want to disrupt the panel and trying to get his words out, I think is what he said.
Well, that's his choice.
You're one of the most understandable human beings that I've seen ever. I understand everything you've ever said. What are you talking about? Interrupt. Get your ass in here and ask the questions, bro. That's what this panel's for. People think we want to shoot trans people, shoot black people. I don't know. I don't know what people think, but like I know you're not
Rojo the clown,
that-
don't mess around.
Well, part
Even
of the
when the
problem,
man,
Theo, is that whenever you type something inside chat, there's always a delay before we can see it. And when we see it, there's a delay after we answer before you're able to hear what we
you see
say.
it.
So with all
Yeah.
those delays, it gets like really old, and then we're answering things that you already asked and have moved on beyond. And that's why he's saying we would like for you to just ask so that he can immediately answer, and then you'll have your answer.
Yeah.
That
Jill,
hits hot.
Jill, Jill,
That's a good looking guy. You know what I'm saying?
Jill, Jill, shut the fuck up.
Jill, is this what you want to be doing when Jesus comes back, making fun of
Oh, I
retards?
remember that screenshot of Wildheart. That's when he was burning the Bible on Dave's stream. I remember that. I remember that exact face. That was the thumbnail from my video. That's funny.
Yeah.
You should get copyright for that. Yeah.
This might be a good time, Will.
I got to work on my.
I don't want
my
to
heart.
break your reputation.
Jill doesn't have a
Horrible
reputation.
troll that you are, but Theo's asking. Here's the question. Well, it's not a question. For fuck's sake, Theo, I said ask a question. I'll translate. Followed by black people depending on the culture. Now, let me pose that as a question. When someone said, do you love white people? Or you posted, I love white people.
Yeah, I love white people.
And
I
then
do.
someone said, do you love black people? You said some.
I did.
One word. Right? That. Not depending on the culture. All of that was Knox's interpretation. Will's answer was some.
But
And
racist.
so,
Will.
But that was also
how does that
understood.
not make you racist?
Well, I can answer because the beginning statement that he likes black people, pardon me, white people, he didn't say all white people. It's understood
Thank
there
you.
are some that he does and some that he doesn't. He just clarified that in the second portion.
Yeah.
Right, but he didn't
The
make that
second-
distinction when he was asked about white. He only made it when he was asked about the blacks.
I wasn't asked further
Because
questions about white
The
people.
thing was,
If
the
I
one
cared,
was
I
a
would call him a
statement.
racist if I cared. But
I
I don't.
love white people. No one said all white people, because I know
Yeah.
he would have said, fuck no.
Fuck no.
90% of you
Yeah.
cunts in this chat are white, and I don't
Oh,
love
okay.
you.
But when black people came up,
No
they
one
said all black.
clarified. But then when someone said, do you love black people, he made the statement some. He could have said yes.
Right.
And this is the thing. Now, he does that for a reason. I'm not going to go into it. That's for him. But did anyone ask the question? Or was he automatically fucking racist? That's all I'm going to say.
It's bait. It's admittedly bait to see who's the sensitive asses that see something about white people. Anyone being nice to white people and going, oh, you're a fucking racist. That's why I just said I love white people. I do. Some of them.
He tried.
But
And-
no one asked me. No one asked me if there were white people I didn't love, because there's the list of those are longer than the list of those that I like.
He gave you
No
the
one fucking
Peterson,
asked me.
Jesse Lee Peterson script. Is that what happened?
Well, no, as Will, as who he is, he didn't just say it randomly. That's the other thing that doesn't get understood by anyone who doesn't have the intelligence, Theo. I'm not saying you, but Knock. He didn't say that randomly. He popped into a stream where people were, especially Knock, bagging out white people, saying white people are the problem in atheism because we're the majority. And it's like, we didn't choose that black people are religious. Like, that to me was a comment about that. It was a response to, there's too many white people in atheism. What a dumb ass thing to say. Do you not agree, Theo? That's a very narrow-minded fucking snowflake thing to say.
It's a very
Actually,
racist thing to say.
ironically, it's kind of racist to
It
like
is,
automatically assume that all black people are, of a religious, type or tend to be. And what's funny is it makes it even worse because Knox says people who believe in religion are stupid. So that means he thinks black people have a tendency to be stupid and to believe in religion. So it's actually a pretty racist statement Knox made. It's kind of odd.
I can't believe I'm agreeing with Smokey, but he's quite right.
And on
that
top of that, to add another layer here, the
Sense
people
makes
who he's
sense. Well
referring
done.
to are African Americans who wholly vote Democrat, the same that he does. They're religious, but they vote the same way he does, quote unquote religious. I would say that otherwise.
You're right.
So
Sure.
so they're dumb. He's dumb too, because he both support the same policies or ideology when it comes to politics.
I'm not agreeing that they're dumb, but I'm agreeing that he's on the same side as
he's on the same side as the blacks who are in church flipping, doing backflips, speaking in tongues. Yeah, he's on the same side as they are, voting, bringing Maxine Waters up to the pulpit, and the rest of these so-called politicians.
Can I ask you a personal question, Joe?
He's one with
genuine.
What's that?
You don't have to answer.
I didn't hear you.
And can I ask you a genuine question, man to man?
Yeah, but you're gonna have to put some bass in your voice.
Can I ask you a question, man to man?
You sound a little too suave, smooth, like right now. Did you take an edible today?
Can I ask you a question? Fuck a man to man.
Did you take an
you
edible?
ever beat a man to death with a breadstick? I'm asking for a friend.
Sound like you're on one of them dating apps.
That the color of your skin has.
You sound like this is a date. You're on a dating app.
Ended your opportunity in the great land of America.
I'd just say for an accent, that was
that
was pretty dang good.
Silly voice, but that was a genuine question.
What's the question again?
Do you feel that as a black man, your skin color hindered your opportunity in the land of America?
No. If anything, it's given me more opportunity than I deserved. I should not have.
Now, if I agree with you, if I hold,
I didn't deserve to get into the college I got into.
I'm racist. If I agree with you, Jill,
no, I didn't have the SAT score. I did not have the SAT score.
Do you agree with me? If I agree with you, I'm racist.
What? Well, the reason why
I hold the same point of view, but the whole point of this stream is that if I said I agree with you, I'm racist because my skin's light. All right.
Yeah, but they'll call you a racist because a black person can say that, but a white person can't. That's the rule.
Well, not really, though, Jill, because you'll get called the Uncle Tom and the Uncle Ruckus.
I will, but I won't get called a racist.
You've gotten that. Yeah, well, you'll be called like the race switcher or whatever it is.
Right, I'll be called a race traitor. I won't be called a racist.
If you don't know that is racist, Jill, come on. You know that's what they mean by Uncle Tom.
Yeah, it is. It is
a racism towards.
They're calling me a racist towards blacks.
That's what they mean.
That's what they're doing. Yes, they're saying you're racist against your own race.
Blacks can't, right, but they have a conundrum. They put themselves in a conundrum because blacks can't be racist.
Yes, so they can.
That's
what they think. Yes,
but that is the narrative. Will that is the narrative that blacks can't
misunderstood.
Be racist.
I misunderstood. Yes, yeah. No, Sammy, will you please address Theo so he doesn't have a schism out there? He's tearing himself apart.
Theo, please repeat. Shit, I have to go. But
no, he's got it right there.
What? No. So, see, I don't like the term anti-Semite. Okay, because if you want to use the word anti-Semite, Theo, I want you to make up a word for people against black people. I want you to make up a word for people against Asians. Okay? Why do Jews get their own special fucking
Hold
anti
on.
name?
Let's take
But
another
hang
step
on.
back.
If I say I don't like the idea of this tribal living where you go out and grind 8-year-olds' cock skins off on a rock with another rock.
I
Okay.
thought it was 3
Am I
minutes. old.
racist or am I? No, I'm not anti-Semitic because they're not Jews. But if I say I don't like something about Jews, I'm anti-Semitic. That's what I.
The thing is, though, the things that you don't like are specific
Mm,
things, right? Like you could name those things, and those things might not
exactly.
have anything to do
I don't
with
care if you want
With
Judaism.
curly
Yeah,
hair
and
genetics.
coming down your
actually,
fucking face.
Sammy, that has
Tell me,
nothing to
are
do with
you
race.
biting foreskins off babies with your teeth? I'm gonna fucking be against that.
Well, see again. Well,
I'm gonna
Sammy, that
call that shit stupid.
your critique isn't against their genetics or their race. Your critique is against their culture and their practices. These are two
Culture.
very different things.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But
Yeah.
both are considered racist by the left if you criticize a culture. But let me give you an
Yes.
example. Let me give
What
you an
about the
agree.
nation
example
of Israel, though? What if you're
let me-
just criticizing Israel and the things that Israel are
if
doing
it's
around the world?
if it's non-white or it depends on the race. But let me give you an example of when the Italians. Remember the Italians had a reputation for what?
Jews are white.
It's
I mean,
Italians.
Italians had
Italians
a
are
Right.
white.
It wasn't. No one ever claimed. They didn't cry. Oh, we're being discriminated against because look at all these mob films. What did they do? This is what the blacks don't do. This is what the criticism that we have in the black community, as a black man myself. What did they do? They rose up a man by the name of Giuliani, who's Italian also, to combat the mob from his position of
Yeah,
power.
it's cultural though, but he's
That's
still
a
a white guy.
cultural fix within the culture. They didn't look to
Yeah.
an outside cultures who were criticizing them. They didn't look for them to fix their issues. They fixed it
So
themselves.
Jill, you touch on a very important point. I don't consider myself a racist. I consider myself a culturist and a Western chauvinist. But I'm not a racist. I don't care about your genetics. I care about your fucking behavior and your traditions and practices and
Right. And the mob, and they
yeah.
had a major
Well,
problem with behavior in the Italian community. That was a huge issue.
I'm
People
agreeing.
were
I'm just saying
dying
it illustrates my point.
at an exponentially high rate.
that's a good point
Yeah.
as well.
Roads,
Yeah.
But if
men, children,
you express a
drive-bys,
preference,
Gatling guns. I mean, it was in the 30s.
well, that's the problem. And
And so we're saying the same thing about the black culture and how destructive it is, and now that's racist. That's why they'll never fix it. They'll
because
never fix it.
yeah, because we still call it the black culture, they
Because
think,
right.
oh, you're anti-black. No, I'm like anti fucking shooting
Drive-by
someone
shootings.
because they don't agree with you, or
It's anti-bad
gang life,
behavior,
or
right?
Shooting up
Like,
and I'm not saying that doesn't happen in other races.
isn't it more like anti-uncivilized
affect-
behavior and anti like just
Exactly.
you know?
I don't give a fuck
But
what
look at
color
the
you
difference
are.
between.
You're
But
in a
look,
gang, but the thing is, House, we're not allowed to talk about where does this. We're not allowed to say this actually happens in a majority in this place, because then you're racist. You have to say, House, it is equal. There is as many, of this and that in white
but I want you
culture
guys.
as
I
there
want you
is in
guys to
black
take
culture,
note.
and that's where it becomes,
I
in
want
my
you to take.
opinion, dishonest.
Sammy, you're just too smooth of a talker for me to even know when you're stopping or beginning. You're just too smooth.
Sorry,
Your voice
yeah,
is too smooth.
Sorry.
All right. But look at the way they handle. I want you guys to pay attention to how the community, as a culture, the Italians handled that situation, as opposed to how the blacks are handling it today. When they rose up, Giuliani, they didn't demonize him. They didn't call him Uncle Tom. The only ones that demonized him, of course, were the gangsters. Were the ones who wanted to continue with this bad behavior. They're the ones that went after Giuliani. The people in the community did not go after Giuliani and call him an Uncle Tom or call him Uncle Ruckus. When men of God in the black community step up and say, no, we need to fix this. No, this is not good for our children. This culture should not be promoted in music. We should not be supporting this. We get called the Uncle Toms, and nothing ever changes. That's the difference between Italians
Jill,
and black.
would you say then, on the other side of the coin, the white people who embrace that culture, like I'd say,
The
just
Italians?
support it, but no, like white Americans that get cornrows and like.
Are you talking about embrace black culture?
Not
it's
just
the
embrace,
the
but like
the style.
like Knock, right? Knock. If he had hair, he'd have cornrows.
Well, listen, the
he's
style
like,
of hair
he
is not
hates
the
white
issue.
people, kind of thing.
Listen, Italians
So
wearing
would
their.
you say that white people that embrace
that part of the
black
culture is
idea
fine.
so much that they're against
420,
white people?
420.
Would
There's
you
nothing
call
wrong
them
with
black
having your hair
as well?
slicked back, which is what the Italians were doing. All of them, whether they were
No,
gangsters
you
or
missed
not.
the point.
This
what
is
I
such a
say.
weird conversation.
You're taking
Yeah,
that.
You missed
I've kind
the
of
point,
lost it.
Jill.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is white people who embrace what you were just denouncing.
What
okay?
was I denouncing? Not cornrows, but
No,
drive-by shootings at
I
funerals.
know, yes.
Right,
Drive-by
but
shootings
You're not listening,
But
Jill.
at the funeral.
are drive-by shootings and other kinds of bad
the
behavior,
funeral.
is that considered black culture? I mean, what are we calling black culture here?
Yeah,
That-
what white
Thank
person
you,
does a
that's what I was
drive-by
trying
and
to
kills
get at.
another white
Hip-hop
person? Is that
If
black
white
culture?
people do what you just described, Jill,
No,
then what's it called?
hip-hop culture. It's a subculture. It's not black culture. You're right. It's a subculture that blacks have adopted as their culture, unfortunately. And if you say anything negative about hip-hop, you're also racist, by the way.
But
Hip-hop
does
is
hip-hop
true.
automatically include criminal
Hip-hop.
behavior? Or
Yeah.
If you say anything about rap or hip-hop or any of the popular hip-hop icons and models, remember, these are the people that were on the Democratic platform,
The answer, Halsey.
the DNC platform. These are the
Does
people they
hip-hop
paid to promote.
automatically equal that, Jill?
does it include criminal behavior?
So if you criticize the Democrats, you're a racist. If you criticize hip hop, you're a racist. Because all of that is connected to black culture, even though it's a subculture. Even though we can change that, we can start promoting things that are not that, and still be black.
We feel like crack addicts that are all white, like living in trailers and trashing the place. Is that white culture, or is that a branch of white culture?
It's part of white culture.
That's
It's a
what I was trying to
subculture.
ask,
But it's
House.
not promoted as the mainstream.
No,
Is that-
we're ashamed.
That's the difference.
It's
That's what I'm trying to get
Can
you
you
guys
have
to
a
speak, Jill?
term for that, Jill?
Jill, can I just speak? I just want to agree with you.
That's the difference.
But in a lot of these cultures, because whites aren't a monolith, I say a lot of these cultures, there's a lot of self-policing about that. Like, we don't glorify, like you say, those people
Right.
and write songs about them that are favorable and try to emulate them. We shame them, and we kind of mock them and shame them.
And
that
you
might
raise
seem
up
cruel.
Giuliani's. You raise up Giuliani's
Right. To clean it up, and it
Right.
pisses off a lot of people.
Our Giuliani's are demonized. Our Giuliani's are
True.
Uncle
Thomas Sowell should have been a national treasure, but
Yeah.
the
Right.
left hates him.
Even the only black man on the Supreme Court justice who's a conservative is demonized by mainstream media.
Yep. And it was
Right,
the
and they-
liberal
and they-
whites who accused him of everything.
Because he doesn't toe the line. He doesn't
That's right.
follow the narrative that they want us. They want people to believe a certain thing about black people.
Can I just say hello to Civil Wolf in the side chat? Yeah.
Yeah.
They want people to believe several things about black people that aren't true. Hip hop is not black culture. It's a subculture.
Can you give an example of like a person or group, or I don't know, anything that you would consider 100% representing Black culture?
Hot comb.
The struggle against the hairdo.
The hair, the texture of the hair, and the hair styles that we have.
How do you feel about
because
weave?
Because of the texture of our hair. Yeah, that's
Yeah, how
black.
do you feel about weave, Jill? Because I think it's gross.
I don't know. Well, that's unfortunately we did adopt the weaves, but remember the Jerry curl?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. No.
Oh,
Fuck
that's
Hillary.
Remember that?
God. Yeah, I remember the soul glow action. That was that. You remember in Coming to America when they got off the couch and they had all the
Oh yeah. That happens. Yeah, that's black culture.
activator. You remember that activator spray in the little freaking spray bottle they whip out and
Right, yeah, right in the middle of the hero, or right in the middle of the Walmart. You
got to freshen that shit up, man. Don't let it dry out.
Getting a little dry.
That is an unfortunate shape of head. Like,
that guy with the penis head. Yeah, that
fried
was weird.
chicken, watermelon.
Okay, but like the watermelon thing is really overplayed. I just don't see black people, and I'm in the South, like eating a lot of watermelon. Everyone eats fried chicken down here,
That's
so we don't
black
even
people
notice.
don't eat healthy anymore. They don't eat healthy anymore.
I don't think watermelon's healthy to begin with. It's just a sugar fruit.
It is very
It's sugar.
healthy.
It's sugar.
It's water and fiber though, and that's
it's one of the more healthier.
I guess if you need to hydrate, but it's got a lot of sugar.
Do you? I mean, I may get this a little bit wrong, but do you know what that whole association came from? The Watermelon Association?
No.
Or watermelon patches. My mother grew up on one.
Well, so when slaves at a certain point in history were freed, when their time of service was done, and this was when there was a time of service sort of system, they were given a set of clothes, some money, and a small plot of land that was part of the owner's land. It was just like a small plot on his owned land.
Yeah, and it was usually a watermelon patch.
Well, it's just that watermelons were very easy to grow, and they were very abundant when they did grow. So it was really common to see lots of watermelons around and lots of people eating them and enjoying them and selling them. And a lot of those people that were visibly doing that were black. So the association came from that. And so it's not like, like a detrimental sort of thing at all.
No. Yeah, that's how cultures become what they are. But my
but
mother.
It's seen as an insult now, right? When you put the two together, it's like, oh, that's racist. But it's actually just referencing something in history.
Yeah, that's just another thing that they consider. If you talk about it, if you say anything about watermelons around black people, you're racist. I mean, but we don't do the same thing when it comes to things in white culture that are prominent or popular or.
What even is white
culture? We don't have anything popular.
Name a white culture.
Steal it from every other culture, Jill.
No, that's a lie. That's a lie. Europeans have their own culture. It's just
British. They eat eel pies and weird shit. That's
how about American white?
There's this difference because you guys know where you come from. You're able to have some diversity.
Our food is dog shit, Jill. I don't care what you say. White people food is dog shit.
Well, white culture is Irish.
You're only speaking for Australia, I'm sure, because you've never been to the South.
Is Irish.
I haven't had a steak in the South. I'm just saying.
We'll set you on fire, son. Be careful.
I'm waiting.
Spicy.
A lot of American white culture was just stuff that people brought from Ireland,
right? Their own specific country. Right.
Italy.
It's not a single unified culture. That's all.
Right. I'm trying to think of anything that's uniquely, specifically American, and I'm having trouble doing it.
Deep fried.
I know the reason for that is because America is only like 250 years old or something like that.
Yeah,
so
that's not enough time to develop our own.
We're younger than that. We got a strange. Wild Heart.
Yeah.
I guess Thanksgiving
Lamington,
dinner, but that's sort of like
okay.
a similar thing that what British people do on every Sunday, right?
Yeah, turkey. Yeah, chicken. Yeah.
Roast dinner is what you guys call it, yeah.
Roast.
Vegemite, heaps of. I'm sure there's Australians.
That is
American.
specifically Australian.
Deep
You have Bing Crosby.
Wild Heart. Have you ever had a deep fried Mars bar?
No,
No.
that's Scottish.
No, I know
That
you
sounds-
hadn't, because
That
you're
sounds
not
like
American.
Jewish with a black
I
mother.
haven't either.
Got a black mother.
Yes, they-
You're
That's-
afraid.
Yeah.
I haven't had one either, but I absolutely would if I saw one on sale.
I want
Yeah,
one.
I would as well.
Just go to a county fair, you'll find one.
Plus, they have,
Cannolis are
deep,
fried.
they have deep fried pizzas as well.
Cannolis are
called-
deep fried.
Deep fried pizzas. So you get a lot of carbohydrates, put it in a pizza, and then deep fry it. And they wonder why they have the worst, like, cholesterol and heart disease in the world.
Giving them a run for their money. We're the second most obese country.
I would have guessed against that. To be honest,
That's because Americans
Yeah,
have had their way with everybody, and they're just like, try McDonald's. It's great for your thighs. The McRib is healthy. Trust us.
Burgers, pizzas,
Big
hot
rib.
dogs.
Oh my goodness.
Just the big
Everything
portions
American.
too.
That's American
big
culture.
restaurant portions are like enough to.
Yeah.
One meal is typically definitely enough for like two people to share. But that's what people get used to, like a big plate of food and feeling stuffed. That's eating for some
Feeling
people.
sick from eating too much. That's not normal. Yeah, you shouldn't
Oh,
do that.
Sammy, can I ask you a question as to your title?
Yeah, please.
Why we British people think of Australians as always healthy and like great? You know what I mean?
Because we're switching. Like, we have kind of gone health crazy.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people doing a lot of health shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're just not going to come across it because that shit's not going to come in your feed. But Australians are pretty healthy because our government outlawed so much shit. Like, it passed all these laws, and Macca's had to go and make salads and shit. So now, like, McDonald's have salad.
How do you feel about the government, like, sort of intervening in that way?
I hate it, House.
But if the society is healthier
I
as a
don't care.
result, of
I
that,
want the society fat. I want the society obese because I want the choice. I want to be the skinny one that didn't choose to fucking go and buy this shit.
okay, so
I don't
like,
want to be forced. If I choose to fucking go, fuck it. Like, I don't
Right.
want to cook. I want whatever. I want greasy shit on a hangover.
what about
example.
something like when, let's say a state law bans soda vending machines in elementary and high schools, so that they can't be drinking soda
now
all day?
children is totally different. But I don't have a concrete opinion.
Well, we'd have to
because-
get into it. Where do the children get the money to
Exactly.
buy the stuff from the vending machines?
Does that matter?
Is
The
it the
availability
school's
is the thing.
Yes, it
responsibility like
matters.
that?
Yeah, I think it does matter a
There's
bit because
so much.
the parents are choosing whether to send them to school with a $5 bill or
Yep.
an apple and a
Yeah.
banana. They are making that choice.
Yep.
Fair.
But a lot of parents, they'll just say buy your lunch because they don't maybe have time to put something together, and so they will go to school with like a $5 and have enough to. Maybe they'll even skip lunch.
exactly.
and
But whose
favor-
agree with
responsibility?
it.
Hold on, but whose responsibility is it ultimately to make sure the kids are fed properly?
Yeah.
Parents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the school, they might offer lunch or snacks or whatever, but ultimately it's up to the parent to make.
For
those choices.
example, House. There's no time to make the lunch. Do you know, at my son's high school, for example, as long as you ordered it like 1 hour before lunchtime, you could just go online and order their lunch for them at the canteen, and they just go
That's
pick it up.
cool. But you know what?
But
There's
Sometimes
no excuse. Like if you're giving your child the choice, then you can't
the
even.
parents should sort of be
They're not
dictating.
even buying. When my mum gave me money, for example, right? I didn't buy lunch at school. I ate nothing at school because I didn't want to eat in front of people. As stupid as that is, but after school, I'd go and buy fucking junk,
I'm going to ask you
smokes,
a personal question.
like.
Can I ask you a personal question? When you were that age at school where you didn't want to eat in front of people, did you have any kind of weight issues going on?
Not that I was aware of.
Okay, I'm just curious because sometimes.
But I imagine, yeah,
Yeah.
like I don't want to be I was already worried that I was chubby and shit, so I didn't, yeah.
and
And
can
it
I ask
wasn't
you?
that, like, I also wanted to spend the money on smokes.
Okay.
So,
There was also something that happens I've heard of in schools where, mom puts together a fucking awesome lunch, right? The kids go to school and they trade all their shit out to other people saying, "Oh, you've got like a better, more tasty thing. I'll trade with you or I'll sell you my lunch even." They're
Yes,
selling food and then getting money to go buy junk food.
see
that's
where
true.
I sold smokes house.
You criminal.
Like, back
I used to
then,
trade my.
$1 a smoke was fucking a lot.
I would usually
made-
trade my fruit roll up for a cinnamon stick.
Like a raw cinnamon stick just to
Yep.
notch on or what?
Yeah, that's what one of the other kids had, and I wanted that. And my fruit roll up was basically just sugar, so I'm like, yeah, I want to have that cinnamon.
That cinnamon stick will last a long time.
That's right.
And Sammy, it's not weird to be like that. I don't like eating in front of people. Do you know what I mean?
You
Do
don't like
it
what?
live on camera. What the hell are you talking
Yeah.
about?
Yeah, you do. So you must have gotten over it. Yeah,
No, you do. You do.
I do, and
Yes.
Sammy does as well.
So you got over it.
Yeah, Yeah.
What was it? Don't like what?
Didn't like he said he doesn't like eating in front of
eating
people.
in front of people.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't give a shit now. Yeah.
Did I tell you? Watch my debate with OE Objective Ethics.
I tried. I tried.
I tried.
And watch him get destroyed.
Well,
Watch him rage quit.
Well, it's hard to
it's
watch
weird
your
because
shit.
you got destroyed like a month before on the same topic, and then you used the same arguments on him, and you think it worked. It's weird.
I got destroyed a month before. And the topic
yeah.
of the debate was
Hillary's.
morality.
That
was
it's
the topic of
clickbait.
the-
It's Hillary's clickbait stream. You were there for 6 hours.
What was the topic?
We discussed whether the Bible prescribes slavery.
That wasn't the
And-
topic of this debate.
Well,
topic of
that's
this
where it ended
debate
up.
Was morality, whether the Bible's
No one said that, Jill.
morality.
All Will said was you got destroyed by Hillary's, and then
Well,
the
and
argument
they did-
we're using,
I did-
regardless of the debate.
No, this
I did
debate
say
was not
he used
about
disciples'
slavery.
arguments.
What
He
happened
used
was
the same arguments. We didn't
what
say
what
you had
happened.
the same
No,
fucking
I didn't
debate.
use the same arguments. He did. He used an argument that wasn't the debate topic. So
So
I
you agree.
I gave him this advice. If you're going to debate a Christian on morality, then it's best for you to go into the debate with arguing something that the Christian already agrees the Bible says. Otherwise, you'll see what happened. We'll just be debating on whether or not the Bible actually says X or Y or Z. And that's what the debate turned into. So instead of me defending what the Bible actually teaches, I'm now debating him on what he believes the Bible says, and then having to
But you know
defend
that's
what
always
his
gonna happen with
interpretation
the
of what the Bible
non-believer,
says.
right, Jill?
Right. So the debate went sort of like this. I believe the
I know, I
Bible
get
says
it.
this.
It's gonna go that way. With a non-believer, if you're gonna say my proof is the Bible, they're gonna then turn around and
No,
go,
that wasn't my
"But
argument.
The Bible.
But that was go watch the debate. That wasn't my argument. My argument was not the Bible says so, therefore. Okay. So that
Do
was
you
his
have a
straw
different
man.
argument than that?
That was his straw man. Okay.
I don't think I've ever heard you give a different argument than
Okay.
because the
No,
Bible
no,
says
that's
so.
not my argument for morality. You've never seen me debate on morality. That's
Let's
why.
talk about morality. Where
This is
where
the
do
first
you?
time debate I've ever done on morality. Normally,
Okay,
I
but
don't
let's.
debate Christians on morality
So let's talk about
or
it now, if you
atheists.
will.
Atheists.
Would you like to
Uh,
talk about it now?
my argument is that the social sciences bear out or justify or vindicate the Bible's prescriptions. So it's not just because the Bible tells me
It
so.
vindicates slavery.
It's because the social right. So then he turns the debate into well, I believe the Bible says this, so now you have to defend this. Well, then my response was no, the Bible doesn't say that. So now we're debating that instead of morality.
All right,
So,
right.
So my advice was this. Next time you go into a debate with a Christian, argue something that you both agree the Bible says. Like when it comes to homosexuality.
right. So
Christians
let's
won't deny that. They'll
Go ahead,
say, yes,
Wildheart.
that's what the Bible says. Now you can
let's
debate.
let's stick with slavery then. Does the Bible
Prescribe?
prescribe slavery? How you can do it, who you can do it with, how much you can pay.
Where you can shove it,
Yeah. So
where you can
let's
back
do
it.
that.
Yeah. Jill, would you like to talk about that again, or is
He rage quit. I got him
I
to
think-
rage quit because
right,
he realized
Wildheart
his
is
argument
asking you a
was finished.
question?
I'm asking you a question.
I
Yeah.
was muted. What was your question, Wildheart?
So do we both agree that the Bible prescribes slavery?
We can have that debate. Me and OE can have that debate. But
Yeah.
he refuses to have that debate with me. He tried to have it in
Well,
our debate.
whoa.
You want to have that debate, Wildheart?
That's a
Yes,
yes, Wildheart.
I
All
want
right.
my
What time?
debate.
What time are you available
That's
later
a
today?
yes, it
No.
does condone slavery.
No.
We get look. I challenged OE during the debate. I said, OE, if you want to have a debate,
I don't care. Can we have that
let's
debate?
have
Now?
it. He didn't want to debate me. He wanted to try
Jill, can we have that debate now?
Yeah. Are you too busy to talk about that because you're
Right
thinking
now?
of talking about something? Yeah. Where are you going? Don't go anywhere.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
stay.
If you want to
yeah,
talk about it now, sure.
yeah.
Invite OE.
He has
here.
questions.
Since
No,
he
we don't
had
want
that-
him here.
He's trying to have that debate with me.
You've
during the
already
debate on
defeated him.
morality.
Yeah, we don't bring him up. You've already defeated him. Wildheart's a totally new
Not
face.
sure who he even is.
Put that face close to the camera, Wildheart. Do you see that face, Jill? Do you see? That's not OE. So let's talk
That's
about
Manchester United.
Manchester United. That's the Manchester Hammer right there.
That's funny.
Sorry, can I just say hello to Sterling in the side chat?
Do you have a crush on Sterling before you ask Jill the question?
He does.
No, I would rather.
Hey, hold on. I got some butter
You
on
would
the stove.
rather
Oh,
Sterling
he's
was black.
making excuses already.
He's got butter on the stove, Jesus, man. He's cooking butter.
Butter,
He's
butter
he's-
doesn't
hair
last too
treatment.
long on the stove, so I gotta go.
What
I
are,
gotta
you,
go.
what are you frying butter for? What are you
Frying
what
some
are you-
eggs. Give me
Oh,
a second.
okay.
Be back.
He was
Power
melting
Warrior's
butter.
a hair treatment.
He's making his own activator.
Can we all agree that Jill just ran from me?
No, he's
No.
burning butter for some reason on his stove to
burning
make
butter.
eggs. He's
He's
very
making
health
hair
conscious.
product.
Which
It's
would
a
take
black thing. Don't be racist, Wildheart.
Now look at you. You're gonna bring Theo back in here to call you a racist, Sammy.
yeah, but
Well,
that would take 2 minutes to brown butter.
Brown butter.
Brown butter.
I think if you're browning
No.
the butter, you might be overcooking.
He's not just gonna, you got to cook the eggs. They cook fast, so he's gonna be a minute.
I
Yeah.
think brown butter is going to be the next character in my book.
I don't think he cooks the eggs. I think he just cooks the butter. I think he just swallows the eggs and then chases it.
Dips
in
the butter on the side.
No, he just
well,
drinks it.
swallow, yes, but
Uh-oh.
in his mouth.
Oh,
mm,
He never spits. He just swallows.
like,
Okay, so you're safe. Theo hasn't deemed you a racist for what you said about Jill's activator.
I was
You're
never
good.
Gone, and an SME isn't a fun. Yeah, no, Theo's followed me forever. Like we've been good mates. And can I thank you, Theo, that you haven't like fucked off because I didn't say like I want to suck tranny cocks and shit. And
You didn't say
do
it.
you know?
You didn't
Do you know the
say it.
most like?
Didn't
I
say
don't
it, but
like
man,
talking about this because I hate like my personal shit, and it shouldn't even ever in a billion years come up. But I'm like currently in a relationship with a dude. So anyone who like wants to say I'm like not fucking
sorry,
progressive or
can
whatever, like fuck off. Like
yeah, can just
I
say
just
that
think dudes have dicks and women have vaginas and like normal shit.
yeah, can just say that that
Go
is a
on.
very respectable position, and I don't hold anything against you. That's fine for me.
Oh, thanks.
Mm.
Well, if you
I'm
knew
worried
my
about
partner,
Jill.
Jopper, you'd understand.
I'm
Being
worried
an
about
Yeah, but
Jill.
we're worried about you, Wild Heart, and your big black cock obsession.
Now I'm really worried about Jill.
Well, Jill, I don't know if you knew this, but
No, he
when
stepped
you're
away
not
to
around,
burn butter. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's missing all this, so
uh,
he may not know any of the things when he comes back that you just said.
Jill is is probably the obsession of Wild Heart. Like
No,
he
I
always says, no
yeah,
homo except Jill.
yeah, no, I,
Come
I'm
on.
not obsessed with Jill. Like when I go
No,
off
but you
YouTube,
do say
when I'm
no
not on
homo
screen, I
except
don't
for
think about
Jill.
him at all. Yeah.
There was a
Come on.
question. Are you going to
Someone
put
else
that back
back me
up?
up here. He's obsessed with Jill, right?
I'm not. I'm really not. Like when I say
Halsey
like
will back
when I'm
me
not on
up.
you when I'm not on YouTube, I never think about Jill. So I'm not. I can't be obsessed
Well,
with him, can
that's
I?
what you say, but
I would
how
Yeah.
I
could
would
we
love to
know
handle this
when all
question.
we've seen?
I would
Yeah.
love to handle
No.
this question. So because Sammy likes being with a man, Theo says that apparently homosexuals can't exist because one of the men has to be a trans woman. I just think that's incredibly
No.
transphobic.
Is that what that means?
I don't
Because
think
that's
I don't know. I'm trying to understand.
Well, if he's asking, I shall clarify, and he's not. Fucking hell, Theo, I said ask the question. Don't fucking talk that shit. Do I think a trans man is a man? No. It is a trans man. It is a woman that become a man. Do I think a trans woman is a woman? No. They are a trans woman. They are
What
a
about
man that become a woman. That is my
But if
stance.
you say they become a woman in that after state of having become one, are they a woman?
No, they're a trans woman. They've become a trans woman, if you'd like me to clarify.
what about a hermaphrodite trans?
They I have no comment because fucking they're like
What are they changing to? If they were
that's
both,
some
what are they
mixed up shit. That's
transitioning?
what I asked you before. That's what I asked you at the start, Jill.
They
What the fuck is with the
just put them in the scrap
hermaphrodites?
heap. We don't know what to do
I'm
with them.
not. Well, I'm not. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. Like, if I have a
I guess
vagina
they
and a
get to choose,
penis,
right?
I guess I get to marry anyone, and I'm not gay because like I can accommodate
Right,
both.
Jill.
So, where do you stand, Jill? Like, can a hermaphrodite marry either sex?
You know what? I don't think God has answered this one.
I'm asking Jill, not God.
I think that God would be okay with either in that case.
How do you feel about
That's
ladyboys?
fair. See, Jill, I've said this before, and people are gonna hate me for it, but I actually
As long
like
as they
you.
are
I know
declaring
you
themselves
still
one or
like
the other.
bag the shit out of me, and it's fine. But I do like you.
Yeah, as long as they can, he function as long as one functions as a man functionally, meaning they can procreate
So
and
if you could ejaculate, it's a man.
one is identifying as a man and one identifies as a woman, not to confuse the children.
What if the hermaphrodite with a vagina and a penis can
He has to
ejaculate
identify, or she has to identify as one because
as
there are children
one?
involved.
So, but see how now you're like going with identifying,
Because I'm thinking, yeah, because the
which
biologically they're
doesn't
both.
matter to you in other cases.
Well, it matters to me because of the children. The children are involved. We don't want to. Studies show that having both biological parents, male and female, is the best case scenario for children, optimal for children.
Yeah,
So
but we're just talking about
I,
the individual and choosing whether they're man or female when they've got
no,
both.
no. Well, that's their
And
choice.
you're
That's fine.
saying like
But I'm
how
saying
they
once you involve
identify is
children,
what matters. So you're saying how people identify matters, even if it's just a select group.
well, no, I'm saying what their circumstance is their circumstance. We can't change that. But once you involve children and you put the children in the equation, now you have to make changes. Same thing goes for the single pimp who wants to pimp around town. You have to make changes now that children are involved. So go ahead
So
and live your
that
lifestyle.
hermaphrodite, if they blow a load in some chick and have a baby, they have to decide to be a man now
Yes, for the sake of the children.
for the sake of the children.
Yes, so that they could see a man in the household, not two women, or not a man dressed up as a woman.
Does he have to appear as a man as well?
He should identify, and yes, he should identify as male and appear and dress like a man. Yes,
And grow a beard and all
so
that.
that child
have
has
a
a
beard?
well balanced parent experience or
Do
childhood
you have a
experience.
beard, Jill?
Do I have a beard?
He's
Yeah.
a teacher.
Yes.
Okay.
Of course, he has to have
I'm
like a
sure you
long. Is it a long beard that you stroke when
You're-
you're?
I don't like. Yeah, I think that's kind of strange when men are clean shaven. I think that's kind of weird to me.
But do you play with your beard hair?
My chin hairs, yes.
Yeah, because it's part of thinking now. If you shaved it off, all of a sudden the
Chin
thought process
hairs.
would. It's true.
Anyone that describes it as chin hairs will.
Goatee like
not
yours.
have
I
a
didn't want to
beard.
say ball
Gold
hair
teeth,
or
of
anything.
course.
That'd be weird.
It's not like 20 of them chin hairs.
Well, I don't.
No one has.
I don't stroke
yeah,
my
it's
sideburns or my,
It's
or
like
my
a
chin.
I want my
beard.
beard to get like Wild Hearts, like one day.
No, you
pubescent
don't.
boy that's just
No,
got
it looks like
few
he got a dirty
hairs.
mouth.
You have
Look
a
at him.
mustache too, or just a beard?
Looks
Both. I have
dirty.
the goatee, even though it's not as full as Wild Hearts. I want one like Wild Hearts, but I can't get mine to grow like his.
That's what he thinks about you.
Yeah, so you are
Like I know
you
I
are jealous of
recently had a
me.
shave,
You are
but
jealous of me in some way.
come on.
Genetically superior facial hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll let mine grow a bit more.
But what's your hair like? Like your hairdo on top.
What's your
Joe?
pubic hair
We're
like?
trying to. I'm
What?
trying to put like a composite image of you together in my head because
All
I
right.
can't.
So
well,
my pubic hair is exactly
No,
like my
not
beard
yours. Just Jill's regular hair. Not
Oh
yours.
man, this is weird.
I wanted to offer. Beard hair is pubic hair. If you don't understand that, like
Can
shit
I just
comes
say
at the
It's not
same
pubic
time.
because it's not in the
Armpit.
pubic
It is.
area.
It is. No, there's no pubic
only-
area.
Yes,
Hal.
there is. There's a pubic
Is your
bone.
armpits pubic area?
No, that's the armpit.
I stroke
Yeah,
my
but
armpit
it
hair when
grows
I'm
hair
thinking.
at the same time as the so-called
Stop
pubic
sniffing.
area, as
Wild
well
Hearts.
Anyway,
as your chin. And
I was
your
trying to find out
mush,
about Jill's hair.
which
Like, does he
means
have like it
your
shaved?
face
Is it like
and
an
your
inch
armpits
long? Is
are
it
also
braid?
pubic area.
I keep
If
a
you don't
mini
believe
fro.
me, Google it.
Like a
What is
little
it?
1 inch? Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
like a little
I
mini
will
fro.
do.
That's usually the Uncle Tom fro. We call it. The Uncle
So you're
Tom.
not flat. You're not flat topping it, are you?
No.
Okay,
No.
good man. The 90s are
So
are
no
gone.
no
so we don't do
braids,
that.
no cornrows, none of that nonsense, none of that hip hop.
Is your hair
foolishness.
thinning? Is your
I
hair
actually
thinning at
look
all?
like a 50-year-old man. I actually look like a 50-year-old man. I don't wear
How
the
old are
Are you
you,
hat.
though?
overweight? I
Hip hop
imagine
mode,
well, most of the community
caps.
imagine you're overweight. Are you overweight?
No.
He said he
200.
went
sound
for a
overweight.
run one
215,
day.
6 feet tall, 215.
He was
pounds.
stealing a bike.
I'm over a little bit overweight. A little bit.
A little
I
bit
need to lose
On
overweight.
a
about 10
typical
pounds.
day, do you wear a t-shirt, polo, or a button-down shirt?
Halsey, leave that
Yes.
man alone.
Or a muumuu. Do you wear a muumuu?
You guys.
We all want to picture Jill,
Anyway,
right? I want
Wildheart.
to picture it correctly.
Yeah.
Come to my channel in about 2 hours. We can have our discussion.
I can do that. Yeah.
No,
It
5
takes you
hours.
2 hours, 5 hours to eat eggs.
No, I'm going
So
somewhere.
I'm gonna get some breakfast and then
You've already missed church, Jill. If you can go anywhere but in the day, but you chose to skip church, what does that say?
It says I'm a bad Christian.
Naughty Christian.
Says
You
I'm
need
a
to
Democrat.
repent.
I'm a
Oh,
liberal.
you can't be a Democrat and a Christian, can you?
Oh,
Nope.
sorry. Can I just ask what the topic is about? Just
You
so
wanted
that-
to have a debate on whether or
You've been
not
here-
the Bible prescribes slavery. Let me help you out. And
He
I
doesn't
tried
want to
help.
have it with me and Sammy
Yeah,
in the
no,
room. And
I
No, we
Hillary.
can have it here, but it's going to be too much over talking.
Shush. Shush. I can help you out right now. The Bible does promote slavery.
Okay. All right.
It gives laws about.
Here's what I'm.
Wait.
Well, hold on. This is why Odie had a problem trying to debate this during our debate on morality, because he wants me to accept what he believes about the Bible, and then he asks me, "Oh, is this moral?" Well, first we have to both agree that the Bible prescribes this. Then you ask me if it's moral or not. Okay, that's why he lost the debate. Okay, on that.
So do you believe that everything?
Well, hold on.
Exodus
Let me give you what I
21,
believe
4
first.
through 6.
Let me give you what my biblical slavery challenge says, which you guys are not paying attention to and misrepresenting what I'm arguing. The Bible does condone slavery in the same way we condone it or prescribe it today for criminals. So if you commit a crime, you, according to your U.S. Constitution, if you're in America, I don't know about other countries, if you commit a crime, you are made a ward or property of the state. So in that sense, the United States prescribes slavery for criminals who are convicted of a crime. So
That's
did
fine.
Israel.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
So you're saying that America prescribes slavery,
So
and you're
outside,
Shush.
Wildheart,
Shush.
outside of those scenarios.
So you're admitting
No.
that America prescribes slavery, and God prescribes slavery.
In the case of war, prisoners, yes, all societies do. All societies have a way of
But you mentioned
punishing
prisons.
those who commit crimes.
So you are pro-slavery.
Combatants, enemy combatants. Yeah.
So you are pro-slavery. You are for
Hold on,
slavery
hold on.
in
You
certain.
just said enemy combatants, and the women and the children weren't combatants.
Or survivors. Survivors are captured as
Exodus.
well. Even though,
Wildheart,
we
go to
don't use,
Exodus.
even though we don't use the terminology captured, we say
Wow.
we say or what's the word we
And
use?
the survivors are captured as well. Thank
What's
you
the
for
word we
admitting
use?
that.
Wildheart, go to Exodus 21. It
But
details.
they are
It details.
essentially they are captured as well, according to Geneva Article 16.
It details the prescription from God on how to deal with those that are owned by masters.
How did that person become owned? Are they a prisoner? Did they commit a crime and now they're paying restitution?
Well,
So
no, they
all
were
those
born.
questions
They
have
were
to
born
be
into it. They were born into it.
Born
Joe,
into
and
it.
they-
Okay, so how did their parents get there?
Does that matter?
Yes, because their parents brought them there. It's their parents' responsibility as to why they're there.
Well,
So
we
how
don't
did their
know that
parents
their
get
no.
there?
If their parents brought them there, then it means that they would have gone free with their parents when the
Right,
7
which
years.
the
was
Bible
up.
says you can go free. They
But
can
if they're
go free.
born, okay. But if they're born, if you go
And they
to
become
4 through
adults.
6, Exodus 21 through 4 through 6, if you look at the prescription there, the children that are born to the slaves while they're in the master's custody, if you will,
Mhm.
they remain permanently slaves. Even when they grow up, they don't, because there's no contract with them. They
No, that's
were just born
false.
into it.
That's
It's not
false.
false.
Okay, demonstrate that
Oh,
from the text,
there's
please, not
Scummer.
from your imagination. So what's the
did.
claim again?
It's,
Go over
it's
the
right
claim
there on the
again.
screen. It's on the
Wait,
screen.
go over the claim again so that when we read it,
It's
we
on
know
the
what to look
screen.
for. Go ahead. Give me the specific claim again. The Bible says what?
If his master gives him I was reading that. If his
his
master
master
gives
Wife.
I'm trying to read it. If his master gives him a wife and she bears him sons or daughters, the woman and her children shall belong to her master, and only the man shall go free.
Okay, stop right
But
there.
if
Stop
the
right
servant,
there. Hold on.
I want to finish 5. But
no,
if
let's do
no,
this
I'm
bit
going
by
to
bit.
He
finish.
said
All right,
4
we're gonna
to
go back.
6,
We're gonna
Jill.
go
Let
back
him
and go
finish.
bit by bit.
I
What
said
you're
4 to
doing is
6.
You're scalloping. You're reading
No,
a bunch
I'm
of
not.
stuff and then
Let
saying,
him read
"See,
It's
it, then
let's
context.
go
It's
go.
step by
context.
step, line by line." That's what I'd like
dude.
to do here.
Sorry, dude. I've only just jumped in, but could you let him finish what he was going to say, please?
Yeah.
So
But
I
if the
want
servant
to hear it.
But if the servant declares, I love my master and my wife and children and do not want to go free, which means to leave, then his master must take him before the judges, and he shall take him to the doorpost, and pierce his ear with an awl. Then he will be his servant for life.
Were you going to do 6? Oh, you did do 6. Never mind.
I did do
It
6.
was 6, yeah.
But the
I'm
point
sorry.
being that the children that grow up are not there under contract. They never go free. They just live their lives as slaves and create more slaves.
You don't want to go 7 because that's even worse. So females don't go free like males do. But
Now, see, it's
But-
we won't talk
blackmail.
about-
It's leverage because the slave doesn't want to leave his wife and children. He may or may not love his
Yeah.
master, but he's willing to stay because his children and wife can't go. So that's how you keep the male from leaving when his time is up. He stays
Yeah.
because his family will not be able to leave.
But
And
under
to
Jill's
say
position,
that was his free choice.
well, no, Jill is saying that the man is making the choice to enter slavery either by choice or by force, and that when he's allowed to go free, the children and the wife are not allowed to go free, but the man can still remain. But then the next one, 7, like you said, Sammy. So in America today, under Jill's position, is in America today, a man can sell his daughter into servitude, and then it's exactly the same as the Bible.
Well, it is, yeah.
In
Right,
America today?
so Jill, we're gonna have a debate like this.
See, that's the pivotal point that I want to make. He's saying it's exactly the same as in America today, and I'm saying no, this did not happen in America today. So he's doing a cultural relativism that we're no better or different than they are. And I'm saying, well, here's a clear distinction. It may not be better, but it's certainly different.
Well, I'm going to just say this is kind of. By the way, Sammy, thanks for letting me in. It's been a long time since we spoke.
Pleasure. Missed you, bro.
Yeah.
Whenever you're ready to do that. But when we look at the text,
Oh, God.
unlike what William's trying to do, I want to go line by line. And I want to examine it line by line, so that way you don't lie and say, after reading 4 paragraphs, look, see, told you. Okay?
Godless
Let me know when you're ready to do
in the
that.
middle. Godless was literally in the middle of a sentence.
Well, okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah. You call me Jeff, by the way. It's fine.
Sorry,
yeah,
Jeff.
I've noticed this a lot when this thing about slavery in the Bible comes up. It comes up a lot, and it usually comes in the context of theists saying to atheists that we have no concept of any kind of quote unquote objective morality, and they take a bit of a position that they're a bit superior because they have an objective moral position. But strangely, always go to moral relativism anytime slavery in the Bible is brought up, and I have noticed this a lot. So
It's
I thought I'd
hypocrisy.
just jump in. Yeah, I thought I'd jump in and say this because I have noticed that immediately the go-to is moral relativism. Oh, well, you've got to understand it in the context of the time that it was written and all that sort of stuff. And I've heard
I
this a
wouldn't do
lot.
that to you. I would never presup you.
He would definitely do that to you.
I would
He
never.
would
I can
Stick
actually
around.
do
demonstrate
that.
from the book that slavery is not enslaving people is something that is against the law and
Jeff
punishable by
knows you,
death.
Jill.
I can
It's
actually.
not against the law.
I don't need to
It's
preach up you.
It's not
Atheist.
against the law in the Bible to enslave people. It's prescribed.
Oh, it's
Other
it's
than in the case
it's very well set up. I'm no biblical scholar, but
You
it is
surely are.
very well set up in the Bible that look, slavery's
Well,
kind
come have a
of
discussion
okay.
with a Christian.
It's like I mean,
Come have a discussion with a Christian that's not going to preach up you, and it's going
okay.
to show you line by line that you're wrong. Come have a
Well,
discussion with
I
him.
Jill
will say
presupposes
this.
that
I will say
slavery
this.
was an optional benefit.
God had these little big list of like 10 big no-nos. He could have put slavery on that list if he was like that much against it.
Exodus 21:16.
They show.
Sorry, when was that? Where was that in the Ten Commandments? Sorry,
Exodus 21:16.
it's not in the Ten Commandments. Come on, don't bullshit me, mate.
Oh, it has to be in the 10 Commandments. Oh, gotcha.
No,
He said 10 Commandments.
that's
and
what he
put it over.
literally just said. He could have
Yeah.
put it in the Big 10.
The 10
He could have
Commandments.
put it in the 10 Commandments.
Yeah.
Oh,
Do
God.
not enslave fellow humans.
All right, he
But
just
he
put it in that
didn't.
other part of Exodus.
Wasn't the
That's
thing.
okay. All right.
Sorry,
What
can I?
other part?
Sorry,
The
can
part
I?
where he tells
sorry,
you how
can I-
to beat them within
sorry,
an
can
inch
I-
of their life as long as they survive.
Our Bible doesn't say that.
Can
You're lying
I?
again.
Yes, it
Can
does.
You're lying again.
Sorry, can I
Wow.
really interrupt?
Go.
Yeah, theoretically, I didn't recognize you at first, but I wanted just to say hello to you. Yeah, I know he's a good guy.
So, William, are you willing to go over this passage line by line so you don't lie and say it's saying something it doesn't say?
Sure.
If
Will.
not, I
I
can
mean,
do this with
Jill,
Wildheart. I
go
can do this
for
with any atheist, even a PhD like Dr. Josh.
Okay.
Okay.
Here's the
Well,
I'll
first
them
one.
wrong on
Go
live
for it.
stream. In the live
Okay.
stream. And
I know
I
you
can
think
show
so.
you that live stream too if you'd like to watch it.
Yeah, I'd love to watch it.
Oh, you've already seen it, I'm sure.
No, I haven't. I'd love to watch it. I know
go
you
back
think
up
I'm
to
a
verse
fan,
1.
but I'm
Let's
not.
Go back up to verse 1.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask you a
He wants to
comprehension
go
question.
back to verse 1.
I'm going to see if you understand what you're reading.
Okay.
Okay. As we read, this is what I do with my 5th grade autistic kid. by
Land
the
your
way.
plane. Land your
This is how I
plane.
Yeah,
teach
yeah,
them how to
yeah.
read. If you buy a Hebrew servant, he's to serve you for 6 years. He shall go free without paying anything. Okay, is the Hebrew servant? Why is the Hebrew servant here? Is he
He
here
was
by
bought.
force, or is he here because he
It's-
owes the debt, or is he here because he volunteered to work?
Line-
How do-
line-
how do
It
you
says
know
it
that?
here at the start. If you buy.
If you buy,
Buy.
right? If you buy,
Buy.
is he there by force, or is he
He's-
there
Well, he's
because
bought.
he volunteered
His
to work?
property.
And he was
Dude,
purchased?
if he is bought,
Can I
by
ask a question,
implication,
guys?
he is there by force.
Can I ask the question before you spurg out? Are you ready? Okay.
Go on then.
If you buy a Hebrew servant, stop, comprehend, understand what's going on in the text before you move on with your assumptions. Is the Hebrew servant here by force? Is he here because he's paying a debt? Or is he here because he owes a debt and someone purchased him, bought him out, and now he's working to
And
pay
let
back
us all
that
give
debt?
you
So
the
he's
same
paying back
answer
his
that
debt.
it says
through
on
Can I-
the screen,
Okay.
Jill.
Okay,
He was
sorry.
bought. He
Dude,
was
sorry.
purchased.
Dude,
Bought
why?
or
I wanna-
purchased.
Sorry, I want to know
Go ahead.
I want to know why the distinction about Hebrew slaves or
Yes.
servants are being made
Doesn't
here.
matter. That's-
Because
Is
no,
he- how
no,
did he
no,
get
it
here?
absolutely
How
does.
did he get here?
No,
That's
no,
what I'm asking.
Look, listen to
Don't
what.
deflect.
No,
Don't distract.
no.
How
Listen
did
to
the
what.
servant get
No,
there?
just be quiet
I'm
and
gonna
listen
help
to what I'm
out.
going to say for a moment. Just be quiet and listen to what I'm going to say to a moment. Why do you make the distinction about someone who's a Hebrew and other people in the Bible where it was completely okay to have them as slaves? They are other human beings. So if slavery is objectively wrong, which I'm going to say it is, I believe in the concept of moral realism. I think that slavery is counter to human flourishing, development, and well-being. No matter who they are, why are we making the distinction of whether they're Hebrews or not? Answer me that, please.
Because he stepped away, but they're treated very differently as the text goes on.
Mm.
Deuteronomy talks more about the foreign slaves.
Yeah,
Can,
I was going to
can-
bring up that this is kind of a red herring because Jill keeps wanting to talk about the Hebrew servant, but the Hebrews weren't the only servants. It wasn't only Hebrew manservants. So if it's somebody's daughter, if it's somebody taken in war, even as a survivor of war, you know, you're to give them 30 days to mourn, and then you're going to forcibly, quote, marry them. And then, but you're also bringing up kind of a second point there about how you say slavery is morally wrong, but Jill's going to say that socialism is slavery. So unless you're also denouncing socialism,
oh good lord, oh good lord,
even
are we even going to go there?
He will.
Sorry,
he
sorry,
absolutely will.
can I really interrupt? I have to go out and get some food for my dinner, and then maybe I'll be back on Jill's channel.
Sorry, it's been a long time, Wild Heart. It's been nice to see you.
Yeah, good to see you, man. How are you doing, man? Cheers. Yeah, I'll see you later.
Can't remember what I said now. I think it's something you were saying, Jeff, about regardless of you've got by a Hebrew servant, he is to go out for 6 years, but the female doesn't.
Yeah. Well, this is the kind of thing. Now, either slavery or indentured servitude, whatever either it is right or it is wrong. I'm of the opinion it is wrong, and because I've recently come back to YouTube a little bit recently. I did a little video on this recently that I would answer that my standard on morality is I do believe in a form of moral realism, that moral truths are discoverable, and my position on something like slavery is my standard would be it is counter to human flourishing, development, well-being, and so slavery is counter to that. The evidence suggests it's counter to that, so therefore slavery is wrong. And I find this really interesting. The whole point, reason I jumped in here is because I've seen this come up time and again, especially on the old call-in shows, where immediately I hear fierce callers sort of say, "Oh, well, you know, as you don't believe in God, you obviously don't have any objective moral standards."
Again,
and immediately a fierce goes to moral relativism when trying to defend what the Bible says about slavery.
We don't need to do that.
No, you absolutely do. A lot of you absolutely do that.
The problem is you avoid the Christians who don't have to do that. Like right now, you avoid Christians who don't have to do that.
Hey, dude, did you?
That's your problem.
Dude,
can I continue?
Well, no, you can't because I'm sorry.
Exactly my point.
No, you're not.
So wait for the pre-supper to come and then cry that all we do is
let him answer,
dude. Be quiet a second. The reason I'm not letting you answer that question is very simple.
Because you're a coward. That's why.
Later
that all Christians do is provide pre-supper.
Wait, dipstick.
That's what you're going to cry. That's what you're crying about right now.
Wait, dickhead, listen to me for a moment.
What you're crying about right now. And here a Christian is able and willing to go
shut him up
with you.
Shut him up for 2 seconds.
You're still crying about pre-suppers.
Shut up for 2 seconds and let me get my point out. Then I will let you answer, okay? I just put my position out to you there about why slavery is wrong. And I made the distinction between Hebrews, non-Hebrews. You didn't answer that, buddy. You didn't answer that. You kept your mouth.
I was kicked. I was kicked out of the stream.
Well, go on then. Go on.
Okay, thank you.
I'll shut up and let you talk.
Back to what I was doing. All right. Before I was interrupted with your red herring, your distraction about a Hebrew servant. Whether it's a Hebrew servant here is irrelevant. Okay? It says if you buy a servant. First of all, it says servant, not slave. Hint, hint. All right. So, William, don't let him distract you with his red herring. Oh, it's a Hebrew. It says Hebrew. Big deal. If we're talking about slavery, whether it's a Hebrew or not, if you buy a Hebrew servant, William, how did the Hebrew servant get in this position in which he's being purchased? Was he there by force? Is he there because he owes a debt? And now someone buys his contract out. Now he's paying off that debt by working. We call that a kinsman redeemer, the Hebrews called it. Someone who redeems your debt. Now you have to work for them. You're obligated to work for them now because they paid your debt. They paid your taxes. Now you have to work for them for a year. Okay? Or is he someone that was kidnapped, forced in this position against his will, like a chattel slave? Can you answer that from the text so far, William?
He left before you started talking.
No, you cannot. And that's how I'm able to deal with people like this. Okay? They come in with their assumptions about the text when the text is not even indicating any force here. It's just going over a system in which people
it says
had
by.
work.
I've left it highlighted on the screen.
Unless you can prove
it says
otherwise.
by. Whatever stories you want to put into it about debt, this or that, then why did they buy them?
Your argument is by, because it says by. Hold on. Let's deal with it. Let's deal with the arguments that you're presenting. Let's not just make them and expect us to believe them because you made the argument. Hold on. Sammy said buying. Sammy said that's evidence of what? What's that evidence of, Sammy?
Well, if we had it back up on the screen, I could make an argument. But the whole point is that this verse
hold on.
is very tailored.
No, sorry. Can he actually answer the question that I answered in the?
I did answer your question.
No, you did not answer the question.
Your question was a red herring. It was a distraction.
No, you accused me of throwing out a red herring. You've just thrown out one, buddy. You've just thrown one out there because you're making a very big distinction on like Hebrews, non-Hebrews. So what about non-Hebrews? Anyone who's in a condition of slavery, is that right or wrong? Answer me that damn question.
What is what right or wrong?
Slavery. It's a simple question. It's a simple yes or no answer.
Is slavery right or wrong? In the enslavement of another human being, meaning forcing them. Can I answer you, sir?
Yeah, please go on.
Shut up, then. The enslavement of a human being, meaning forcing them to work against their will, whether it be kidnapping or coercion, is wrong. It is outlawed in Scripture. The punishment for the punishment for that behavior is death. The punishment for that behavior in our culture, could be 10 to 15 years, depending on how serious the crime, how serious the how long you have them trafficking, how long you've been doing it, etc., how many people you traffic. But trafficking is wrong, whether it be sex trafficking or slave trafficking. That is what is condemned in Exodus 21:16. The punishment was death.
So when non-Israelite slaves taken from surrounding nations or purchased could be held in permanent inherited property.
Why would it say they were taken? You're lying again.
It says it Leviticus
24.
Again. Leviticus 24:46.
Can you go to the Bible? Can you go to the verse, please, Hillary? Pull up the verse.
I just told you Leviticus 25:44-46.
Pull it up, please.
We don't have it. There's nobody presenting.
Jeez.
And Sammy lost his connection.
Let me read it myself.
I mean, I don't see why this is such a simple thing.
I don't see why you can't read. Why your mother and father never taught you how to read. So I'm going to pull up Leviticus myself.
Fuck you dickhead. You're going to go down. You're going to just go to
teach you how to read.
Dude,
because your daddy never taught you how to read.
If you're just going to go to
your daddy never taught you how to read.
Dude, Mike, fuck off, buddy. I can bet you. Oh, fuck you, you prick. I bet I can read much better than you. You're just going to go to bloody insults, okay? Fuck me. I will insult you back, motherfucker. But just answer the goddamn question, right? Is slavery right or wrong? You seem to be you are going to a form of moral relativism to defend this shit. You've been doing that since the beginning, and you won't you won't admit to it.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to read Leviticus 25 for you, and then I'm going to answer your dumb question, your second dumb question. All right, this is what the text actually says. It does not say you can take, you lying scallywag. It says this. Where am I? Verse 44.
First off, Godless, is this the
Uh,
verse that you're talking, or is he saying a different one?
Leviticus
I'm talking about
25.
25, 40, 25, 44, 46. Go
Okay.
on.
Okay, verse 44 says, as for your male and female slaves whom you have, you may buy male and female slaves from among the nations that are around you. Didn't say anything about taking. Taking would be kidnapping that is punishable by death. You cannot force someone into servitude in the Bible. Thank you. Next.
You dumbass. You think that's
Lying.
You dumbass. You
dumbass.
misread the text,
Lying,
dumbass.
Jill.
Dude, listen to me. You think that's an own?
Jill.
You think that's an own? You think
You
that's an
lost,
own?
buddy.
You
lost.
think that's an own? No,
You lost.
dude, dumbass.
You
Wow.
lied.
Listen to
You
what.
said taken.
Oh,
Where does it
whoa.
say taken?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Yes, you
no,
did.
He's
lying.
No, I didn't.
Oh, my God.
No,
Go
I
back
didn't.
in the stream.
No, I
Go back
didn't.
in the stream.
No, I didn't.
Where you
No, I
lied and said
didn't.
taken.
You lying
I'm going back
benchode.
in the stream. I'm going
No,
to
I
mute.
didn't. You.
I'm
No,
gonna
I
mute.
didn't. You lying benchode. Okay. I asked you, is slavery right or wrong? Okay, you say it's wrong. You're saying it's wrong. What you just quoted there is regulation of slavery. It is not saying slavery is wrong. So there you go. Your holy book, your Bible, endorses slavery. It might put regulations on it, but it is endorsing the practice. You think that was a gotcha on me? You are fucking stupid.
Yeah, it wasn't the mic drop you think it was.
I'm sorry. I'm getting so worked up. Honestly, I'm really. I'm kind of sorry.
Oh,
I don't
Jill.
normally engage this way. I'm really sorry that I'm getting worked up about this, but I do find this quite irritating that we're constantly accused of being an atheist, of like having no like an objective moral standard by theists, probably like this guy here, who is doing exactly what I said he did, and going to moral relativism to defend what is in their holy book. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
But it's a magic. It's a magic. It's not relative. It's magically objective. Somehow, even from the mind of God, it's objective. Right, Jill?
Don't feel bad about being passionate. When
Should
you deal with somebody that's over talking.
Should we maybe get onto another topic or something? Because I'm getting worked up, and we're all this isn't the way I like to engage with people normally. I prefer a bit more civilized debate than what I've been engaging in right here. I kind of feel like I've let myself down a little bit here by doing this. But
no, not at all. It's hard to engage, Jill. Really, any other way.
And people expect for Jill to take a hard stance, but he very cleverly starts introducing nuance, and people don't realize it at the beginning, but then later he'll, reference back to it.
Yeah.
Is he still here? Sorry.
He is.
Oh, he's here.
Okay,
so what he does...
no, honestly, no, I'll just say, Jill, I'm sorry I've engaged with you in this manner, honestly, because it's not my style normally. I'm sorry that I've got so worked up, but I am passionate. This is a topic you can probably tell I'm a bit passionate about.
Well, he can hear you. He just pretends.
Well, that's all right. He doesn't have to answer me if he doesn't want to, but I'm just going to say, listen, Jill, I'm sorry I got so worked up, but this is something I'm a little bit passionate about, and yeah, okay, I don't think I've given the best account of myself so far here, so, but...
Well, if it means anything, I think you've done just fine.
Yeah.
Okay, well, glad somebody thought so.
All I found the timestamp. So you're walking back the idea that this text does not say that people are taken from other nations. You never said that?
I never said shit about taken.
You never said the word taken.
No, I don't. I was saying if what I was saying. Okay, I'm trying to calm down. Okay, because I
Can I
don't
share
want
my
to.
screen?
So no, can I just clarify my position? Okay.
Okay, yeah. You better clarify because I'm going to prove you as a liar. You did use the word taken.
No,
you
I didn't.
Use the word taken, sir.
No, I didn't. All right.
Godless.
Okay, what word did you
Okay.
use? What word did you
Godless,
use?
if I can clarify, you did use the word taken. That's why I was
Oh,
asking
okay.
if that was the exact
Yeah,
verse that you wanted to go with.
Okay.
Are you on drugs?
Sorry,
Because
I don't
there's another
recall.
verse that does talk about
Okay,
taken
sorry.
from the.
I don't recall you. Listen.
So where did you get the idea that
Sorry,
these
let me
people were
clarify. Let me clarify again.
Yeah, clarify, please. Go ahead.
I don't recall using the word taken. If I did use that word,
you sound like a Democrat. I don't recall using the word taken.
I'll just mute Jill. I'll mute Jill so you can talk.
Mute this. See, do you see why I get worked out? Do you see why I get worked out? Because this
Of
guy's a
course we
fucking
do.
prick. Because he's a
Can't
prick.
even
You're a liar.
Because this is a lying motherfucker right here. My position was very simple. It's not difficult to work out. My position is slavery right or wrong?
That's not a position, sir. That's a question.
It's not even a position, it's a question. But okay, it's a question then. It's a question. Hey, motherfucker, just shut up. Motherfucker, just shut up and listen to me for one moment.
Answered that
just shut up and listen to the fucking adults in the room for one moment, please.
Go ahead.
You know,
but
here's
shut
the
up
thing.
long enough to hear
My position is slavery in any form is wrong. It is objectively wrong. It is wrong under any form of moral realism that I can think of. You go, and your position seems to be that you will find ways to defend it on any ways possible if it's going against scripture. That seems to be the issue we're having here. And you're making excuses. And the basic question I've been trying to ask you for a long time that you don't seem to want to ask
I've already
answer
is
slavery right or slavery
it is wrong? I have already
answered
that question.
Okay.
Stop repeating your dumbass questions.
Great.
And let me speak.
Then listen. No, you just listen to me. You listen to me for 2 seconds. You listen to me for 2 seconds. Slavery is wrong. Then the Bible is wrong. It's that bloody simple.
You can allow both sides to respond.
Hey, hang on, Jill.
No, I'll let him respond. Let him
I've already answered 3 times already. So I'll mute. When you're done, I'll come back and I'll.
No, I'm done. I'm done.
He's not. Let him finish.
He's not. He's not. I'm done. He's not listening to any word I'm saying anyway.
So then, when you agree to that, right? His response is then is that it is immoral, regardless, in the Bible. And you kind of just agreed to that. That's the thing. Go on.
Is it my turn yet?
I'll shut up.
Okay. All right. So you asked me the question about slavery again. Now we're trying whether it's right or wrong. We say it's wrong because enslaving someone, according to the Bible, is punishable by death. So if God says you die for doing it, we would say, yes, morally it is wrong. Okay. Then you went to Leviticus 25, misread Leviticus 25, and imagine people were being taken when that's not what's going on in Leviticus 25. So if your question is slavery sometimes allowed? Does God allow slavery for those people who are prisoners and commit crime? They're forced to work against their will. The answer is yes. So is the case in the 13th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. Let me read it for you. Neither slave nor involuntary servitude except as a punishment for a crime where you are convicted of that crime shall exist within the United States or any place to their subject to their jurisdiction. So yes, the Hebrews had a culture in which they used servitude, same as ours, to punish people who were convicted of crimes. So when we go to Leviticus 25, when we go to Exodus 21, and I ask you line by line, how did the slave get there? If you ignore how the slave got there, you are being a dishonest, racist prick.
Racist how?
You are looking at the culture of the Jewish
how the hell did you get
and
to
condemning
racist,
them.
buddy?
You are condemning. Let me tell you how. You are
How did
condemning
you
the
get to
Jewish people
racism?
of chattel slavery when all they're doing is doing what the 13th Amendment says we are to do in America.
Dude, I'm British. I don't give a fuck about the 13th Amendment in America.
Okay.
Then
I
who
don't give a
cares
flying
what you
fuck.
think? In America, you can
I
be
don't
made
give a
a
shit
slave.
about. Dude,
Okay,
I
I
don't
know
give
the
a
disconnect.
shit about what the
This is
13th Amendment
America.
says in
This is the
Jill.
country the Bible was
You're in
built
America.
off of.
I'm in
That's
Britain.
your piece
Sammy's
of
in
shit country.
Australia. You dense
Jill.
motherfucker.
Jill, we can modify your argument.
Our
Jill, let's
country was
modify
made-
Jill.
was built off
Jill.
the back of the Bible.
Jill, I'm
guy for
legitimately
real?
trying to help your argument.
Is this
If you'll
guy
just
for real?
listen.
Seriously.
Hold on, Godless. Let me clarify Jill's argument.
I'll shut. All right.
Okay, so Godless, are you a moral absolutist?
I am not a moral absolutist. I would call myself a moral realist, and I distinguish about. If you want me to elaborate on that, I will do. But get your point out, please.
I don't know what Jill's point's going to be. Personally, I don't really understand moral realism. I'm an absurdist, so we may conflict on that. But I know that what Jill is going to say is, do you think the inmates should be put into prison in Britain and be that way we're not dealing with the U.S. anymore? And then based on that answer, he's going to go with his next attack.
Okay, so what people put into prison in Britain? Okay. Is that what we're saying here?
Yeah. Do you think it's okay for people to be put into prison in Britain?
Of a crime.
Look, obviously there has to be some sort of legal code and some sort of penal punishment for offenders. Of course there does.
Thank you.
Dude.
How are the Jewish
people? Dude. Being put into prison is not necessarily the same as slavery, all right?
Again, sir.
You are making.
How many prisoners have you got to go to work in your place, Jill?
Let me read the 13th Amendment again for this guy.
I don't give a damn about the 13th Amendment. I'm British. I don't.
Okay, then.
Hey, America is not the whole world, dumbass.
In America, we call that slavery. When you are in prison.
I don't give a shit what you call that in America. What the rest of the civilized world is actually ready for independence from Britain yet.
This idiot is going to open up our Constitution 2,000 years from now and accuse America of having slavery up until 2026 because he read in the 13th Amendment that slavery is allowed.
No.
You are an idiot, buddy.
Can I just... Sorry,
we don't call it slavery. We call it imprisonment.
Is this guy for real?
Punishment.
Dude, are you a troll?
We do not consider it enslavement like Boko Haram does. Like Muslim countries do when they kidnap women and children and force them into sex prostitution. That's not what's going on in the ancient Near East. That's not what's going on in the U.S. Constitution, the 13th Amendment. Please stop being dishonest and learn to read in context, historically.
Fuck me. You're unreal. You are unreal, buddy.
Can I just speak up for Jill on this? Godless Scummer, I know you're from England, and I know that you put in the text earlier that English wasn't your first language. So I know that you're a liar.
Me?
Yeah.
So where did I put English isn't my first language?
I'm sure if anyone wants to scroll up. Yeah.
So you go and look anywhere where I've said English is not my first language.
I apologize. I've just got back. I apologize. That was theoretical. Sorry. I
Okay,
apologize.
fair
Carry
enough.
on.
Thank you, thank you.
Sorry, I just made a mistake.
So every text I take,
Literally, I know a tiny bit of French, and that's about it. It's a fucking language,
Yeah.
but you know.
so
No,
every
that's fine.
time-
That was my mistake. I'm
this is
sorry.
how
You
I
should
took-
know by the accent.
Yeah.
every
Dude,
time
I'm from your neck of the woods. You should know.
Yeah.
he doesn't want to engage.
Yeah, anyone? Yeah, carry on. Sorry, I was wrong.
Anytime
I
they
was thinking
bring
you
up a
was
scripture,
someone.
I'm going to do what I did to William, which is why he left. Okay,
Mm.
I'm going to force you to demonstrate that the slave there, because we know slave can mean many different things. Even in our culture today, it can mean a prisoner. Okay, not someone who's kidnapped, but someone who is forced to be confined in a particular area, a cell, and even forced to work up until recently, where the liberals said, "Oh no, this reminds us too much of slavery," so they got rid of the chain gangs. But we used
Oh
to.
no, in Texas we have them.
How long? Texas, we still have them. Yes.
Yep.
So they are even forced to work. Okay, and the idea is that you are paying restitution. It's not slavery, meaning I kidnapped you. You did not owe a debt. You did not commit a crime. I'm not an authority. I'm not the state. I'm just a person who's greedy and wants to exploit your labor. That
So
was
you don't acknowledge the difference between a person purchasing people for their labor as opposed to the government imprisoning people for
we are the
punishment.
government. We are
You
the
see it as all the same.
We are the government, and back then they didn't have a structured
Okay.
government. They governed themselves. So basically, if let's say you stole something from me,
Clarifying.
okay? Let's say you stole a goat from me. The scripture says that I would have to go to the elders, which was like the government. I would have to go to the elders and then get that injunction against you. And then you would have to pay me. You would be forced to pay me. If you didn't have the money, you would be forced to work for me until the debt was paid in full, whatever we decided.
And that's the only kind of slave that existed, right?
No. Also, the type of
Oh.
slave, there are several
Okay.
types of slaves in the Old Testament. That's why every text you go to, I'm going to make you prove
Including
type of
chattel.
slave there.
Including chattel.
Chattel slavery did exist in the East, but it was
Well, there you go.
for Israelites to practice chattel slavery. The
Thanks for coming.
Midianites sold Joseph or his brothers sold Joseph to the Midianites. The Bible calls that a great evil because it was against his will and he did nothing wrong. They did it because they were jealous of their brother. Okay,
so slavery.
Yes, that did exist back then. It exists now.
So it's fine to sell your slaves to the
without their permission. If they do not want to be a commodity, you cannot force someone to be a commodity.
Like
That's
you
all.
just
Being a commodity was not bad. It was not illegal or immoral.
You can't sell your daughter unless she goes, "Yeah, sure, Dad." Which, if she says no, you're gonna beat her. Like,
if she says no, then a good father would say no. I'm not going to do what they call an arranged marriage. An arranged marriage, which still exists today. So selling was a dowry, or what they call a bride price. So you would pay the family for the daughter's hand in marriage. So that's what they mean by buy. That's not slavery. So again, you guys are taking words and ripping them out of their historical context and turning them into some sort of sex trafficking.
Right. So Jill.
Please finish.
Jill.
So moral relativism again, Jill.
You're
moral
taking
relativism once again
in the text, and you're turning parents in the ancient Near East, and you're demonizing them and saying they were selling their own daughters into sex slavery. How racist and xenophobic is that?
Dude, it is not. Dude, in no way, shape, or form, is that racist or xenophobic?
That is.
Yeah, no, it is not.
Why would you
Yes,
assume
no,
like any culture would
dude,
do
be,
that?
No,
dude,
it
be
is.
quiet. I've let you talk for a while now. I've been
Why
out
would
for a
you-
couple of
yeah,
minutes.
why
I'm
would
gonna,
you
I'm
assume
gonna
Jewish-
respond to
Yeah,
that.
Jill, shut the fuck up.
Go ahead.
I'm
Tell
gonna
us why
respond to
you
that.
assume the Jewish people were doing that.
I
to their
am
own
gonna
people.
respond to that if you will shut up for 2 seconds. All right? Okay. I acknowledge that in ancient cultures, yes, slavery was a common practice. What I am trying to get at with you, and what I've been trying to get at you since I've been in the stream is slavery objectively wrong?
Oh my God.
And now, in any form, way,
No.
or what, in any way,
Not
okay,
in any form, not based on
okay,
definition.
okay. So you're saying that is objectively wrong. So
Slave-
why are
enslaving someone-
you?
Hold on.
So why are
Hold on,
you?
hold on.
No,
Your
just
office-
Jill,
let me
Jill,
get my point out.
shut
I will
the
let
fuck
you
up.
let me get my
operating
point
on the
out.
word slavery.
I will let you respond, okay? This is how this shit works. Okay? So I'll get my point out. So you're saying slavery is objectively wrong in any way, shape, or form.
False.
Why
You're
are
lying
you
again. That's not what I just said. No.
Well then, if that's not what you just said, you're saying slavery is right in some circumstances.
In
Sorry,
the case of
sorry. As
prisoners,
an
the
atheist,
13th
I am
Amendment.
way more moral than you
13th
fucking
Amendment.
Christians who are defending this
I
shit.
just read the 13th Amendment.
I don't
sir.
give a fuck about the 13th
Okay,
Amendment of
then.
the U.S.
So in
Constitution. It doesn't
in
fucking matter. It's
circumstances-
irrelevant.
In
It's
circumstances,
irrelevant.
in
It is
circumstances,
I don't give a shit. The
in
U.S.
circumstances,
Dude, the U.S. Constitution
he's done.
is no
He's done. So
more
he's
of
going to keep repeating a
the
failed
U.S.
argument. He's
Constitution.
finished.
The U.S. Constitution
Ladies and
is
gentlemen,
no more of an objective moral standard or document than the Bible is. Do you understand that? Do you understand what I just said there? I don't give a shit
Right.
what the Bible says. I don't give a shit what the U.S. Constitution said. Is slavery right or wrong? You know, you say it's wrong, but you
let me know
have
when
to
you're done.
defend it because it goes against your
things
holy
here,
scripture.
you're confusing a few things. You're confusing a lot of things, but I'm only going to touch on two because I don't have much time. All right, you're confusing what objective ethics is. Objective ethics does not say in a clean slate across the board, slavery wrong. Objective ethics says slavery is wrong in this circumstance in which the person did nothing wrong and you're not forcing them to work to pay back restitution. If you're forcing them to work to pay back something they stole, that is honorable, that is just. Okay? So when we talk about objective ethics, we're not talking about objectively that there is a clean slate, that this is always right in every circumstance. Okay, so you need to do some homework on what objective ethics actually means. It means that in a given scenario, considering all of the possibilities, all of the converging factors, if you know them all, this decision is the right decision objectively. Okay, that's objective ethics, not slavery is wrong all the time, or hitting someone is wrong all the time. No, it's not. Not in self-defense. Got it? There you go.
Jesus, I've had to mute myself for the last 2 minutes because what you've said is so damn funny.
Got it.
Quite frankly,
I don't have any rebuttal, however. So now you're
it
quiet.
is so hilarious.
That's what I like to hear.
Well, I
What
would
you
like to make a
said is
point.
so hilarious. Go on, let me
shutting up.
make your point.
Okay, now I would disagree with one thing. As someone with a law background, when you say that a legal document isn't objective, I would say it is an objective standard. As long as it's equally applied to all parties, that is what makes it objective, because it is not the subject. That's all I had to
It
say.
is equally applied, but the circumstances surrounding the law have to also apply. You cannot
Absolutely.
strip the circumstances from that surrounds why the law is there, why the law is enacted, and just say, well, it's slavery is wrong in every single case. Not even our U.S. Constitution does that. Our U.S. Constitution says no. It's just when you are punishing someone for a crime they were convicted of. Then
So
it's
But
just
I
no,
will.
all we've done
So
is say,
here's where I'm gonna maybe push back on what's just said here. Okay, and I'll try to do this. I don't believe necessarily that legal documents do form basis for objective moral standards. As I said, I prefer to use the term moral realism when I'm talking about this. I actually believe that there are moral truths that are discoverable, and I've said my standard is based on human flourishing, well-being, and so on. Okay. I view slavery, a practice such as slavery, as objective to that. No matter what any particular legal document might say, right or wrong standards don't apply to legal documents.
They can be put on legal documents. That's the
They
point.
can,
We believe in human flourishing as well, and that's the standard, human flourishing. And humans flourish when criminals are punished for their crimes. Okay.
And Jill, shut the fuck up.
Thank you.
Jill, shut the fuck up. We are supposed to have a debate in like 20 minutes. I am willing to go with that, but you'll have to send me a link or something.
You cannot debate me on this topic, Wildheart. We've already had this debate several times.
You said before that there will be a
lost again. All of you did. You cannot condemn the Bible of slavery because they punished people when they didn't have jail. So they punished people by forcing them to pay restitution through work. And that was called an event. They were called a slave.
So are you going to claim this as a win?
I could show you the book, chapter, and verse. It specifically says that.
To be honest, this dipstick's going to claim this as a win no matter what.
Watch this.
Yeah. So you challenge me to a debate, and then you say, "Yeah, you can't win this debate."
Because I know you can't. Because I've seen OE lose it.
Let's try it out. Let's try it out.
Let Wildheart finish. Go on.
Let's try it out. Whether I can win or not.
That's fine. We can have that debate. I love having this debate. I love having this discussion.
Yeah.
But I'm going to read to you. Here's a legal.
Wildheart, if I've seen any evidence of this debate, you're going to win this.
I know I'm going to win.
All right. This is
if the evidence of what I've seen so far, you are going to win this easily.
Yeah.
All right. This is in Exodus 22. All right. Here's a prescription. Just like in the case, we have a prescription in our Constitution. Our great Constitution, the greatest document ever created. Why? Because it was made by men of God, basically men who believed in God. Okay. If a man steals an ox or sheep, so that's
I'll let those points go. We haven't got time.
You will, because you have no choice. You can't win a debate on it. To the contrary. Okay. So when these men made these laws, remember they're mirroring a lot of what they have read in the Old Testament. Okay. Watch this. If a thief, this is Exodus 22. This is exactly what the U.S. Constitution says. If a thief is found breaking in and is struck so that he dies, there's no blood guilt shall be upon him. But if he lives, there is guilt. He shall pay. If he and by pay meaning he has to work.
Deflection.
Okay. Or he has to pay money. He has to pay money. If he has nothing, listen to this. If he has nothing, he's broke. He doesn't just get away without paying restitution for what he did. He shall be sold for his theft. He shall be made a slave. Why?
Jill, shut the fuck up. I'm tired of listening to your rhetoric.
All right, you guys are done. I feel you.
Yeah, just get the debates on.
The Bible condones slavery. Energy is going down to 2 bars.
Yeah. Just Jill, maybe just do yourself a favor and bow out Noah while you're fucking losing, because you don't seem to realize what a dipstick you're making yourself look tonight.
Never does.
Losing, all right. That 13th Amendment threw you off.
Yeah.
Loop, huh?
No, it didn't. I actually answered that. Actually,
What was your answer?
No, my answer was I don't give a damn what the legal documents say, whether it be the Bible or the 13th Amendment.
I don't give a damn.
That is irrelevant to the topic of whether something is morally right or wrong. Is different to whether it is legal or not.
Okay.
That is completely different.
Yes, right.
Do you? I mean, don't be funny.
That it is illegal?
Do you understand that concept? Do you understand that concept? Seriously,
we would say that the slavery is illegal and immoral in the United States. It's illegal and immoral.
Yeah,
immoral according to our code of ethics, and it's illegal and therefore immoral according to the United States Code of Ethics.
I don't give a damn. Stop giving us talking to me about the United States or whatever. I'm talking about general standards of humanity as a general, because, hey, I don't know if you know this, but there are other countries in the world other than the United States.
Yeah, your country. Let's talk about your country.
Yeah, I don't know.
What is the punishment for someone who murders in your country? What is the punishment?
Jail.
Jail.
Yeah.
Okay. And do they have the freedom to move about in jail?
Yeah.
Depending on the situation, if there are risks to other prisoners, they might be put in solitary confinement. They might be put in general population. So
they committed murder and they have the freedom to leave?
They don't have the freedom to leave at any time. Dude, dude, you are this is a total straw man you're building here.
It's not a straw man. I'm asking questions about your legal code.
This is a total straw man you're building.
I'm not making a claim, sir. Do you know what a straw man is?
Yes, I do. Oh, yes, I do, and I know one when I'm bloody hearing.
You're getting uncomfortable. You're realizing.
I know one when I hear one coming up.
The Hebrew code. You're getting uncomfortable now, aren't you? So these people, when you
you have missed the point. You have missed the point of everything I've been saying to you since I've been in the stream. You have missed
how I easily win debates on slavery. You can't.
You win debates by saying I won.
You really don't, buddy.
Yeah, you're like fucking G-Man, quite frankly.
You really don't. That's why you're struggling right now.
Basically, you're like G-Man. That's how fucking dumb you are.
Can I interrupt this debate?
Yeah, go on, because this bloke's a fucking moron.
Ask me anything. Do you think it's right for people to ask questions?
That's why you're struggling right now on the cross exam, buddy.
Shut up. What was that, Wild Heart? Do you think it's wrong?
Sorry, Wild Heart, what's your question? Sorry.
Do you think it's right for Jill to interrupt everyone and?
To be fair, I think I probably can't take too much moral high ground on interrupting, because I think I've probably done it a few times myself on the stream. But
yeah, no, that's fine. Everyone interrupts everyone. Yeah.
And admittedly, I've gotten a little bit more passionate than I normally would in conversations in this one, but but when you're dealing with idiots, sometimes it gets a bit.
Yeah.
The thing is, if you go back and listen, right, Jill will claim that he gets overtalked or muted or not heard, but it literally gets to the point where he's talked for 10 minutes and then when someone wants to respond, he keeps over talking in like this.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Well, Sammy, I hadn't noticed, honestly.
Oh, he's over talking. All right.
Shut up, you dickhead.
Let's try this again. In your country, Godless, what is the punishment for someone who murders? You said jail. and you said that they are not allowed to leave.
Yes,
Jail, correct?
We have been through this.
Okay, all right. Let me finish my point. So they're not allowed to leave. They're there by force. They're being forced and kept there against their will. Okay. What if I decided, because I'm writing in the 1600s, so I'm writing my law in the 1700s. What if I decided to call
I
that
don't know
individual?
how the hell you
Let me
equate.
get out
I
the
do not know
question.
the how. Go
Hold
on, then
on.
get your question
Let
out.
me get
I know
the
where you're
question
going,
out.
but go on.
All right, I'll mute. He wants to overtalk again. Are you ready? Okay. What if I'm writing a law about that scenario you described in your country? Committing murder, being put in jail, not allowed to leave. What if I called that individual in my laws a slave? Would my country be guilty of what we consider chattel slavery today? Yes or no?
No.
Thank you. I'll see you guys next time. The
No,
Bible does not condone
let me.
slavery.
Jill, Jill,
Whoa,
right, Jill, before
you think that was a gotcha? You dipstick, you think that was a gotcha? Yeah, he thinks that's a gotcha.
Yeah, but I'm supposed to be having a debate with him within the next 10 minutes. So.
Oh well, best of luck to you, Wildart. Let him go then. Let him embarrass himself even further debating you, because this guy's a moron.
I don't expect that he will recount with. I don't expect that he'll recount with. How I cannot say that word. Recount. Shit. Genuinely worrying. Yeah. Yeah, he has responsibilities towards me. Yeah.
By the way, Sammy, I'll just put myself on camera quickly because I just want to show you something. I have actually shaved my trademark long locks off. So.
Whoa!
Wow, you look totally different than I imagined.
Yeah, I mean, I had to tell Neil the 604 atheist last night. It says, "Sorry, I'm only Aaron Ra is your only competition in the atheist community right now." So, because it was between myself, Aaron Ra, and Neil, to be honest, who had the best hair. So, I had to bow out.
Well, I will say you are a very handsome man, and you look exactly like many of my friends.
Mate, the last time I was anybody's type, I was given blood, but
good one.
Look at the hair there.
Yeah, you are a very attractive man, and that is me saying it as a straight man. But honestly, yeah, you are a very attractive man.
Well, maybe I should grow my hair long again, because maybe going gay is the only way I'll get any action, to be honest. But
well, it helps.
And if not, guys, I'm going to say I'm sorry I got a bit passionate about this one. To be honest,
not at all.
It's not normally my style, but he kind of wound me up a bit.
Yeah,
Jill is the only person left on YouTube that can do that to me too. But
well, you still let him in, Sammy. So which obviously to your credit,
Yeah.
No, but it's good to see you, man. And I'm sorry that I didn't get your identification right.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, I thought you were someone else. So.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I don't know if you remember, I did pop in briefly on one or two of your streams back in the day, Wild Heart, but it's been quite a while.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I'm sorry I got so worked up, but I just found that guy very infuriating. But he essentially proved the point I was trying to make when I came in, because I've recently got interested in this topic about morality and so on, and I've often found I'll have theist apologists attack at someone like me who's an atheist and say you have no concept of objective morality, and then will go to moral relativism themselves when they're trying to protect like apologize for the practice of slavery in the Bible, and that guy just bloody proved everything I was ever been saying about that.
Yep.
Yeah. That's what he does. He goes against his own position, and yeah, that's what he does.
Yeah, he
Nice.
definitely. So I don't think he ever actually listened to a word I was saying about that. And like I said, I don't necessarily care what any human legal document necessarily says. I mean, I subscribe to an idea of moral realism personally. That's my own personal position. But I think I do think objective moral facts and truths exist, and they're sort of discoverable. And we are trying to do our best as humans to discover them. We're trying to get better at this shit.
Yeah.
It's actually very damning. Sorry, what?
No, you go.
Just saying, it's very damning actually to the idea of objective morals, like moral realism. It's so powerful because it explains how someone that doesn't believe in God and top-down morals can say we all agree it's wrong to do X, Y, Z, which is the argument so much of the time. It's like, oh, we all agree rape is wrong. Yeah, that's called moral realism.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's not objective morals. I get it. Yeah.
I mean, I said I tend to hear theists use the term objective morality. I prefer the term moral realism. I kind of subscribe to that personally. That's just my own personal position. And but I do kind of like it when I hear these Christian apologists of atheists have no concept of objective morals, and I'm like, well, actually, I do, and I personally subscribe to a form of that. That's my own That's my own personal philosophical position. But I do know other people might have different positions than myself. So,
well, the objection I always make. Go ahead, Sammy.
No, you go.
The objection I always make whenever someone talks about objective morality is, if God is the one that's determining everything, is God an object or a subject? If he's a subject, then it's subjective. If he's an object that is unable to think and has no personality, then fine, you can claim objective.
Yeah.
Yeah. Plus,
to be honest, I don't have a massive issue with that argument on the surface. So,
no, but come on. Yeah. No, you're fine. Sorry. I was just gonna spout a lot of bullshit, basically.
The only issue that I see with moral realism is I adhere to the observer effect. That reality doesn't collapse into its wave function until it's observed. And so because of that, I don't believe in objective reality. I think that each of us determine what that reality is.
Yeah.
Through observation.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to bow out, actually, because I've got to go have my dinner. So, I'd like to have this conversation a bit, maybe some other time, preferably without the dipstick in the room, but...
right.
Jill. Yeah.
But... Yeah, but thanks for having me in, Sammy. I'm sorry I got so worked up, but I was just listening to him and thinking, what the fuck is he talking about? And I felt the kind of need to jump in and say what I thought.
Yeah.
No, you're fine. No, it's good to see you again. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been too long, mate. I haven't recently made a bit of a return back to YouTube, so hey, come and check me out if you want. So, Anyway, I'll
Yeah.
see you guys later. I've got to go have some food, so
See you, mate.
see ya.
Cheers.
Bye. Yeah. If over talking and not
Yeah.
listening to anything you say triggers you, you can't engage Jill.
Right.
Those are two things you have to like be aware of. One, he's not going to hear a single thing you say. So I had to sort of accept, as long as the audience see how silly he looks, it doesn't matter that he's not listening.
Mhm.
Yeah, that.
That
Yeah.
just makes him look even sillier. Like when he comes
Yeah.
back and pretends like, "Oh, is it my turn? What'd you say?" Like, no, it's not your turn. It's not your turn if you don't respond to what I said, and if you didn't
Mhm.
listen, then you're just a piece
Yeah.
of shit. You're not engaging anything. You're so useless at this point. Like,
Yeah, they just they they want to annoy people rather than actually.
yeah, he's a troll,
Yeah.
basically.
Well,
Yeah.
I've been looking into the dark triad recently, narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathology, and it's really interesting to try to rate people based on those spectrums.
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
yeah,
I
that would be
bet.
good. Yeah. If it, actually, if you could do a stream on that, yeah, I would be
I
very
should
interested.
actually,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
But
that would be
can I be
cool.
controversial and say, use some examples?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, like, use me if you want as what, like, as a not a control, because I'm crazy as fuck. But to show you, like, I'll even use my friends, sort of thing.
Yeah, just as examples.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But as long as you use like Jill and stuff as well.
Yeah. No, that's fine. I've still not heard anything from Jill.
You won't.
No.
If he didn't give you a link before he left, he's not going to tell you anything now.
Yeah.
Same as Knock. It was fucking unbelievable what I watched earlier on his stream, right? I was there spamming, have a chat with me, but set it up, set a time, have a chat, set a time. And he vaguely, I don't know if he saw it or he saw someone saying to him, stop ignoring Sammy, but he was like, my streams are open, you can come in anytime.
Yeah, it's nonsense.
And I'm like, dude, I'm working when you stream. We need to set a time. We're on opposite sides of the planet.
When
I
you're both
can't
available.
you're live, yeah. But I want to have a chat because you think all this shit about me. I don't care, but if you
Yeah.
want to if you care, if Knock cares about the truth, come and have the conversation. Ask me specific questions. Don't
Yeah.
think that because basically what he said is I'm weak-willed, right? And people like Hillary's, Will Serb have mind controlled me or like
Oh man. If he only had a mind, then maybe he could get some control.
and that's why like I did this stream hoping he would see and come and ask me the fucking questions because I put in the description like ask me anything,
Right.
especially Knock. It's like
Right.
very,
I'm sorry.
very
I'm
hard to make it. Yeah, sorry.
sorry. I'm gonna leave now. I'll either start up stream if Jill because I've just been to get some Indian takeaway, so I need to eat that. And then I'll either set up stream, or if Jill starts up stream, then I'll join that. So yeah, that's what's going on. But thank you, Sammy. You are wonderful. You are amazing.
Yeah, right. No worries.
And thank you, Lewis. Yeah, you are great as well.
Thanks. See you later.
What's oh, Jill's still out there. More relativism. Man, that was a failure. There is one objective ethic for every scenario, considering the parameters or details. That's objective.
Okay, if he's going to say the written word of God, then he can make a case. But if he says God himself, I would disagree.
But he stays too vague for that.
He does.
Yeah. And I try and push him. I try and challenge him to get specific about that stuff, but they can't because they know what happens if they get too specific. They know they start sounding silly.
Theo makes a good point, but I would wonder how consistent he is because he's saying that he'll debate standards, but only if you don't host closet racists. But the thing is, you're willing to talk with Knock, and to me, he is a fairly open racist. He just doesn't call it racism. Because when he says there's too many white people, well, is white a race? And if so, what does that mean?
Yeah. Well, see, but this is what I want Theo to realize. He is saying that you asking that question makes you racist. And he might go, no, I never said that. Yeah, I know you didn't. But I am saying that's what you appear to me, Theo. Like, I've explained to you, and Will even admitted it on stream. I said I'm not gonna expose him, but he exposed himself. That shit is to expose you, Theo. How do you react to Will saying he loves white people?
Yeah, I don't
If
think
you
that Will.
think, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. I thought you were done.
I was just gonna say, if you think that means he's racist, all he's done is expose you, not himself. Because I said, okay, Will, you say this stuff. Answer this question. Answer me this. Answer me that. And next thing you know, it's like, okay, I understand your position. But people just sort of want to sit in the side chat and same as you, Hillary's. Not you. I'm saying they do it to you, same as they do to Will. But they won't engage it. And if they come and ask you the question, then the whole thing falls apart. They can't hate you anymore. So it's like they don't want to ask the question.
Right. Knock wants to create a straw man of me rather than actually engage in my actual position. Because when he asks what I think of Trump, I say I don't care for the man. I like his policies, but that's about it. Oh, well, you don't like Trump then? That's correct. As far as a person, I don't like him. Oh, wow. I guess you just totally tore down my straw man of you. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you probably shouldn't have built it. And then he asked me something about, do I support Trump? And I said, only to the extent that he supports and defends the U.S. Constitution. As soon as he steps outside of that, I do not support him. Well, gee, I don't know where we can go from there. Yeah, you're right. I don't know. I think that maybe we have a little bit of agreement here. Would you agree to that, Knock?
Mm. And Theo, that response just means to me you didn't really hear what I said, because that's not what I think I was doing. And I know I did use the words. I think I did use the words expose. But what I mean by that is just, I think I'm making aware of the other side that's happening. That was all. I didn't mean it like some sort of,
Right.
oh,
The way
look at me exposing Theo. Yeah.
what you're really doing is saying you're allowing him to expose his own views.
Yeah. I come to talk to you in voice of this.
And as far as the trans issue, I don't know that any of us really have disagreement. We may have nuanced positions, but you, me, and Theo seem to be pretty much right in step.
We all are, yeah. We don't give a shit about what genitals or how you dress or
Nope.
like
Yeah, I
what
see a
what do we
person.
what do we hate about trans people? The fact that I want to say you either have male DNA or female DNA. That
Yeah,
doesn't make you fucking trans. What the fuck?
and my position is they are a person. I don't care what gender they claim or anyone else assigns. They are a person, and I'm going to treat them as a person. And if they then start demanding that other people treat them a certain way, now all of a sudden they're creating an imposition of will, and I'm going to push back against that.
Yeah. But and just to make it clear, no matter what you are, who you are, whatever the fuck, right? If you fall down in the gutter or struggle crossing the street, I will help you. End of story. Full stop. Don't care what color, don't care what genitals, don't care how you're dressed. You know, if you have a full beard but you're wearing a dress, if you fall down and need help, I will reach my hand out. So, am I racist or transphobic or fucking whatever? Like,
I'll just hit what he said about trans. If we say men, men are men. If we say trans men, trans is now something different than men. And you yourself said that, Theo, that is a subset. Well, I would say that instead of looking at it as a subset, I'm just going to look at trans men or trans men. A equals A. A does not equal B because B is not A. So if you say trans men, that's a different category. And so then if we talk about men, that's fine. If we talk about trans men, that's something different. If you're trans, it means that you apparently aren't one thing or the other. So you're somewhere transitioning between the two. So now we're into another category, and I can't assign you as being either a man or a woman or a frog or anything else. You're now trans. So that's its own category.
and should I fucking shun you for that?
I don't think so.
No.
If I'm in error, then you should show me where I'm in error so that I can correct myself. And that's all that I ask. Please show me my error because I want to learn and grow as a human.
And the unfortunate thing is, right, that they'll say you're intelligent enough to know what I mean.
I'm not a mind reader.
They don't want to explain it, and they won't. They'll just say you should know.
Well, I'm sorry, but
That's where I take fucking issue. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I do not know. I know what you say. I can't read your mind. And if I try to guess what's in your mind, you're going to tell me that I'm wrong. So then I'm going to be wrong again. So I'm not going to play the game of I should know. All I know is what I do know because you've expressed it to me. I'll give you feedback to let you know whether I understand you. And if I don't understand, it's back to you to correct me.
It's like I didn't know what an ally was until I wasn't one.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, we can't be allies other people can only tell us that we're allies. Well, if
Yeah.
that's the case, if I can't self-identify as an ally, then what's the point of being an ally? That's someone else's imposition of their will. So are they going to transgender me into being an ally or a not ally? How does that work? Are we going to stick to the same standards?
As well as what came with apparently being one was not allowing oppositional points of view on my channel, or else I was anti-ally. It's like, no, like Bill, for example. Poor Jeff just lost his fucking mind. That's probably why he actually had long hair at the start of the stream,
Yeah,
but he pulled
I'm
it all
bold.
out.
I'm bold now. Talking
Yeah.
to him. Actually, I'll put myself on camera for 2 seconds, Sammy, just so you can see what I look like now.
Yeah, you
Am
should
I?
be. Christ.
Am I
I
looking?
barely
Do I look a bit
recognise
different from when the guy you knew a couple of years back?
Yes. Much more male, masculine.
I always say, I try to be like a good ally to trans people and so on, but I've often feel a lot of the time is like I know enough to know I don't know enough, and sometimes it's like
Yeah.
sometimes it's better to keep my mouth shut on certain subjects, you know.
Yeah. Exactly. And that's kind of where I am on so many things. Like, I might have people around me that have a position on these things, but instead of just saying I am them, or they've like somehow brainwashed me, ask me my position, because I guarantee you it's not going to be the same as the people that are around me. And that's why I don't like this. If you know, or you put Hillary's and Will and Serb on your platform, so you must agree with them. Well, 90%, yeah, I do. But there's plenty of shit that I actually disagree, and I say it. Like, I'm not a sheep. I'm not in, and I also want people to come in and go, "Hey Sam, you're too far right," and show me why I am. Show me why to be more liberal. Show me whatever you think. But all I got was just that side of things, like the left side just went, nah, well, you talk to right-sided people, so we're gonna
But
shun
even
you.
then,
I mean,
what
I'd
is
say, I mean,
left and what's right?
politically, I'd say, generally speaking, I'm very much on the left. But
Yeah,
I mean, maybe I've been a bit luckier with my experiences than you. That I've generally met people from, and I openly admit to my ignorance on a lot of issues when it comes to like LGBTQIA stuff. I openly admit my ignorance, but maybe I've been a bit luckier that I've had people who've been maybe a little more tolerant of some of my faux pas.
Hmm.
And it's been a bit kinder to me. But yeah, I know that there are. I mean, I know that there are some people with that extreme who just will instantly want to burn you at the stake immediately if you say anything wrong, you know. But
In the
anything,
wrong direction, yeah. Like,
yeah.
for example, just like
But
personal.
I mean, not to name anyone in particular, essence of thought, but you know,
Oh God, do they still exist?
apparently so, yeah.
Oh God. But like personally, okay, and I'm not saying we should be passing laws forbidding women doing it and shit. But if you ask me, Sammy, what's your opinion about abortion, for example, I'll say personally, I don't like it really. I don't want to do it. I wouldn't do it, you know, but there's things like rape babies and all this stuff that I'm not even going to comment on.
Yeah.
I don't have an opinion, and I'm not gonna say an opinion.
I mean, in a way, I kind of feel as a man, it isn't my, position
Place
to
to
comment
say.
on that. So,
Exactly.
I might just,
Yeah.
I
Does
might
that
just,
make me on the left? No, because I
not
just
really.
literally said I don't like abortions. So that makes me on the right. So I'm kind of
No, that's
both.
giving
Like,
you
I
an
don't know
arbitrary
where to
standard that
put
they're assigning to you. It doesn't make you on the right. It means that they can create a straw man and say that you're on the right.
Yeah.
Mm.
And it just
Whereas I
becomes
would maybe approach the question is, why are you opposed to that? To first.
And
Which
I
I
would
don't.
make the point that if you're on the right, then that means you're more into personal possession of property. And so if the right's position should be pro-abortion because a person can choose to do whatever they want with their body, whereas the left is a collectivist position. And so then therefore, and again, I'm going from American standards, not worldwide, but if from the collectivist standards, then you should prohibit abortion because that baby belongs to all of society and not to the individual that's carrying it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
For me,
yeah, I
Jeff,
mean, there's
maybe
okay.
some
I
context.
think it's a little deep for me to get into right now, but yeah, I don't want to get into it. To be honest, I don't really want to get into another massive argument right now because I had enough. I had
Yeah.
enough of
That was
dipstick
my
earlier, but
point. Yeah, it was like I think people think that I'm so set in one way or the other about stuff, but it's like, nah, I'm a fence sitter on so much shit. Just ask me. You'll find out I'm very left and I won't say very right, but there's plenty that I agree with conservative stuff. Like, so don't just fucking get a broad paintbrush and
Well, whenever I take those big tests, it always shows me slightly left of center. And then on the top down, it shows me totally to the individual and totally opposed to the state.
yeah.
So I'm a libertarian, a classical libertarian.
That's very similar to my results.
I don't find those tests, those online political spectrum tests, very effective. But
take it with a grain of salt.
yeah, definitely, because some of the positions I've come up with there on those things, I'm like, what,
Yeah,
No,
it
but
depends on how they
I
phrase the
think
question.
that might
Exactly.
just mean you don't realize, like, you might be more right-handed than you think you are.
or maybe not. I mean, I've definitely. I mean,
Because libertarian, man,
if I'd have told you my political position, say 10 years ago, Sammy, I would outright said I was a Marxist. And that's sort of a position I've obviously kind of reviewed and I don't necessarily hold with anymore. So
yeah.
I mean, it's not that I don't think anything within Marxist ideas, that everything within Marxist ideas is wrong. I think there's certain things that you can gain from it. I think some of Marx's critique of capitalism is very valid, but again, it can be, if you get down that rabbit hole, it can become a dogma.
Yeah,
Right.
if you get too far, yeah, like any belief, in my opinion, yeah. But there is value to some of it, abso-fucking-lutely. I was a bit of a Marxist myself for a while because there's so much to it until it goes.
Yeah, I mean, and I think, I mean, I even think there's a lot of people who've read Marx who might be on the right politically would even say, actually, there's kind of some merit to Karl Marx's critique of capitalism. So it doesn't mean that everything I necessarily believe was completely wrong, but it's also, I can look back on a lot of the, say, literature I used to read as dogma maybe 10, 15 years ago and read it with a bit more of a critical eye nowadays.
Yeah. what's your view on Mark Hillary's?
I think that read in a vacuum without looking at anything around us, it sounds really good as idealism. But the moment you start putting it into practice, the more people get involved. A group of 35, it might work perfectly. By the time you get up to 100, you're already showing some fractures. By the time you get into entire cities and societies, you're going to have problems.
I think this is kind of where I started to divorce myself from that ideology a little bit, is because of what you just said there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Still, anyway, it was nice to come in and to partake in a complete dumpster fire earlier, Sammy. So thanks for letting me on. Yeah, it was.
Hey, I love dumpster fires too. You can definitely sub to me. I don't come on very often, but when I do, it's usually a good topic.
I mean, I've literally been away from like the whole YouTube community for about a year or so, and I've only just started dipping my toes back in the water. But I think, to be honest, I was just listening to that guy, and I thought, I'm going to click the fucking link to come in, and because I was just so irritated by the shit he was saying.
Yeah. I'm surprised you're not familiar with Jill.
I'm not, honestly. But like I said, I've been away for a while, so I'm like.
No, but I mean, he's old school, like 10 years plus.
Okay.
G chats onto YouTube, like he's been around forever, and he's never changed. Oh my god, Jeff! Like what you just experienced.
So he's been. So this is the same. Yeah. So this is the same bullshit he's been doing for 10 years, is it?
Yeah. Exactly. And he used to trigger the almighty Christ out of me. But I actually
so you could empathize with the way I reacted to it, and yeah.
That's why I kept saying don't feel bad. Like that's a normal Jill reaction. Unless you've had lots of time to get used to him.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. But yeah. So that was my first experience of him. So I was just like,
oh wow.
My whole thing was like, what a dishonest prick.
Yeah.
That's kind of just how I.
Oh my god, that is my description of Jill. Is dishonest. Yeah.
And when you asked, he's not really going to argue that. I'm like, yes, I've heard him argue for hundreds of hours. Exactly that. That's exactly where he's going.
Yeah.
I mean, it almost kind of reminded me of G-Man with some of the shit he was coming out with.
They are very similar.
That was that bad.
They are very similar. Yes.
Been argued that no one's ever seen them in the same room. So.
Well, okay, so it's possible.
Yeah. But Jill is. Oh, look, he's still out there. He is a Calvinist as well.
Okay.
So,
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm not sorry if I offended him. I'm just sorry that he's a Calvinist. But
Yeah, sorry for him. Yeah. Hey, Tommy. Jeff, have you met Saint Tommy?
I don't think I have.
He is a very more reasonable Christian.
Okay, so if he's got a disagreement with me, maybe it won't be a complete shit show like it was was with Jill.
Oh God, no.
Okay.
Tommy kind of feeds off the atmosphere he's in, so I don't really hold anything against Tommy. He loses his shit, you just did.
Well, we all do. We all do now and again,
But he is a universalist, which I respect universalists because even if it's against what the book says, they're like, we're all going to heaven. You're not.
Fair enough.
You're not going to hell. You're not going to hell. Like, so you got to appreciate that at least, I guess.
Well said, Sammy. Well said. The blood of Christ is powerful, and he is faithful.
I wish you would have talked more on my stream yesterday, Tommy. I was really trying to displace others, but because you're muted so much, I couldn't. But I know you got other things that you're doing.
And Brandon, you're too nice. You're too nice letting Brandon on.
I am, I know.
It just shows how big a heart you have, Hills. Anyone that fucking says you don't have a big heart, it's like, Knox like, oh, I wouldn't engage Hillary's because he had a disabled person on there. I'm like, can you hear yourself? And you want to bring back the word retarded. You know Knock, Jeff. I know you know Knock.
I know Knock, yeah.
Bring me out, bro. He wants to bring back the word retarded. Sorry, reclaim. So
Okay. I've heard this. I've kind of heard this argument before, actually, from some people who use that word. But I mean, I don't know what I don't know what's to reclaim at this point, honestly, myself.
Exactly.
But
and I don't care about words.
I'm going to say I get along with Knock. I've never had any issues with him, but yeah, and maybe I'd have to listen to his position a bit more. But on the surface of what you just said, I'm like, I don't quite.
Well, I'll give you
that.
Steel Man, like, so that I'm not straw manning him.
Yeah.
This is legit. Okay. I don't see disabled people as the R word. Okay, that doesn't mean that. It shouldn't mean that. Never did. And then he put a whole bunch of photos on the screen of like Down syndrome people and shit, and goes, "These are not R words. These are angels."
Oh,
Blah,
Lord.
blah,
Boy,
blah,
is he
okay?
trying to stroke his ego.
And he goes, "Now this is R words," and then puts a bunch of montage of photos on the screen of people wearing red hats.
Okay.
So, you know where we're going.
I get
MAGA are retarded. Disabled people aren't.
I get the sentiment behind.
And put it for where it should be.
I get the sentiment behind it, but I don't necessarily agree if I would have done that myself.
Would you say it was retarded of him? Sorry,
I wouldn't use that language myself, but I'm like,
I know.
all I'll just say is it's not where I would have gone personally.
Yeah, and I said to him, ask my 9-year-old. Sorry, fuck my poor son. He's 10. I should have known that, but it was only like a week ago. Ask my 10-year-old disabled son how he feels about the R word. And do you know the sad thing? He doesn't know it. He wouldn't know what it meant. But if he did, do you know what I'm saying? And I don't care about that. I use the R word.
I suppose
the thing
in a way,
with Mark was like,
yeah,
he's the hypocrite. It's like, don't say this word or that word, but I'm allowed to say the R word.
Right.
Yeah.
Fuck off. It's all or none.
I've never had a crossword with Knock. Honestly, I've always got along with the guy, but yeah. I'm sorry. I kind of. Maybe I'd have to listen to what he exactly said, but based on what you told me, I'm kind of like, yeah. I'm sorry. I think Knock. I kind of think you're out to lunch on this one.
Yeah. Well, if you want, Jeff, I'll give you the link. It's an 8-minute video, and the video is called "We Need to Reclaim the R Word."
Well, if he wants to be an R word, then that's fine with me.
Yeah, what for genuine R word people? They need to reclaim that. Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, no,
Oh,
he's speaking for him. So he's saying reclaim it. He wants the R word. Like he wants to use it
No,
without
but
judgment.
Wildheart makes an excellent point. If he's reclaiming the R word, then that means he is agreeing that he is an
I
R word.
agree. That's what I was saying. Like he thinks he is an R word if he wants to reclaim it.
Mm.
What he
Yes,
should be saying is, I want to use it without
yeah,
detriment.
he wants to be able to do whatever he wants and impose his will on everybody else. And what do we call
I
that?
mean-
What's his favorite F word?
Fascist.
Exactly.
I mean, I've heard other people in the community, like certain, I won't mention names, but a couple of flat Earth debunkers who were trying to reclaim that word.
Mm,
But at this point, I'm like, I kind of disagree. What's the reclaim at this point?
exactly.
And that's
Who are you?
it's like
See, the N word, we talk about reclaiming, okay? Because the
yeah,
people that it was about reclaimed it. Now, when disabled people stand up and say, I want to reclaim the R word, go for it. What is Knock doing? Unless he's saying he is disabled, why
Yes.
is he reclaim the R word? That is so
Yeah.
bizarre.
I
Yeah,
mean,
you-
obviously, look,
yeah.
I mean, obviously, like words
Well, I'd like to ask.
words aren't necessarily set in stone. Like, I mean, I had a big back and forth with a Christian guy over something a while ago, and I was trying to say to him that you're using a dictionary description to make your argument, and dictionaries are like descriptive and not prescriptive. Um,
Yeah.
and obviously, he kind of didn't quite get what I was telling him, but I think there kind of comes a time where, yes, words can change meaning over time. You know, for example, I mean, if you go back, say, 100 150 years in Britain, for example, if you were to say the word "somebody is gay," that just kind of meant they were happy. It had no connotation of homosexualism whatsoever. But you know, obviously, the words
And
kind of adopted a new meaning over time, and
well,
I think you get
here's
to
the
that
other.
certain point. You get to that certain point with things like the R word, the N word, or whatever. You get to a certain point with certain words where it's like, what is there to actually reclaim at this point?
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
If
And
you were on an airplane and it was landing, would you want the pilot to apply the retarders or not?
I want him to apply the fucking retarders and
Yes.
get him
Yeah. I would.
down.
Yeah.
Now, I use the word retarded in every sense of the word. And do you know there are disabled people who have certain aspects of their being that are retarded? For
oh,
instance, my 9-year-old son, 10, fuck, I did it again. Oh, you'll forgive me, it's soon. My 10-year-old son now, his learning abilities have been retarded by the amount of seizures, major seizures that he's had in his life.
Mm.
The poor kid's had to learn to speak 3 times.
Yeah.
I don't giggle when I say that, but
But again, it's like
so that's a retardation, but he is
yeah,
not retarded. Okay,
yeah, and okay. I
he
mean,
is
there is
disabled.
there again.
Yeah,
Words change meaning over time, and hey, you pointed out there, context of how words are used is
yeah,
kind of important in a way.
yes.
I heard the English tongue has not been objective since the Tower of Babylon.
Oh, sorry, since I'm here, it's good to hear your voice. It's good to hear.
He got excited, Tommy.
sorry, sorry, go.
But yeah, again, it is a word. I understand. Like I got into Stoicism and stuff, and
Okay.
I'm so chill these days. Okay, so I understand that sounds out of a mouth mean nothing to me. Okay, but
Sorry.
when I learned that, unlike Australia, where us mostly white people call all our white best
Sorry,
mates,
Sammy. I just want to put this up on screen here. If you said you're into Stoicism, something I've been reading off and on.
how can there we
It's
go.
in shadow. I can't read it.
Shadow. Marcus Aurelius.
Yeah.
Oh, excellent.
Yes.
So, yeah, I wouldn't say that I've necessarily completely adopted Stoic philosophy, but I do think there is a lot to be said of Stoicism. Although I do dislike the way it's been, shall we say, bastardized by certain shall we say, online influencers in the recent years. What I call broicism, you know.
Right.
I mean, I'm not being funny. Sam, you'd agree with this, right? Stoicism isn't necessarily so much about trying to repress your emotions, it's trying to actually master your emotions, which
Deal with them and master them.
yeah,
100%, brother.
so I listened to a guy, Andrew Tate, talking about
Oh,
Marcus Aurelius, and then a week or two later, he has a hissy fit because he lost a Twitter fight that he picked to Greta Thunberg. And is throws a hissy fit about it. I'm like, yeah, you're a great example of the
no
Stoic
idea about
ideal of a
Stoic.
man that's mastered his emotions here. Yeah,
He's vomiting shit he read.
yeah.
And
I think he read the little quotes that Marcus wrote about "don't be womanly" and took them at face value.
Oh God.
Yeah, can I just point out, Jill is inside chat. I thought we were supposed to be having a debate. I'm still up for it. If you're,
He's still waiting, Jill.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
Wild Art, please debate him because I tell you what, I think another 10 minutes of him, I'd lose my bloody mind. So you've got my respect if you can talk
That's
to
a
him for a whole.
segue. So, literally, Jeff, while I was learning about Stoicism, and I just wanted to use the bits that were cool, right? And I was talking to Jill quite a bit and losing my shit. I lost my shit every single time I engaged with him, okay? Because I'd start out good, normal semi, calm, chill, talking, blah, blah, blah. But as you saw, he over talks. You can't get a word in. When you do, he's not even listening. It's like because you had to mute him just to get a word in. And then because you muted him, he pretends, oh, you muted me. I didn't listen. And it's like the most frustrating thing on the planet. And he taught me how to chill out and not care about that. And the audience can see it. And that's I was like, okay. Yeah.
Well, maybe I haven't learned that lesson from my interaction with him quite yet. I mean, I'll just say, listen, I don't know much about Joe. I've only literally interacted with him tonight, and yeah, okay, I kind of got a bit more worked up than I should have done, to be honest. But I've got this slight problem. I don't get on too good with stupid people.
Yeah, no.
You know?
What like I can't I wish I could make you understand. You don't he is the epitome of stupid. Like I've had arguments with him that
I'll just say the Dunning Kruger is strong with that guy.
Yeah.
yeah,
So
but it's
lions commit this human concept of grape because they bite them and like force them to do it and shit. And it's like he can't even comprehend that,
yeah, but it's not just
human morals and shit. Like we're not. And on the other side of the coin, lions don't have the morals. They don't know. Don't bite the female and hold her in place. Like,
Oh, I disagree there. Once we talk about morals, I would say that it is moral that the female expects to be bitten and held in place.
well, there you go. But I mean, you can't argue that it's
Yeah, I'm gonna say that for a chat up line, that's not going to be one of my go-tos.
yeah, I bite you and hold you in position.
Yeah, somehow I think that's going to make me come off a bit creepy.
But
You
you're
can
not
come off any way that you want.
That's the point, Jeff. You're not a lion.
Mm.
A female lion would be really turned on by that.
Yeah.
Pickup.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I didn't know much about like the sort of way lions interact. I don't know why I always had I always had this opinion that the lioness was actually kind of the dominatrix in the group to myself, but maybe I was wrong about
If
that.
she's not interested, yeah, it's not happening.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah.
You kind of right to a point. Yeah, it's like the males will kill the babies if they're
Well,
not
no, the women actually are the ones that hunt. The only thing that the women are using the man for is to roar and to scare the animals in a direction. But they're the ones that do all the aggression.
there. All right, I don't know.
Yeah. The females do the hunting. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah.
Yeah. I could make a sexist remark about, well, it's right that women should do all the work, but I think that, you know, I've already buried myself enough tonight without going any further.
Let's laugh at Jill some more. He was asked a direct question because we're talking about evolution, okay, and describing how humans fit the exact same description that we've given to apes.
Yeah.
We are apes, so on. And
I would like.
I mean, technically, if you go by the law of monophyly, we're still monkeys or whatever.
Not
ancestral cage we're still in. I mean, I love the.
We are apes.
But
we
but
said
I mean, I love the fact that technically we are deuterostomes, which is like things that develop in the embryo, where the first orifice, things that opens in the embryo, it's the anus. So, look, I'm admitting that I am plagiarizing Aaron Ra when I say this, but we said it can be truly said in all of our at one point, all of us were nothing but an arsehole.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
I often steal that. So, he was asked, okay, directly, what is an ape? And his answer, because he didn't want to agree with like and how we classify stuff, he goes, anything not made in the image of God.
Yeah.
So hot iron.
Everything that doesn't look like God is an ape.
Oh shit! Sorry. Ow! Fuck! Sorry,
I'm sorry. I'll be more gentle.
I'm sorry. I just had a facepalm related injury there.
Do we need to? Sorry.
What's up, man? What's going on?
Hey, sir.
Yeah.
We were talking about Marx earlier. Did you want to get on that?
About Marx?
Yeah. I figured that's what you were waiting to get in on.
It's just silly because I did come back specifically to have a debate with him in like 10 minutes, and that was like 30 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Oh, so he's a no-show.
Yeah.
Right. Sorry. This is the guy who's calling me a coward, a no-show right now.
That
Yeah.
happens a lot.
Yeah.
He declares
He's-
victory when he
yeah.
doesn't show up.
Yeah.
He's still on the sidetrack.
Yeah.
Not my argument exactly.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Jill, I'll just say this to you, Jill. Bye, Felicia. Yeah.
Alicia. Oh, Theo.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hi,
Good
Theo.
time.
Is my mic working?
It
Sounds
is.
good. Sounds good.
Du
Alright.
klingt mir gut.
Hey guys, what's up? Oh my god, I hear myself now on the stream.
Oh,
Wait.
you've got echo.
Oh yeah, there's a massive echo.
Massive.
Now I turned it off.
Thick and veiny.
You've still got the stream going in the background.
Yeah,
Wild heart,
and
is it
full
a thick
speed.
and veiny?
So, Theo, by the way, thanks for the kind words you left on my video the other week.
You're welcome. You spoke from my heart.
Yeah.
You said
Well,
slavery is wrong, and slavery is wrong because it
Yeah.
is purely arbitrary and violent against people. It's
Yeah.
just a moral fact for me.
Okay, something that Jill didn't seem to understand when I was trying to explain that to him earlier, but you know,
That's because slavery doesn't exist yet. It's not actually slavery. It's
Yeah.
like voluntary. It's
well,
punishment for some specific crime. That word buy, when it says you may buy a slave, it doesn't mean buy. That means they did something and they deserve it.
yeah,
What they call it in voluntary servitude.
And
Servitude.
voluntary or involuntary, yeah.
Yeah.
Involuntary is indentured.
Indentured, that's it. Yeah, indentured servitude, which is still wrong in.
but I
And
think
it's-
you can. But I think you completely missed the point I was getting at. So with the whole thing was that I mentioned this in the video that I said the other way. It's really weird that I'm dealing with a lot of theists that I interact with. They love to say about how, as an atheist, they've got no concept of any. We don't have objective morality doesn't exist, and I actually do subscribe to moral realism myself. But I was saying it's amazing when they go to this question on slavery in the Bible, how quickly those who are in favour of objective morality go to moral relativism, and that Jill just proved that tonight.
Yeah. But also on the other side, it's striking how many atheists, secular humanists are moral subjectivists. And
Absolutely.
that was my point.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm kind of like, I mean, I think maybe a reason I've not gotten bigger on YouTube than I have is that I've kind of been the atheist that calls out bullshit on our own side a little bit sometimes, but
It will. If you you need to pick a side if you want to make it big. Unfortunately,
We are too niche anyway.
you
have to be a fancy creator to get the views.
I'm not honestly interested in making it big. I'd sooner, if I make it big, great, but I'd sooner be true to my own views and my own positions going forward. And I'm not being funny.
One single thing you say, Jeff, one single thing that you say could turn the whole community against you. Or not even anything you say, but the fact that you don't denounce a certain person that community's denounced.
Yeah.
That's what I found was so.
I have found that because of somebody that I used to associate with back in the day. That I will say I no longer associate with. Because he's become like a
nuclear physicist.
It would be a former U.S. Navy guy. Should we say that
he did go full fucking weird,
full fucking MAGA bullshit. Like, yes.
Sammy.
No, I mean I don't want to mention this guy's name. Sorry, coughed there, but you know.
Oh,
Sammy, can you make me full screen? You can carry on with your
He wants
conversation.
to shark sausage.
I'm glad that you
Thick
mentioned his
sausage.
name because now I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Big
Yeah,
sausage.
to my shame, I associated with that guy way longer than I should
Oh,
have done.
so
In
did
all
I.
honesty, but no,
It was kind of my
in
introduction
last
to
in last
YouTube.
in
Jeff.
last of 2 or 3 years, he's gone completely off the fucking deep end. I'm sorry. So
In fact, did I meet you there? I probably met you there. Like, we hung out on other places afterwards. Like the guy that something about cats in the morning. What was his fucking name? I kind of named my channel after him a little bit when I did the Disgruntled Roo. It was the something cat atheist. Oh, anyway. But basically we met on Non Sequitur. I'm sure of it.
yeah,
Oh, no, sorry. Yeah.
yeah.
Before they did all the shit they did, Carl did his dodgy shit, and
Well,
then I
I
stuck
always
around with Steve for a bit
strange
after.
thing is that could have been like the biggest debate channel on YouTube if
Yep,
the pair of them could have kept their fucking egos in check.
yep.
Because I mean, I don't like to use modern day debate as an example because
Oh,
I think
it's dog shit.
because I think that platform is trash. But
Yeah,
look at how many like subscribers James has got since doing that, and I'm
yeah.
not being funny. I'm not being funny. Non sequitur
No,
back
he's
in the
doing
day.
well. Yeah,
Non sequitur
I'm
back in the day
jealous.
was non sequitur back in the day was a way better debate platform than what James has got. Like if they'd have kept their egos in check, like they'd have probably had like 500,000 subscribers and would have been making bank by now. If the pair of them could have kept their fucking egos in
And
check.
like that's what I still probably that's the one part I do agree with Steve on. Like I think Steve was a bit naive and he thought it was
Oh yeah.
legit and this dude was gonna be fair and square, but Kyle, I think he did, and he admitted it, you know. Everything he admitted I judged,
I mean,
I
yeah,
think.
I'm gonna say I completely on that situation, I completely supported Steve on that. I think it's more what he's done in the recent years since then.
Yeah.
I mean, I stayed well out of his fallout with Chesh. I was like, because people asked, and I was like, I'm staying the fuck out of that. But it was just the fact that first he went on this like massive, like, I hate trans people fucking
What the fuck?
Why
like
would anyone hate
fucking
trans people? That just doesn't even make sense to me.
yeah. Well, what I've heard now, I have not. Now, I want to make this clear. I've not had this confirmed 100%. What I have heard is that he apparently got put into some woman in his real life who was a trans woman, who then rejected him.
Yes.
So suddenly trans people are
bad.
Oh shit because of that. And then we'll make this clear. This is just what I've heard. I have not. So don't take that as 100%. But I have heard this from several sources that is the origin of it. That he just went on this tirade for like about a month, and it was like, and that was when I zoned out and said, you know what, you put me in a position where I can either call myself an ally to trans people or I can call myself an ally to you. But I'm gonna say I'm gonna call myself an ally to trans people here. That basically, I felt like he put me in that position where I was like, I've got to make a choice. I've got to make a choice one way or the other here.
Can we get off the topic of like what people have said before and
this is old
What do you
drama.
mean?
Let's not really litigate it. You're right.
Yeah.
No, fuck it. My channel's fucking a dumpster fire. Like,
No,
say,
it's up to you. Yeah.
yeah.
I'm just saying
No,
that.
I agree with Wild Heart. This is old drama. I think I've said about it. Let's get off of it.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask Serb his opinion on something we were talking about before we got on to the non sequitur thing. It was something, Jeff. What were we talking about?
Cis, non-cis.
Something about trans or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all I remember.
That's right. Talk amongst yourselves or go back in the stream and have a look.
I'm going to answer, bro, Joe. If the napkin says it's from the deity, then it's from the deity. That's an inside joke.
What methodology does one use to determine that a book's from a deity?
Yeah. So he knows the napkin joke. If the napkin says that it's from the deity, then it's from the deity.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, someone else would have to answer that. I would have no idea how anyone would determine it.
I'm just reading some comment in the chat. It's actually Jill who said about my moral absolutism.
When you answered the exact opposite, that you are not a moral absolutist, and now he's trying to strawman your position. Yes, that was Jill.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, clearly didn't listen to a fucking word I said. So, yeah, okay. Okay, I've had enough interaction with him for one night to know he's dishonest. So, you know.
Whoa! I'm gonna have to interject. Are you saying that Jill is in some way dishonest?
I'm going to say, based on my interaction earlier, yes, he is.
Yeah.
You sound like you're really shocked by my claim here.
I agree with your claim completely. Yeah. That's why it was shocking.
Yeah.
I certified Jill is over 95% honest most of the time.
All I'll say is, Jill, if you're listening to you, mate, if you listen to me, I'm just going to tell you this. It's guys like you that give wankers a bad name.
Us poor wankers, dang it. Well, Theo, we're on the panel. If you want to ask me any questions, by all means.
Oh, yeah, and Jill, if you are still in the side chat, we were supposed to have a debate like 10, 20, 30 minutes ago.
He won't do it. I'm telling you, he would have given you a link an hour ago if he wanted it. He's just going to not show up, and then he's going to claim that he won.
Yeah. But apart from that, yeah, come here.
He's probably going to claim that I'm going to jump in your stream with you and gang up on him, and therefore it wouldn't be fair. Such, I don't know. But
no, his history is he says that he's going to start a stream. He doesn't start a stream. He later goes on and says, "I invited him, and they didn't show up."
Okay. He's one of them, is he? He's one of them. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've dealt with one or two of them in the past, and I'm going to say, Jill, if you're listening, I've dealt with one or two like you who are way more intelligent than you in the past as well. So, yeah.
Hillary, what do you mean? I didn't have a specific question for you. I came on here to to talk about Will Freeman, if he's really racist and anti-Semite, and wanted to ask Sammy how he sees it, and he said, yeah, he's just standing his point.
He's gone now.
And he actually said it publicly on this live tonight, so I'm happy to say it now. He's a troll. And what he's doing is sifting out how people react to things. So he knows instantly, like, if he says, I love white people, and unfortunately, Thea, you're one of the people that instantly jumped on that. Like,
I just read it, but I didn't interact there.
no, well, we spoke about it probably afterwards, I think, me and you. But yeah, it's like, don't.
But like my position is that in this community, it's like you say, it's a lot of tribalism and in-group, out-group gatekeeping. If you're with this person who said that, then we are not friends anymore. This whole bullshit is real. But on the other hand, I think that's bad for the community, this whole subjectivism, and we should have some proper moderation rules or rules of conduct. Like people shouldn't say clearly trolling or discriminative comments without being moderated. Like,
no, it goes back to previous behavior. Jill is definitely a troll.
And see, I would not say that Will is a troll, though. Will is laying out the Socratic method. He's going to give he's going to say a statement, and then it's up to you to validate what he has to say. So that's not trolling. That's just Socratic method.
Can I clarify, when I say troll, I'm like saying what the opposers think he's doing. I don't think he's trolling. Like I said, I think he's sifting to see who reacts in the way they react.
Can I ask you a question that will be in order of the control of the Can I ask you a question? So when Jill says, like, Wildheart, I will debate you in about 10 minutes, and then he doesn't like live up to that, what he said, would you call it trolling or not?
Not trolling. I would say that he is full of shit.
Yeah.
He just talks hot air.
I believe there is a technical term for this regarding Jill. I think the technical way to refer to him is gobshite.
Gobshite. Yeah.
I don't think any of the Americans know what that means.
Gobshite is basically like speaking shit to be
mouth. Gob is mouth and shit is shit. I mean, shite is shit, so mouth shit. Oh,
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Use even more specific English terms I've never heard of.
It's gobshite. We said
I could have said that he's a wank spanner, but
yeah, I don't know this one either.
We don't even use the word spanner. We say wrench.
Yeah, that is
his word that I think we'll all get.
I'll just say wank spanner is one of the more creative British insults, in my opinion.
Okay. But here's one everyone gets. He's a massive whack.
Oh yeah, you preempted me, but I agree with that as well. Yeah, he's a massive.
Cunt. Yeah, more.
He's a massive cunt as well.
To be honest, Sammy, you're from Australia. That's a term of endearment where you come from.
Yeah. It is. But no, cunt is not twat. Never is twat in Twat is fucking.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I use it.
By the way, Sammy, I might need to maybe bring you in on something recently. In a while. I have a work colleague. She's thinking of going to Australia, but she's a little afraid of the spiders. Now, I have assured her that being bit by a funnel web is pretty rare. but I don't think she's taking my warnings about drop bear attacks seriously. I maybe need an Australian to
well,
sure that
no
drop
one's
bears
died
are
from a
serious.
spider bite since the
Yeah.
60s. No one's died from a drop bear attack ever. Just saying. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I just want to
They're
make
just
sure that
koalas,
I just
bro.
want to make. I just
Koalas
want to.
ain't hurting nobody. They're stoned out of their
Tammy,
fucking-
I know the joke. I'm just trying. I'm just trying to sort of warn her that drop bear attacks are a serious problem where you come from. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
No.
so you thought it was necessary to interject that when me and Sammy were having a conversation because that was
He did.
not that important.
Important.
I don't understand.
Well, says you.
Yeah.
I thought it was important.
All right.
It's a PSA about drop bears.
Yeah.
Just don't let them pee on you because they'll give you a venereal disease.
Yep.
Chlamydia.
Yeah, I would rather stay away from venereal diseases. Yeah.
You seem so angry about that, Wild Heart.
I am because I was in the middle of asking you a question and he brought it up a question that was totally
bullshit. Yeah, I know.
Unrelated.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. What was the question?
Oh, you can't ask me to
I
ask
thought
me.
I thought I answered it.
I don't.
Oh yeah, it was all about you. If fucking Jewel makes a fucking debate and then doesn't turn up, is he blah blah blah? Yes, he's blah blah
No,
blah.
I'm not gonna defend myself. It's just I have something to say. No, I forgot it.
Yeah, I'm reminding you. That's what it was.
Yeah.
It was
Okay.
a Jewel debate thing. Yes, Jill's a big pussy. Like, what do you want me to
Yeah,
say?
and then we got onto spiders, which
Because we mentioned pussy. Jill, he's a pussy, and then that made
did that.
Yeah, Jeff think of like, oh, this chick's scared of spiders, like
Yeah.
pussy, like Jill
But
would be.
him interrupting
His
me with
wife
my
gets a spider.
But him interrupting me with my question.
He didn't interrupt. Like,
he did.
I
He
mean,
did.
no, bro. Go back and
No,
have
I
a look.
did. Yeah. No, I did.
Conversation was. Yeah.
Yeah. No, look, I'm angry about it. It's fine. I know these things happen over these
Honestly, I'm just trying to say you're actually wrong in this case. You're remembering wrong. I answered your question.
Yeah.
Did you want another answer or something? Like,
no.
Sorry, Wild Heart. If I talked over you a few minutes ago, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Okay.
Yeah, no, you're fine. I know there's delays and lags and all that. It's fine. Yeah, I'm not upset about it. Yeah. You were good.
All right, Jeff.
Yeah.
He's British. He invented lags. So.
For fuck.
So how you doing, sir?
I'm pretty good, just relaxing mostly. I got nothing to do right now.
I am so. Do you know, Serb? If I get to heaven and they go, guess what? It's like the Hindu thing, and you get reincarnated. I'm gonna go. I want to go back as Serb. Just saying.
I don't think I have enough patience or tolerance to be Serb. I'm a little bit too much of an asshole.
You know, I've almost died a few times, right? Like this is it.
I do though. Sorry, what was that?
I said, you know, I've almost died a few times doing this. So.
So I would take Serb over any other human. If I could be brought back as another human, I think Serb will be the first one I would go to.
And not to make it like shallow or gay, but I haven't seen his face, but I've seen his torso, and
Yeah, that is not significant just as a person.
That it. But no, you ain't seen it. You seen it, you'd be like, okay, yeah, I want to be sad.
Okay. Sorry, just reading some of your comments there, Sammy. Jill, if that's you, mate, no, you're not coming on my channel, mate.
Oh,
You're
He
not
said he
coming
wants to
on.
make a comment on the stream.
oh, you have to do a stream, Wild, and he'll go on your stream.
Right.
Yeah, no, you ain't.
My screen.
Yeah, I'm happy to go. Maybe sometime I'll happy to go on a neutral channel with you or something. We'll have a discussion, but you're not
Jeff,
coming on
that's
my
not what
channel, buddy.
Okay, well, he's not saying he wants to be on a stream with you. He said he wants to review your slavery video that you said was like 8 minutes long, and then he wants to comment on it.
Then just put the comment. Just type "Godless Scummer" into the bloody YouTube chat algorithm and find your way. You know.
Right, I've lost this plot now. What do I have to do now? I have to make a
He
stream.
wants you to go and make a stream, but
Okay, I can do that.
he'll join it.
Okay, carry
Is
on.
what question.
I'm gonna call it me talking to Jill. Yeah. Sorry, it's just I can't.
Yeah, I'll just.
So, Sammy, what was your bone to pick with me? What did you say was narrow-minded from me?
Oh, your responses to Will, like you're like, he said this,
So
and then
you
followed
said
up with
you saw
like,
the example I gave, like when Titan came in and said, "Oh, Will Freeman is here, so it must be a Nazi meeting," and Will answered with, "Yes, I don't like the Jews."
yes.
And I thought, yeah, that's an anti-Semitic remark and should be moderated or at least catching some attention. But it didn't.
Well, all right. Here we go. We're live. It's public. That is anti-Semitic, apparently, according to
No, it's sarcastic. He made a sarcastic comment that Titan wanted to characterize him and frame him in a certain way, and then then Will used a Machiavellian technique to say, "Sure, if that's the way you want to frame it, I'm going to give you as much rope as you need to hang yourself." And
That's
people
not
that haven't read
sarcastic.
Machiavelli don't know that.
That's still
because,
overgeneralizing.
if there was
all
a Jew
Jews.
in the gutter that said, "Help me up," Will would put his fucking hand down and help them up.
Absolutely.
That's why I know he is not anti-Semitic. Same as he
What?
would help.
Can you say that again? The first part.
Sorry. I'm
For
saying
what
if
reason?
there was a Jew, right, with the fucking curly hair down the sides and the hat and everything, laying in the gutter, like broken leg, and said, "Help me up," Will stop what he's doing and help that motherfucker.
Also,
So
like,
How do you know?
like, you can't be anti-Semitic. You're anti-Semitic. You look at that Jew in the gutter and go, "Suck shit, you dirty Jew."
Did he save
That's
some
not
Jew
Will.
already, or how do you know?
No, but I've spoke to him and I've asked the question: if you saw a Jew in the gutter and needed help, what would you do? And he has said to me, I would help him out.
And based on a pattern of his previous behavior, I
And that's
know
enough.
that Will would help anybody out. Even if somebody shit on Will the day before, he would help them out. He might not talk to him afterward, but he would help them up out of the gutter.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
talk
that
to him.
doesn't
Ask him
justify
the
making
thing.
such
Don't
statements anyway.
go. You're in this chat doing this, like, you're just stirring shit. Say, let's have a chat, Will, and see what
I'm
you really
stirring
think.
shit.
And ask no.
No, Titan
I'm saying
was.
he is being accused of stirring shit. But I thought the same thing. I thought he was the most redneck, loved guns, was obsessed with guns, wanted to shoot black people and retards and all this. Like, I thought the worst. And so I was like, all right, I'm going to talk to this guy. And I asked him the questions, like, straight up. I'm like, I like dudes. Do you think I need to fucking die or be shot or suffer or this or that? He's like, I don't give a fuck, man. Like, good on you. Like, okay. So I can say all these like triggering things. He reacts to people in comments who are already saying this shit. Or I could ask him and then get his answer.
So I can just say something.
Thank
Thank you for having me on the panel. I've set up a stream. I've sent it. It's in the private chat. Yeah, if anyone wants to. Yeah. No, I'm not trying to like take people away to your channel. I just want to have a talk with you. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
And Theo, the problem with Will, I don't know how to like. I guess I won't change him. He doesn't give a shit, right? But instead of having nuance, okay, he's like a fucking sledgehammer. So instead of saying, there is a very specific part of black culture, for example, like this, the gang shit and blah blah blah. Instead of like honing in, he'll just say like things like, I just like some black people. And then it's up to you, like you're then, and I don't blame you. That's a thing. Your knee-jerk reaction is he's racist. He just likes some black people. But
That's
ask
not
him.
my knee-jerk reaction. That's just my conclusion from the statement.
Exactly.
Yes, that's a borderline case. I agree. That's a borderline case. You could say, okay, he's just being non-specific about some part of whatever he thinks is black culture. Although we could also discuss whether gang culture and criminality is part of black culture in any sense, even if it's present in ghettos and shit. But the other example, Jews. I don't like the Jews. If somebody says you're a Nazi, that's not something I would say is a sarcastic remark or just hyperbolic.
No, it's mockery. He's mocking Titan. My criticism of you is you don't understand yet that Titan's basically always wrong.
No, I'm very critical also with Titan. I also had some problems with Titan. He also tried to get me banned already sometimes, but I'm honest with him and we discuss things critically. And also I don't want to make here anybody getting banned or canceled or whatever, you know. My point is just we should have some moderation standards which we apply to everybody, and we shouldn't be going into such in-group, out-group fights and gatekeeping shit like it's happening with every fucking difficult situation, like with the nanocom situation, with the trans sports rights discussion. It's polarizing and people aren't really factual and not moderated. They are just going into one direction, and then you get camps. I'm with this guy, I'm with this guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So that exactly. And that's why the question I would ask, okay, are you asking for more than what exists? There are what's called TOS. You know what they are. Terms of service, okay? There are legal things within countries. So in my country, regardless of what fucking YouTube says, if my government sees me doing something it deems not fucking legal or whatever, I'm fucked. So, are you saying we need more than the legal stuff? We need some sort of societal agreement. Hang on. Societal agreement not to say things that upset other people, and this is the whole thing. It's the argument of free speech, and should or ought I give a shit about your feelings?
Yeah, exactly. That was the discussion I wanted to have with you. Where
Yeah.
are we in terms of free speech, absolutism, that you can say whatever the fuck you want, no matter what? Or where are we going too far into censorship and telling people how to think and how not to express their very opinions? I think that's exactly the point we have to address.
Well, and that's why, like, all I can do is give you my opinion on that matter, and ask me the
Mhm.
question, what is your opinion? I will say I'm actually quite a free speech extremist.
Hmm.
I do not believe in any single words that can come out of your mouth that should offend me. And if they offend me, that is something I have to deal with.
What about
Really?
like illegal speech?
Inciting aggression or
Yeah.
calling for fire in the
If
cinema.
someone can incite aggression in me, that's my problem. How am I so weak-minded that words from another sounds from another human being can affect me, and they are now responsible for that? No, I'm responsible. I'm responsible. And that's why I disagree. That's why I think no matter how much I disagree, or I think whatever you said is disgusting, you have the right to say it. And I just have the
And
right to
not
go.
be punched in the face.
No, you absolutely not be punched in the face. That's right.
Really?
Uh,
For everything
Absolutely.
that somebody
There
could
is
say to
no
you.
words, there's no sound that should come out of a human that
We
requires
disagree there.
a punch in the fucking face, in my opinion.
If you say a racial slur to somebody here in Europe, this person who received it is absolutely justified to
I'm
punch
not
the other
saying
guy in
that's
the
not
face.
going to happen.
And I think that's
No,
right.
like, if someone says some slur to me, I'll probably punch him in the face. But I'm not saying.
There you
I'm
go.
saying it's not right.
If
I'm saying
if
you
I
don't
can
have a
jump
right
in,
to. I don't have a right
I've
to.
been trying.
Yeah, go, Hillary. Sorry.
Kelsey was first, I think, yeah.
right?
Go, Hal.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Yeah, go, Hal.
I was just gonna ask, like, what about do you consider, like, being what you said, a free speech extremist? Would you consider any speech illegal?
No.
What about if I was going around telling people that you had molested a 2-year-old?
Yeah.
It's not illegal. It's up to me to take you to civil court and prove you've done some sort of damage. Then after the fact, what you've done's illegal because you've done damage. But if the words aren't provable to do damage, and this is the problem, I don't necessarily agree with law when it says these words have done damage. Like you said, this woman is a man because they have a penis. Like
I
I
love
didn't do
that.
any damage. Like,
Hello, fellow assholes.
hey,
Hello.
bro.
I love that Halsey and Theo adopted the same position that I would normally take. Sammy said that he wouldn't be offended, and then they asked him about legal questions. But the legal application of the law is different from whether or not he takes offense.
Thank you.
That's the
Yeah.
point.
Oh,
That's the point, to distinct between behavior that needs
That's why I
regulation
asked
and
you,
just an
do you want
opinion, I would
something
say.
Right.
more than the law? What, like, we
No,
already
I
have
said we have to
law
apply
that-
the law. We have to apply the law.
But-
And you should
so you're
distinct
saying we're
between a
not.
personal opinion and something which is inciting violence or
So
causing.
if I say you're a big fat mole, what law have I broken?
You've insulted me. In Europe,
What law have I broken?
insult is an offense
That's a law?
here. Yeah, in Europe, that's a law. You have dignity of people and the honor of people you have to respect.
I'm not going to
If you
fucking
insult
Europe
somebody, you have
call
done
you
an
a fat
offense, of
mole.
course.
Jesus Christ.
Do you
I had to be very
slap
careful
them?
when I was over there.
I mean, if you call me something like you said, that wouldn't be a hard insult, so that wouldn't be matter of a lawsuit, of course. But if you
But I
make a
just said you're
racial
fat.
slur,
Like I
if you
said, you're
call
fat.
somebody the N-word in his face, he's absolutely justified in taking it back on you with a punch in your
I
face.
say, look at you, you big fat ugly thing. What can you do?
He can punch you in the
Well,
face.
that's harmless.
Yeah.
That's a harmless.
And then you're done for assault. But what
Mhm.
can you do against me that said you're fat and ugly?
Well,
I've
I
hurt your
can't do
feelings.
anything. I can
I've hurt,
shoot you if I have a gun, but the question
and
is, what
then
am
you
I
go to
justified
see
to
what I'm
do?
saying? Like
What am I
you're
justified to
arguing
do?
for emotions at this point. Like
Sorry?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, you know, the person, let's say you said that to someone, they, you know, you said it, whether or not they are that thing, you know, and other people can observe it is another thing, but the way they take it in and the way that they react to it is definitely their responsibility. And I think that if someone's going to point out, like, out loud, that someone is ugly or a big fat whatever, it does say something about the person that's kind of spewing that stuff, right? That they're gonna grab the low hanging fruit.
and would you
And
agree, Health, that society already judges them? 90% of people look at that and go, holy shit. Like,
This
same
is
as
exact.
when some old Karens start spewing racist shit at some black person.
I say
in
let dumb people say
grocery
dumb things because
store.
then you know
right,
who they are.
Exactly.
Everyone looks
Like,
at that old Karen like, what a piece
let
of
them run
fucking
their
shit.
mouths.
Yes.
Let
Yeah.
them run their mouths, and the person who's the target, it's their choice if they want. If I think that they should honestly just laugh it off, because even though it might hurt them emotionally inside, they don't necessarily have to show it on the outside. They don't have to show that they've been sort of
Don't give that
conquered, you know.
filth the power. Yeah.
If they can do it, if they can manage to do that, that would make them
And if they
stronger.
can't,
But if they can't manage, okay,
Then they should walk away.
Yep.
Away.
Or
Walk away.
go to a doctor, go to a therapist, don't leave your house. A billion
Or just,
other
you know,
things,
refrain from punching someone. Just walk away, go deal with your feelings, and try to deal with it better next time if it happens. You know?
Exactly. Like
the least mean possible would be to make a statement back and tell them you're the fucking ugly mole or whatever in a smart way. But if that's not possible and you are hurt in a way that is not justified, then I think it's totally fine if you punch. Especially there's a difference if it's a racial slur like the N-word, or if
Yeah.
it's just being called a stupid, ugly mole or
See,
whatever you say.
yes. And this is why I'm so glad you come in, Theo. Honestly, brother. I know you don't come into many lives. I really appreciate you coming because I understand this is probably important.
You're OG member for me. I have
Yeah,
high
bro.
view of
Same,
you
I
and the
know you are.
By the way, your English is great. There's
No, it's
absolutely no
terrible.
problem with it.
I would feel ashamed if I listened to the audio back afterwards.
No, I don't do that. I never do. But oh, I forgot what we were
Yeah,
talking.
why I came here, you said, is a great thing. Because
Yeah.
you want
No,
it.
before that, but what the actual conversation, the crux that we were.
Getting punched for saying something rude because it was
That's
racial.
right. Yes. So if someone, for instance, right, like some parent or something in a park was like went up and started screaming at my disabled child for some ungodly reason, I would say anyone who punched that person was justified. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, would I punch that person myself? Oh, you know what? I'd take my son away. I'd tell him how fucked some people are, and how we're like, we don't have to be like that, blah, 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 and create this beautiful fucking human being. Or I could go up and scream in that fucking person's face, make a big fucking scene, let my child learn from that. And that's why I stopped making these immediate judgments of people's statements. Was like, okay, what do they fucking... I'm gonna get to the bottom of that. I'm not gonna let them get away with that vague statement. I know what the fuck they're doing. I want answers. And when I got answers, I realized that it's not what I thought it was. That's all I'm saying. Some people, because they know it's online, will not waste their time. I know this seems demeaning, but they won't waste their time with people that are so sensitive. So they'll say quite controversial things that they may not even mean, which is stupid. I get it. I get it, Thea. I'm there. But ask them the question. And that's what I learned. And when a lot of people on the left said to me, nah, well, you like will talk to these people, you'll platform them, so we're gonna like shun you, that I was like, okay, I didn't choose that. I haven't gone anywhere, haven't changed anything. I just started listening to people that I disagreed with, and apparently that's like
Anathema.
But are
exactly.
these the only options? So the example was you saw somebody hitting his child in the park, and then you can either hit them, scream at them, make a scene,
Or do
or
nothing,
or
or
do nothing and
exactly,
be
call the
quiet.
police. Yeah.
You could
So
also tip
when
on
I
their
now
shoulder and say,
and
"Excuse
see,
me, sir.
yeah,
Are
but
you?
see,
Do you think that's the
Theo,
right
the
way
thing
to
is,
teach your
exactly,
children?"
now that I have this unique understanding of where these people are coming from, okay, when Will says something like, I love white people, and you, I think it was you, asked the question, well, do you love black people? And
No,
his
wasn't
one
me.
word answer, some, knowing what you would say, okay? And
It's
me now
highly
knowing
suggestive,
Will, having to had the talk,
provocative.
know who he is, I know what's happening, and I
But I
have to
still
walk.
wouldn't answer that way. And if I would,
Yes,
okay, if you can say, okay, he's just trolling, but then you really have to look at the history, and if
not
that's often the
trolling.
case,
But
It's
he's
I mean,
not.
he's showing you what you're afraid of.
Yes, he's using Socratic method to draw you out. That's all he's doing.
what?
By answering some, he's not trolling. He's using the Socratic method to draw you out. That's all.
How is that the Socratic method to draw me out?
Yes,
How?
because it's up to you how you respond.
Strategic
That's
questioning.
always the case, but that's not the
Yes.
Socratic method.
Yes.
What was your
Socratic
response?
method
Let's get
is
into
ask me
the
for your reasons.
meat of that. Will, what do
Oh,
you actually mean by that? Did you
right.
ask that? Or
That
did
would be
you
Socratic
say,
method, yeah.
or
Well,
did
that
you
Exactly.
say you're a racist and that's the proof?
hmm Yeah,
what I
because I
meant.
draw some hard lines about racism and transphobia and homophobia and stuff like that, which I think is absolutely clear. Or slavery, if you're
Maybe not
pro-slavery
as
or
clear as you think.
pro-colonialism, as Will Freeman also said. I mean,
Oh, we're
how
getting into
how
something
far can
now.
you go in your I take every opinion in freedom? I mean, yeah. If you're
So,
a humanist, you should.
he holds to the idea that people that
Yeah.
lived thousands of years the same way and didn't really progress were still using stone tools, right? When the West brought them modernism
Mm-hmm.
and into the modern world, that was somehow negative. And that's rhetoric you can try and show us, okay. But his opinion is no, that was a positive thing. They now have computers and cars and fucking all the shit.
But is that
they
better?
love.
Well, let's ask
In his
Theo.
opinion,
Is
and
it
he's
is it
happy
better
to have
that
the
people
discussion. That's the
is
point.
Can I go
is
back
it
to
better
that
that people in
Pentecost
India?
thing before we get so sidetracked?
Okay,
Sorry,
sure.
Can I go
that?
back to that topic for a moment?
Yeah,
I didn't get a chance to bring up a scenario.
yeah, please.
A common scenario, probably, that maybe some guys have come across. Now, say if you're in the street with your girlfriend or your wife, and then some other guy says some remarks, whether they be in a sexual manner or a degrading manner, all depending on how your wife is or girlfriend's looking. Now you're putting, and then there's other people around, of course. So maybe your friends are around. Now you're in a position, you feel like you have to prove something, right? You have to show, either to your woman or you have to prove something to everyone around you. And so it may be a tough situation just to not say anything and walk away. Thoughts?
Yep.
Like, yeah, I could see that if, like, let's say a guy in a bar kind of comes on to your girl and she, basically says, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm with someone," and then he's like, "Oh, you fucking whore," because that happens. As soon as rejection happens, some people flip and they go into like this defensive mode where they're now going to say you're a fat ugly whore, and like they switch modes from wanting to compliment that person to insulting them. And now what is their husband or boyfriend or whatever supposed to do in that situation? Are they supposed to just get their woman away from this person, or are they supposed to go
Well,
them?
okay, I'm probably going out there now saying this, but you hopefully, having the knowledge you have and the understanding and the wisdom and stoicism, you have picked a partner who is just as stoic and understanding and does not care or respond or expect you to show some macho fucking response to them being said words at. Okay? Touch my woman, touch my children, I will physically kill you. But words, I've taught my children. Why would I not expect my partner to do the same as not care about words? They're words. Say whatever you fucking want, buddy. You lay a finger on anyone, I'll fucking react. But words, say what you want. Call me a fucking honky. Like, there's no slur you can call me. I'll give a shit. White trash, fucking Jill, calls me liberal all the time. Atheist, liberal, fucking.
Ideally, you would probably want your partner to be stoic as you, but
Exactly.
you're dealing with women. Mostly they're going to be emotional, and
Yeah, well,
you
you are.
yeah,
I'm not.
they're like, you don't do something, you're going to hear about it later, or you're going to be sleeping on the couch for the next month. Or
I don't agree at all with this now. You are speaking from a somehow privileged situation, but you can't feel yourself into other minorities and people who have this racial, this experience of racism against them. And if you want to have a somewhat
course we
safe space
can,
for people to
yeah.
interact, then you have to have some standards of what you tolerate and what not, or at least what you moderate. You can object to it and not ban him or whatever. I'm just saying, not every opinion is the same, and I
How
don't
can you say
tolerate every
Brojo
opinion the same.
doesn't have that empathy? Like Brojo or Serb,
Okay,
would
yeah,
either of you like to
I
respond to
have to
what
get up
T
here
is?
real quick. If you want a good society, you need people to not require the government to protect you from words.
Yeah.
If you need the government to protect you from someone saying a slur, you shouldn't be here.
Yeah, you're going to end up with the National Socialist government if you're afraid of words. Come
Because
on.
everybody has his militia, and we are fighting gang against gang, or how does that work?
See,
the
it's
state
only
is the violence monopoly. It's just there to make one judgment instead of having vigilantism.
or it's to prevent you from saying anything against the government.
Yeah, that's different. That's difficult. The government must be tolerant to criticism. Otherwise, we have fascism. But this is the tolerance paradox. You can't tolerate every intolerance. And if you think you can, then you will lose tolerance, because the intolerant people don't tolerate the tolerant people. If you know what I mean.
I want to ask a question about how well you know your own history. Should the National Socialists have been more tolerant toward the communists who are out beating and killing people?
Yeah.
What? The National Socialists?
Yeah, in
Those
late
are the
1920s.
Nazis.
No, in late 1920s and before 1932, should the National Socialists have been more tolerant to the red-shirted communists who were out in the street beating and killing people?
National Socialists were never real socialists.
I agree.
That was the
I agree.
NSDAP,
That's not my question. That's not my question. The people who
they should go away from their own hatred ideology. They don't
That's not
need
my
to
question. But you didn't
decide
listen
on
to my
socialist
question.
politics.
You're not listening to my question.
Okay, sorry.
Should between 1929 and 1932, when they started taking power, should the people who called themselves National Socialists, even though of course they weren't social, well, we can get into that separately, but the people that called themselves National Socialists who had party buttons, should they or should they not have been more tolerant toward the communists who between 1929 and 1932 were beating and murdering people in the street?
What, the communists were murdering people in the street?
Between 1929 and 1932, yes.
The communists
they
were
have
on the
been
street.
more should.
I think that you don't know your own history.
Tolerant to the
I think we have a big disagreement about German history.
Details,
Indeed,
Theo.
Right.
Sorry, Sammy, go ahead.
I'm saying forget those details, right? The question is, should they have been more tolerant to those communists?
Yeah, just assume because we're probably have a different understanding of history.
Forget the details. You can't imply communists
were
murdering people around in Germany.
He's making a good point. Let me turn this into a hypothetical, because I think that your and my understanding of history is probably going to be a little bit different just because of where we were raised. But let's assume that the communists.
Where were you raised? Just for
the middle of America.
Okay.
So let's assume, and with both German and Russian grandparents, great-grandparents. So let's assume that the communists were out beating and murdering people from 1929 to 32. The NS also were. But should the NS have been more tolerant toward the communists who were doing that?
They should both not be beating people in the streets.
Okay. I think that my point has kind of broken down because I was trying to go in one particular direction, but basically we shouldn't be intolerant of intolerant people. I think we both agree to that.
We shouldn't, or we should?
Shouldn't.
Yeah, we shouldn't be
tolerant
of intolerant people. Yeah.
Okay, good. I know
agree
I went a long way to get there, but that's where I was trying to head.
I've brought up that
You really
infographic.
need to ask me this question when I'm coming in here asking if we
No,
should hang out with a
because-
racist and anti-Semite. I mean,
Well, can I ask this question? And
Yeah.
how, if you've got that, share that. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten a negative reaction from that in the past, saying that I don't know, it's overgeneralizing, or let me just look it up real quick. I don't see I came across this years ago, and it actually came from conversations that I had in an ethics class that I took, where we were presented with all these different situations, like, society A is a pacifist society, society B is a neutral society, society C is a warlike society, society C has taken society A, sort of hostage and taken over their territory. Should society B step in? Should society A like shift to being non-pacifist to defend themselves? Like, all these like little moral sort of situations to figure out, like, what should people do? Should they just buckle and become part of society C, and be like their underlings because they want to
that's
stay
exactly the
pacifist?
question of opportunism, right?
Well,
Should
this
you
is
be
a
an
very
opportunist, or should you risk your own safety to stand up? And that was exactly the question Germans had to ask themselves between 29 and 39.
Yep. And
you
this
risk
is
a
an
lot.
excellent and nuanced
You
question
risk
that you
your
asked.
life if you hide somebody like Anne Frank. So
Yes, but now we're asking people that exist in 2026.
And Halsey, how did you answer? Because I can answer from a realpolitik answer, and it's going to be totally different than what I would answer if I was trying to answer ethically.
Well, my answer to, like, I don't know if society B should step in because they're neutral. They could if they wanted to, but like in the best scenario, I think society A should shift temporarily to defend themselves.
Yes.
Because otherwise they will always be at the mercy of whoever wants to take them
100%.
over.
I agree.
it's like you asking the question of my country. I'm Swiss and I have a German mother from a Jewish German line. And yes, that's exactly the question of Swiss neutrality during World War II. And
It's also,
and
I'm
it
sorry
was
if I heard
fake,
that.
they saved their own asses not to be attacked by the Axis forces, by Italy and Germany, while making deals with them, letting pass the trains with the Jews through Switzerland, going to the concentration camps in Germany. So there's really neutrality. It's very difficult to uphold when you have inhumane conditions around you.
I get that. My mother's English, like all the way back 1600s, is as far as I was able to go on her side. So Celts, Saxons, all that shit. On my father's side, right? French, German, 50-50. His mother was French. His father was a German captive. And so, like, I get what you're saying there, but like
answer healthy maybe on
feelings. It's you're still saying like it feels bad. Where I'm just trying to argue from a factual point of view, regardless.
So am I. I'm trying to
Even when
argue from a
feelings
moral
hurt.
realist point of view. Moral facts. It's
But
factually wrong to enslave
show
people,
them to be
genocide
be
people.
real.
Sorry?
But what I'm saying is you have to show them to be real.
Of course, yeah.
Like, is it? Wait.
And real ethics are non-arbitrary.
What if every
Nazi
member
ideology is highly arbitrary? It's just picking some people over the other.
What if every member of a group wants to kill you? Is it okay to genocide them?
What if everybody wants to kill you?
Every
If it's
member
okay
of a
to-
group wants to kill you. Is it okay to genocide them?
It's never okay to genocide anybody.
Okay, so just
Even
metal
if they
It's
detectors.
always the question of the least mean possible, to prevent it. If your only option is to hit the red button and kill the others before they kill you, you could be justified in doing it. But if you have least harder means, less harder
in
means.
Serb's scenario, though, there's no button. It is you die. Your choice is die or do the other thing. Are you just gonna die? Like,
Die or kill everybody
Can
else.
you possibly show that every person of a certain group wants you dead?
Depends on how big the group
It'd be pretty
is.
hard. It'd be pretty hard, but I don't even think you need to go
I
that
mean,
far
we're
to
talking
justify it.
nations here, right? Genocide nations, right?
And you've heard some of the language coming out of Israel about how even the unborn babies on the Muslim side of things are potential terrorists and must be killed. Like it's a
Terrible.
total extermination attitude.
Dehumanizing attitude. That's exactly the thing.
For sure. Yeah, because
Right.
it's reducing them to an idea
Right.
instead of a human being and with all the potential that a human being has.
Yeah, to a harmful idea.
I don't know. I think we're going pretty far here. So, like, if you're looking at a system where the odds of a newborn growing up to hate you and have a high chance of trying to hurt you, is it safe to then say they're probably just going to be a terrorist? I think it is.
Even if so,
could you repeat that one more time?
that wouldn't justify taking their lives.
No,
Preemptively.
the baby, no. The baby's still a baby. Right. You would
Of
need
course.
to take the system away that he's
But
going
you said the probability is high that he's going to be a terrorist, so
Yeah, you would have to get rid of the system he's going to go through.
Well, again, I'm going to say one country's freedom fighter is another country's terrorist, because you could just flip that around, and they'll be justified to say the same thing against America. In that
under
sense.
pure subjectivism, you sure could, but not if you're a moral realist and you think about human rights of every people.
Yeah,
there were plenty of German, air quote, Nazis who didn't agree with what was happening and what was going on, but
Of course, yeah.
no fucking choice.
I had some in my family.
So
But I bet they didn't know or feel like they could fight back or anything, right? So they just kind of
Exactly. They
stayed
had no
quiet,
option.
right?
Of all flavors, you had opportunists, you had people who think they can change it from within better than opposing it from outside. You had some people trying to sabotage it. You have all kinds of different people there. And it's also false to say that the whole German people is responsible. In a way, they are for not fighting such fascism. But yeah, it's not every single German is the same responsibility. Of course not.
Oh, so I got a question for people then. Imagine a slightly different timeline where Poland is basically Israel, like it's a Jewish nation, it's full of Jews. It's almost 100% Jewish, right? You're right next to becoming Nazi Germany. When do you think it's justified to invade Germany? I think it's way before I think it's when they start to build their military up. I don't think you have to wait for them to invade you. I think it's ridiculous to expect people to wait for that.
Absolutely disagree, and the example doesn't fit.
Well, actually, it's very modern. We have another situation in Iran right now that we can allude to. Should we wait till they get the nuke before we actually bomb them?
Well, it's not even modern. This is
Yes,
more or less been the
definitely.
standard for. This has been the
You
standard
don't
for
even
basically
have the
most of
right
human
to
history.
tell them they don't have the right for a nuke, especially not in the case of Israel making attacks on them all the time.
Oh, definitely do.
I'll agree with you.
That's such American exceptionalism that you think you can decide for other nations how they're defending themselves. It's insane for me.
Tell me a time in history when that was not the case.
That doesn't matter for ethics, Sammy. That doesn't matter at all for ethics. You can have slavery up until now, and it's still wrong, and the history doesn't make it right.
Well, look, here's the problem you have. We've worked out that your position's incorrect through history.
What?
Yeah, well, I'll
Yep.
explain it to you. I'll explain it to you. Every single time one nation hates a nation, their neighbor nation, and that neighbor nation lets that nation that hates them build up, the war is way longer and way more people die. It's much better for the nation that's going to get attacked to just attack first, knock the enemy down before they build up, and then just not have a giant war.
Yep.
Oh my God, you have a
The
simplified
way you
view of
want
history.
causes more people to die.
How is that not better?
You
Right.
first,
I-
you
it-
put a
it-
lot
it,
of weapons and
Yeah.
money into the opposition of the country you want to take over. You
Well, you don't have to
create,
take them over. You don't
You
have to
were
take them
create
over. You have to
talking
remove
about
the
Mujahideen
government.
I
fighters.
think you missed the
You
point.
create
Theo.
Al Qaeda. You
This
create
whole
your
scenario was
enemy's
a
enemy.
defense thing, Theo.
Sorry, yeah, please.
The whole thing was defense, not offense. This wasn't
Which was
Al Qaeda. This
Israel,
was
Poland.
when
What are
people
we speaking of now?
come to you.
What was defense?
The scenario
When
I gave
people
you.
come to you, it's what Serb was saying. He wasn't describing offense, which is
He
what
said
you just went
preparations in
into.
another country.
When you're on the offensive.
Let me say it differently. When Germany had 100 tanks, but they were wanting 100,000 tanks, would Poland have been better to attack them when they had 100 tanks, or wait until they had 100,000 tanks?
Yeah, if we're speaking strategically, of course it would be better to start early.
No, ethically.
Don't let your enemy become a force.
I mean, about how many people are going to die. If you could just, however many people die in 100 tanks, right? As opposed to
I
how many
don't believe
people
in
die
warfare
in
to
1,000
be the
tanks.
solution to
You don't care. You'd rather have the 1,000. Okay.
You actually make a great point, and that's what Karl von Clausewitz said. War is politics by other means. So once the diplomats fail, that's when the generals step in.
That's right. But the diplomacy shouldn't fail. And to get people back to the table, we have to agree to some common basic understanding of how we would treat each other. And if a Nazi is sitting on the table, you will never have a common ground and agreement how we treat each other. Because
that
he
was
thinks
Serb's point.
some people are better than others.
That was Serb's point.
Yeah, when there's another nation that hates you, that is building up to being that they hate you, they will probably use it on you, but you don't know for sure, but there's a really high chance. Right?
Yeah, and the case
Those
like
people,
Nazi Germany,
those people
for sure.
will use your urge to be diplomatic against you.
Yeah, of course they will.
Yeah, that's why it's better to just invade them while they're weak, knock out their government, remove all the people that hate, all the people that are in charge of building up that hate you, and you don't even have to take it over. You can just leave.
That would make a total unstable world, like we actually do have right now.
Yeah, then if it goes back again, you just do it again.
No, but that only works as long as you have the power.
You have to get rid of the people that are willing to kill you because they hate you.
Yeah, but you assume there are a lot of people who are just there to kill you.
Well,
we have to start earlier, diplomatically find peace agreements between nations, and don't make one people hate another people.
Theo,
Have you not seen how the world feels about America?
No, I'm not living in a fantasy land.
Some people have good reason to hate on America.
The Iranian religious leadership, I forget the name of the person they're waiting for, but they have this Messiah they're waiting for.
The
But
Mahdi.
in order for that Messiah to come, they have to start a giant war slaughtering a bunch of the infidels. That's why they want nukes. They will get nukes.
Basically.
They will use nukes.
Absolutely.
So what do? You stop them from getting nukes so they can't use nukes.
You are speaking of a people of 92 million people of Iran.
Yeah.
And you think every one of them has
No, I don't.
have to be.
No, I don't. But the
destroy
problem is,
Israel or to kill everybody.
there's not. But the thing is, there's not enough of them willing to stop their leadership from doing it. So you have to just accept that they're not fighting enough. So you have to do it.
Sir, that's kind of funny given how we have 350 million people in America and how many are not willing to do anything about changing the system we have here.
right?
It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No,
Yeah.
I think some. Look, I'm not going to be biased here. If Iran had the ability to, and they had their goals, and we were in the way of their goals, it would make sense for them to attack us and stop us from stopping them. But luckily,
Oh
we're
my
in the
God.
opposite
You have such a
position.
fixed opinion of the Iran state, and the whole population have to suffer for it. That's insane.
Yeah,
No,
well,
you're
you know
saying the
what?
population. It was a limited strike. The whole population wasn't destroyed in that one mountain complex.
Well, here's the thing, though. You can't go, oh, but there's some innocent people there, so I guess we'll just let them nuke us.
Yeah.
They never nuked you.
You're right.
You are the only nation who ever nuked anybody else.
Because
It's
why?
it's such a false accusation you're making. Their leader even said it's religiously forbidden to have a nuke because it's a pure
you know what
weapon
else?
of destruction.
Well, then if they
You should pay attention to the other stuff they were saying about the nukes too.
They have a doctrine
Like-
of it's okay to lie to the infidel. And so now you're saying a known liar who has told us that he's lying told us this lie, and so we should believe him. Do you understand the problem with that?
To people
No,
who've just
no,
said
I'm
that,
not saying
like,
that. I'm just
sounds
saying every
absolutely
fucking nation
mean
respect the UNO Charter you signed and don't attack other people, don't support terrorisms and opposition in other countries with weapons. It
you're
would be
bleeding
much
heart,
easier
Lisa,
without
aren't you?
US exceptionalism and the Cold War games you're playing the whole time.
You poor dear. How do you not see the
Remem-
world you
Well,
live
he
in?
lives in the luxury of where America is the world police.
And the privilege, yeah.
Yeah.
They are.
See, this is what I wanted to get into when we were talking about.
That's gonna change. That's gonna change in the next
Hold
25
on.
years.
But Halsey,
world police for the UAE
You better hope
or
it won't.
yeah, you better hope not,
or
because
Saudi
Russia's going to walk right over you.
Yeah.
But when Halsey was bringing up about society A, B, and C, and you talked about Switzerland, my first thought was America saved you, meaning Europe, twice. We saved against, during the Axis powers during World War II, and then whatever they were called, or I guess the Central powers during World War I, and then Axis during World War II. But we saved France, England, and Germany all from the war that the Europeans and the diplomats created. And we stayed out of it long enough that we could build up enough strength that when we did go in, we could steamroll over everybody that we needed to. I'm done.
Okay.
And us Aussies were fucking right there beside you, cunt.
Yep.
Just remember that.
Yeah. The second time though, the British kind of abandoned you.
We did. I know they did. That's why I said Americans. Americans have never really done that shit to us. The Brits, don't even get me started.
Well, we agree at least that speaking of the Brits, the Swiss, the Germans is always a overgeneralization, and you can't say you speak for everybody of this nation.
No, I'm just talking about what was he? Fuck. Who was the prime minister at the time?
Churchill.
Churchill. I'm talking about one dude. I don't blame fucking Wildheart. I'm not stupid, Theo. That this is like, come on.
Yeah, it's the Minister of State.
You
That's who we're
think
talking
we're
about.
that general, yeah. Like,
Yeah.
I know it was Churchill. He said, send all these Gallipoli. I want to make a video about it. I've got all the clips. I've got the fucking script and everything written out. I just should do it. Britain fucking sent Australia and New Zealand to their demise. And we had to come up with an ingenious fucking plan where back in the World War II, we come up with this self-firing gun that went like from water drops, right? So that they thought we were still there so we could fuck off the beach. But most of the world doesn't even know that shit happened. And that's fucking Churchill. Thank you, Churchill.
He wasn't
So
a man of
that's
peace.
well, that's why Australia's more aligned to America. Like America has always, we've sort of fought side by side through the wars. The Americans have trained us, we've trained them. With the British,
So you follow them into Iraq and Afghanistan.
we did. We'll follow America wherever they fucking ask us to go. Is that right or wrong? I don't
That's
know.
wrong.
Who do I? If I have to choose who to follow, I am following the most powerful country on the earth.
Because might makes right, and that's the safe spot
No,
to be.
because because they'll protect my ass when we need it. Like,
And because when the time
Sammy, didn't
came, we
start?
kept our word to them.
Yeah.
It's
And
more
they
like
have.
might makes alive. Alive is good.
I want to be
I
alive.
think we started discussing this in-group, out-group thinking, and that's exactly the block mentality I see in Cold War, and not to be the follower and the opportunist.
So give
Also
the
in Nazi
solution.
Germany, risk a little your own reputation, like I'm doing here, and stand your ground. What you think is morally true.
Oh no, most Americans
Not just an
are
opinion,
aware of how
true.
Europeans think on this. Look, this is not how the Cold War was thought about. This is how it's always been thought about.
What?
Where you attack your opponents before they're prepared. Like that's what you're proactive.
Not
being
as
proactive
the
gets you
smaller
killed.
party, no. As little Switzerland or little Palestine, you can only guerrilla war your occupators into giving up the occupation.
Well, yeah. Imagine, right, when Israel left the Gaza, right? Would it have been incredibly smart for them to just stop blowing things up?
Exactly.
That's the real question.
Well,
yeah,
it's almost like they just hate you and they want you dead. So giving them their space, this let them kill you more.
No, that would not be
what
the
it sounds
solution.
like is you're saying, right? These countries are minorities. What choice do they have? Whereas, like,
we're also minority.
Compared to America, I'm a minority. America would fucking wipe us off the planet if they wanted to. Okay. Am I brainwashed, or what? Like, what's the negative is what I'm getting at. What's the negative that me as a non-American can say America is actually as shit as it is the greatest or most powerful country on the planet? Is there something wrong with me if I say that?
Yeah.
There is. Okay. What's wrong with me if I say that?
It's opportunistic.
What's wrong with that?
If I state facts, it's opportunistic.
What's wrong with
If you
utilitarianism?
follow the strongest force, it's opportunistic. It's like saying, I don't hide Jews because the Nazis are in power. I will duck my head and follow the orders. You risk your head if you stand up for your own
that
principles.
would imply that I think America is wrong, but I'm just going with them because of power. Whereas I'm saying I think they're right. And they have power. So I think they are the Jews hiding in the fucking attic that I'm trying to protect. But fortunately, they have the power of the Nazis.
Wait, what?
You're laughing.
Americans protect Europe.
What if I said is stupid and laughable?
That you say I'm hiding in the attic, which you are protecting. That's very fun.
What?
Well, That's
Or
not
did
what
I
I'm saying, but
misunderstand you? I think
yeah.
I misunderstood your
Yeah,
example.
I think you misunderstood.
Hey, could you restate the situation? Because I'm a little baffled as well.
I'm saying
I'm really sorry. My English is really bad. I told you. I'm German
Americans
speaking.
were like, in my opinion, right? They're not the Nazis knocking at the door trying to kill the Jews. They're the Jews hiding in the attic.
Who
Oh,
is
okay, yeah.
like who's representing them hiding in the attic?
Americans,
And who are the
Well,
Nazis in this case?
I guess Nazis.
I don't
Iran.
think that hiding in the attic
Iran
works,
is
though, because
the
America's the
Nazi
strongest
and
power.
Israel is the Jew hiding in their attic. Is
Yeah,
that the
it's
case?
more like
Oh,
it's more like the
dear.
Yeah,
Nazis are
because
hiding in the
it's the
attic,
other
but
way
the
around.
Americans are looking
Factually,
for them.
in Lebanon, they are getting they have to be hidden from the Israelis because they are going against the Muslims in
did you
Lebanon,
hear what
in
Serb
South
said?
Lebanon.
You should hear Serb. He made a great point.
It's more like the Nazis are the ones hiding in the attic, and Americans are looking for them.
Yep.
Yes.
Well, now it's getting too complicated. What's
Should
the
have
attic
said.
now for where the Nazis are hiding?
My point was
Just hiding.
the Americans aren't the fucking Nazis.
I think the Israelis are acting more like Nazis these days.
Yeah, and who are the supporters of Israel? Israel wouldn't stand alone if there wasn't the U.S. support and giving them all the weapons.
Okay, but you're saying
Americans
And
would.
blocking every UN mandate
House,
being taken.
Serb, Hills, you heard it. U.S.
Sorry?
Yeah, I
Not,
hate to tell
not
you,
the
but
leader of the U.S., but you specifically, Serb.
it is me. I am the one that's handing the Iron Dome to Israel.
yeah,
Yes.
you should
my
probably
point.
look up
Yeah.
what countries in the UN are voting against Israel.
So many
What-
Americans are not happy with that Israel shit.
Yeah, I know.
That's why I'm
I
saying
know. But media
blame
and
the
government
leader.
is.
Do not blame the fucking people in the
No,
country.
I don't say you, the people. Damn,
But you
Sammy.
just did, though.
I
You
got a
said
lot of
American.
American friends, and I got on Discords, and I'm hanging out with you guys. I don't say the American people, everybody. It's exactly my point. Don't overgeneralize over the whole population.
Yeah, you did. I'm
No,
just
I'm
calling
saying
it
the
out.
U.S. government. You said you are so happy
You
to
never
be
said the
protected
US.
by the
You said
strongest U.S.
American.
government force.
You used the word Americans. You never said U.S. government. But I'm
Okay,
glad
but
you
let's.
clarified.
Perhaps I did. I'm sorry if I did so, but
Let's
I'm
just
speaking
jump
of the
over that.
government, of course.
Sir was making the point. What is the EU voting? Is the EU voting to give any money or weapons to Israel?
Yes. The
There
EU
you
is
go.
exactly as pathetic as the US. We are the
Then
West.
there you
We are,
go.
we are colluding. It's still the two blocks. It's still West against East or against the
No, it's not. It's multipolar.
international South.
No,
It's
we're
about
not.
who has
We're
the
not two
power and
poles
who
anymore.
hasn't. Who has
No,
the
we are
industries.
multipolar. No, there are
Yeah,
all
we
these
should
small
be.
disparate groups.
We are getting there, but not
But
without a
that's
struggle.
bad.
No, that's not bad. If it's
See,
a
you were
good
complaining
balance
before.
of powers,
You were
multipolar
complaining.
powers.
You
Yeah,
were
what am I?
complaining like an hour ago about how unstable the world is, and you're right. When it was just the U.S. and the Soviet Union, we were very stable for about 40 years, and then when they fell, and
like
then
with
when
the
they
Cuba
fell,
crisis, yeah,
didn't
we were
finish,
very
yeah.
stable, almost entering a nuclear war with USSR and USA. That was really a great time, I must say.
All there was the threat of something, and then there wasn't really much anything else going on.
There was almost an escalation and a nuke going off.
Yeah, now look at it now.
It's every day.
Escalation
Every day is
everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, so don't
Boy, what
tell me
happened is everybody backed
it was
down.
super stable during the Cold War. We
so
have
Khrushchev
split
backed
Germany.
down.
We have split Korea. We have so many problems. We have the Indians and Pakistani fighting with each other. We have so much problems and around borders and peoples just by our historical
Theo,
past, just by
you know what happened
colonialism
tonight
and the
when I
world
went-
wars. Sorry,
tonight,
Sammy. Now go ahead.
literally, tonight when I went to the pub and had dinner, right, and bought a ticket on Keno, it's like a betting thing. I was almost a millionaire.
Yep.
So this almost that you speak of, or this could have, do you see what
No,
people who
no, Sammy,
don't
no.
appeal
You
to
were not in the
emotion,
same chance of winning the million as Cuba was of receiving a
but
nuke from the U.S.
I
government.
want
You were
facts. I don't
never
want
in the same
feeling.
chance.
I don't want almost. I want facts.
That's just a
not,
dishonest example. Sorry.
no, that's
And
not
not
what
the
he's
same
trying to give you the
probability at
example
all.
for. Right before, when you were talking about the Cold War, there was this locking of power. Right, there wasn't a lot of people attacking other people. There's a lot of, oh, maybe we'll do it, and there's everyone just kind of like, maybe we'll do it over and over again, and then nothing happens. Compared to now, where everyone's just attacking each other. That's what
Everyone
they're
is.
pointing out to you.
Yeah.
I think still only Russia and the USA who's attacking people.
It's not
Now?
cold anymore.
So when
I'm super
Iran
unplugged.
shoots drones at everybody, is that Russia or is that the U.S. that's firing the drones from Iran?
If they do it as retaliation for being attacked by Israel and the United States, it's
Okay,
defensive.
so it's defensive because they wanted to murder all of the U.S. with nukes,
Yeah,
and we stopped them from
That's
getting
exactly.
that. See, that's right. It's dishonest.
You are implying claims you can't hold.
I can.
They are not trying
They
to
agreed. If you'll stop
destroy the
talking,
United States.
then I can make my point. They
Okay.
had a stated goal that they were not going to develop nuclear weapons. Obama flew in pallets full of cash on private planes because supposedly they weren't going to develop nuclear weapons. And then what do they do with that pallets full of cash? They built nuclear reactors. And then we went in, and when we felt, and we may have been wrong, but we felt. So all you're doing is talking over me. So when I substantiate my claim, then you're admitting that you totally failed.
Keep going.
Go ahead.
Okay, so when we have intelligence that may have been wrong, that they were very close within 6 months or however long of developing the nuke, and then we went in and used our bunker busters to destroy those facilities and collapse them, not 92 million people, just a few mountain facilities where they were developing nukes. Then you're saying that we somehow did something wrong.
Since 40 years, 2 weeks away of developing the nuke. I'm really impressed.
Yeah, well, think about all the things that happened in between there. Right? Someone gets on TV, says, oh, they're about to have a nuke. And then what happens? We blow up all their shit.
Yep.
Yeah, and then a few years later, they get back to almost having a nuke. And what we do again?
Yeah.
We go in and blow up all their shit. We've done that multiple times.
You're arguing exactly like Donald Trump, yeah. We
No,
destroyed their entire nuclear program. One year later, you come, they are so close to the nuclear.
You've literally just said it. I caught it.
What did
You're not impressed. You're not impressed. Oh, they did this. How impressive.
Well, here, let me make a
That's
stronger
the
statement.
you problem, Theo. That's not.
So Theo, let's imagine you build a sandcastle and you're 1 hour. Let's say that you're building a sandcastle and you're 1 hour away from building the sandcastle. I come up and kick it all over. And then next week you start building a sandcastle and you're 1 hour from finishing it and I kick it over again. And then you're going to say, well, oh yeah, you're saying that I was 1 hour away from building a sandcastle for the last 3 months. I'm going to say, yeah, because I went over and kicked it over every time you were 1 hour away. So what's your point?
That's bullshit, the story.
That's
you had a deal under Obama with the Iran government, and there were international atomic investigators checking out their exact.
Stop you right there. They kicked them out.
Yep.
No.
Yep.
Yeah.
They did.
Yeah, they kicked them out after Trump.
No.
Canceled the agreements. They were applying the agreement totally fine.
They kicked those investigators out under Obama.
Yeah. Okay.
From where they were doing the research. They didn't even hold up their end of the bargain.
Fact check and come back to me.
So we now know that Theo is a presuppositionalist.
Yeah, 3 of us are wrong. but you're right. We need to go fact check.
Truth isn't democratic. That's exactly the point I
don't
wanted
give a
to
fuck
discuss
about
here.
democracy.
If you think it is,
let me make my
Sammy,
stronger
that's
statement.
your
I'm
thing,
saying,
and I'm happy
Theo,
to.
my
leave
mummy
you.
told
So-
me if everyone else was an asshole except me, I was probably the asshole.
Wait,
So I'm
That's true. Your
saying,
mom is right.
if very
But
intelligent
But that's
people
heuristically.
all remember something
Heuristically.
happening in
That's
politics,
not for every
the
case.
fact you don't
Truth.
remember it, you want us to go and find it for you. You go find it.
Wait, he probably doesn't
We
remember.
All right,
He
I
probably
go
never
find
knew
it.
it.
I go find it.
But here, let's
But-
just take a completely different tact. Theo, is there a single peaceful reason to have enriched uranium above 7%?
For Iran, there is, yeah.
Yeah,
The
what is
attacks
it?
of Israel and US,
So it's not peaceful.
it's defensive.
I'm asking, that doesn't mean it's peaceful.
Defensive
Peaceful.
is not peaceful.
It
Yeah,
keeps the peace.
How many times? No, here, real quick.
How many times did
has
you
Iraq
nuke
been in
North Korea?
No, real quick. How many times has Iran been invaded before all the nuclear
Umpteen
stuff?
times? The
Yeah, how many
Persian
times?
Empire has been invaded as
No,
many
not
times
the
as
Persian
possible.
Empire, the Iranian Democratic, whatever that they're called now.
Yeah, before the nuclear
Officially
stuff. How many
invaded,
times?
not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, they just
Exactly.
never were.
Coup d'etat? Absolutely. By the United States.
That's what
Mossadegh.
people say. That's what people say, but
That's
not
what
really.
people say. Yeah, that's proven history, my friend.
Yeah, go ahead. Go find the evidence. I'm
For
going to
the
do to
coup
you what you
d'etat
did to me.
on
Go find the
Mossadegh.
evidence.
The evidence.
Fact check. Come back to me.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, you're not dealing with historical realities, as I can
No,
see.
he
because
is. You're
No,
You
making
think
we're
communists
happy
are the
argument.
murderers in Nazi
Well,
Germany?
how
and you
about
think
this? Theo.
that's funny. You think Mossadegh
besides-
wasn't a clear
Theo,
case of a coup
it was-
d'etat of the United
You
States?
brought up a rabbit hole, but let's put it this way: how is
Which
a nuke
rabbit hole?
going? Well, how is a nuke going to stop that tactic?
How is a nuke going to stop being attacked and getting
that
coup d'etat?
tactic. No. How is it going to stop a coup d'etat like that? I'm aware of the conspiracy theory about how you think it happened, right? How is a nuke going to prevent that exactly?
A nuke is
Yeah,
preventing warfare, being attacked with rockets and
but they
bombs
weren't
all the
attacked.
time.
They were
You
never
can
attacked.
see that for North Korea, which is also not on the friendly
No,
list
don't take
for
it
the
somewhere
United
else.
States.
We're focusing on this one thing. They were never attacked.
No, we're focusing on
They
the
had a
power
coup
of having a
d'etat.
nuke and the justification to have a
You're
nuke.
going way off. I'm walking you through this. No more pettifogging. They were never attacked.
I'm not
There
on the
was a-
leash. You don't have to walk me.
I'm not done yet. There was a
Oh,
coup
okay,
d'etat.
okay.
There was
Yeah,
a coup
go
d'etat.
ahead, go ahead.
Now tell me how a nuke is going to prevent that type of coup d'etat.
It's not.
Exactly. And they were never attacked. So why do they need a nuke?
What?
Why do they need a nuke?
They were never attacked. Iran was never attacked, you say?
Yeah, they weren't invaded.
Ah, okay. Then it's okay.
Yeah, explain to me.
Yeah,
how a
there were
nuke-
bombed. There were paid agitators in their country.
Yeah, a nuke won't
Armed
stop that, will it?
opposition, but they were never
guess
officially
what?
attacked,
And
so
guess
they don't
what?
need the nuke.
Nuke
That's
won't
okay.
stop that.
Iran sends their students over here, and we allow them to freely protest America. So, what's your point, Theo?
What the fuck has that to do with anything?
You're saying that we have paid
world-
protesters over there, and I'm saying that
Not
we
paid
actually
protesters.
import their protesters to come and
Violent
protest America.
agitators.
Theo,
Iran
you're-
doesn't give them AK-47s, the protesters who study in the United States.
Because
Those are
we allow them to
students
protest.
seeking-
That's why.
Students
your world
seeking
would be
education
absolutely
and
in-
speaking their
every
minds. That's not
random
violence.
dictator would have a nuclear weapon in your world.
I didn't hear half of the sentence.
Every random dictator in your world would have a nuclear weapon, and that's insane.
No, I'm not saying everybody should have a nuke. I'm saying
Your
better
ethics,
would be
your
nobody has
ethics
a
will
nuke.
lead to a world
Would.
where nuclear war is inevitable.
Would.
You're
Yeah.
saying that every dictator that wants a nuke should have one.
No.
Because
I'm not
America
saying
might
that.
try to stop them from hurting other people. Yeah, they should have a nuke to stop us from doing that.
Nobody should have a nuke.
But
Well,
the
Oh,
genie's
great.
out of that
So
bottle.
you agree. You agree we
when
should go into
everyone
Iran and
does
stop them from having a nuke. Great.
yeah.
What do I
And when
agree?
everyone does have a nuke, I'm gonna side with America. Hate me for that if you will. But
I just call you opportunist. I don't hate
go
anybody.
for it. Then I'm a fucking opportunist, bro. All the way.
But why
How
would you
am I
want
not
to be?
what kind of idiot doesn't want opportunity?
That's not
a
the
great
definition of
question.
an opportunist.
Oh,
My
I'm
question
Opportunist
is
puts
go
his
on the
puts
losing side. Okay, go for it.
my question is why are we stretching opportunists to include things that are good?
Yeah.
That's the question. If you define it as good, I don't
Well, I
define
know, but
Well,
you're doing it.
U.S. being the world police is not a good
you're
thing for me,
kind of
and I
doing
don't think
it,
it was
Theo,
stable
but
at any
you've
point.
already done it though.
I've done what?
Defined it as good.
What? U.S. supremacy.
How are we going from stability to supremacy?
Serb.
You said
You
Yeah.
the
He
monopoly
thinks
of
prevention
U.S.
is
force
the same
is
thing
good.
as conquering.
Hegemonic powers is good from the U.S. was your statement, right?
We kept you from getting invaded by Putin when he went into Ukraine, didn't we?
What? Did
If
Putin
if
try to
Putin
invade
if
Switzerland or what?
if hold on, if Putin would have won in Ukraine, there's nothing that would have kept him from going right on into Germany because you guys had already shut down your nuclear plants
Yeah.
and you were buying gas from them. All they had to do is turn off the spigot, and then they could have walked right across your borders, and Angela Merkel would have been more than, or whoever it was at the time,
Yeah.
would have been
So
more than happy to just, okay, we'll do whatever
there's
you
not
say.
Poland in between Germany and Ukraine. I forgot, and I'm Swiss. I'm not in Germany, so
That's fine. That's
Yeah,
fine.
yes,
Do you
true.
not think that
and we
airplanes
don't have
exist?
any reason to think that Putin
It's
wants
true.
to
The
march
strategy
to
was to go up to the
Berlin and
mountains.
to burn. Okay,
It
We
wouldn't
don't
include Swiss. It'd be right next to the Swiss.
You don't think that Russia has paratroops that could just land right in the mountains?
He sure has, but what's your point? Putin is not trying
Theo,
to conquer
I'm
Europe.
waiting to see why it's bad if I
If you align yourself with the better people who have showed more interest and solidarity with Australia than any other country. I think that's what he's saying.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Oh my God, I'm so glad for you, Hillary's.
If it's violating other
Exactly.
people's humans'
Why
rights,
would I say I'm gonna side with the not most powerful country?
because you might have principles.
opportunistic. Am I gonna align with fucking North Korea? Like, what am I supposed to do? What
You're
am I
supposed to
do,
align
Theo?
with human rights, with the UN Charter, perhaps.
So you don't think
with
America
the Geneva
like
Conventions,
has
perhaps.
that? They
With
with
humanitarian laws.
Wait. So I got a question. Should America invade a country that the leadership is violating those rights?
Not America, but there should be a UN mandate.
A UN mandate is toothless. The UN doesn't do anything. They send in
It's
peacekeepers to get
toothless
killed.
because of the veto powers of the big empires.
Okay, what do you think is involved in a mandate?
The what?
What's involved in a mandate?
Yeah.
What would a mandate do? It's a strongly worded letter, right? We want this to happen.
Yeah, strongly.
A mandate can collect troops of different countries and justify a peace mission into a country which is violating human rights.
A peace mission. Oh, you're
Okay.
precious.
Let's ask. Why did
If
the
we
UN
speak
not?
about Nazi Germany, there should have been a peace mission, of course, because they're having a genocide on their
No, that's
population.
that's the
Same
opposite
goes
of what you
for
said.
Palestine.
That's the opposite of what you said. You said Poland should not have attacked Germany until after Germany built up such an
Preemptively.
unstoppable army that they could just steamroll over them.
You can't attack countries preemptively, and that's also not where the war starts. It starts earlier. You prepare the opposition of the country. You put your troops to the border. And that's the time when the
Which
UN
is a
has to come
provocation.
together and have a talk about the mandate, how to prevent
No,
an
it's too late by
escalation.
then. You need to read history. Once you put troops on the border, it's too late. That is a casus belli, and you're letting them know you're on notice. You're about to be invaded. Back the F down, or we would just walk across you.
Yeah. Putting
Well,
troops
that's
on
your opinion. That's not a
border
historical
isn't
fact.
militarized is an act of war.
Sorry, what?
But putting troops on your border when the other end of the border doesn't have troops on it is an act of war.
No.
Yeah, it's been considered an act
No,
of
it's
war
not.
for like all of human history.
Yep.
Well, then
I don't know how you don't
Switzerland
get that.
did an act of war against Nazi Germany. That's not the case.
But first off, where was the UN mandate when the Iranian leadership was just massacring protesters?
So, do you know what
There is no UN mandate as long as we have veto powers blocking any decision. It's China,
there was
it's
never
Britain, it's
one put up for a
USA,
vote.
it's France, and it's Russia.
Theo, there was never one put up for a vote.
So you're saying that the UN needs to mandate, but you're admitting that there are veto powers, and so there's never going to be a mandate. So all that you're doing is using toothless words and saying, this is how I'd like it to be, and I'm just going to reject reality. I'm going to reject material reality in favor of my fantasy.
Sorry, it's my channel. Fuck you all. Shut up. I'm going to say, Theo, do you know, you're seeming like the person I'm hiding in the attic when the Nazis are knocking on the door. They're the Nazis. I'm the protector. And you're just hiding in the fucking attic, you pussy.
Actually, Theo is banging on the window saying, I'm up here, guys. Come and get me. Because Sammy's going to be in the way between us. Kick in Sammy's door. I'm up here. Just come and get me.
What the fuck, Sammy? I'm really disappointed, Sammy. I thought you're one of the OG humanists in this fucking community.
I want you to
it's pitiful.
I want you to understand where I'm coming from.
Show me the addict, you hide me.
He's a realist and you're an idealist. That's the difference. You claim that you're a realist, but you're not. You're a presuppositional idealist.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
it is.
That's not insult. Hiding in the attic with infrared.
No one's insulting. What's up, Bridget?
Show me the addict, Sammy.
Hang on. What'd you say, Bridget?
I said there's no more hiding in the attic with infrared cameras.
Yeah.
True.
I'll say, but
no. What? Sorry, Seb. Yeah, you go.
I was going to take exception to saying if you're actively choosing the position that causes more innocent people to die because you think you have to wait for the enemy to be strong enough to kill you before you attack, you're not a humanist.
Oh my god.
It's not.
In this movie, you're the baddie.
God. Okay. Yeah. You have no idea of secular humanism, and you're trying to speak military tactics here to override humanitarian law. It's complete bullshit, okay?
Tell me
and you're just
you are not a Nazi, okay? Everything you're espousing right now is the same as the Nazis.
Okay. Have a good day, Sammy. You're a piece of shit. I'm disappointed in you.
You're displaced by time.
I had a scenario for him. I wanted his answer.
He still listen.
Oh, he might still be listening. The scenario I wanted to talk to is, what if you live in your house, right? And your neighbor says they hate you and they want you dead. For whatever reason, the law enforcement won't get involved. And then your neighbor starts building a cannon in their house that points out their window towards your house.
Yep.
When are you allowed to fucking stop them? Do you have to let them build the cannon first? Or
what do you mean the
do you
police
just go
won't
over there,
get
kick
involved
their
in
ass,
that
and destroy their house?
In his scenario, building the cannon isn't enough.
The cannon, officer. There's a gun pointed at my house, officer.
But in
And
his scenario, just building the cannon isn't enough. It's only when they shoot through his kid's bedroom window that they can finally do something.
And
That's true.
that has been a huge part of my I'm gonna call it awakening, is that fact. Like it's kind of
Hypocritical.
hypocritical. That's the word. Yeah. Um the cannon thing, I think, was a good analogy.
You know what though? Like, I don't know if you've ever heard these stories of like women that go to the police saying that they're afraid of their domestic partner because they've like tried to strangle them, or they've like punched the wall right next to their head, or like just all these like situations where like they're feeling like their lives are in danger, and the cops are like, well, do you have any proof? Like, we can't really do anything until like he actually does something to you, and you can show us. And then like those women end up dead.
So, House,
Yeah.
here's the thing. Now, my country has supposedly solved that, but I'm like on the fence. Okay, so in Australia, if a woman says that, there is no question, there is no doubt. It is like photos taken, show us the bruises. If you can show us a single bruise, that dude's gone. Like,
Which I also don't agree with.
domestic violence is really, really, really serious in Australia at the moment.
Mm.
I got a charge because of a text message I sent. Yes, it was stupid. Yes, it was fucking over the top. I shouldn't have sent it. Should I have some sort of legal record? No. I still, to this day, do not agree with it. But
And you didn't threaten to harm anyone else. You were only
Nope.
talking about yourself.
Yep. But that was enough.
Right, but
in
like in America, it's a little different than that. Like,
And like sounds like you have sort of So
I've never had any involvement in any of that. I've just read a lot of stories where people have like they've shown text messages that were threatening. They had like
yeah,
stories to report.
no one listened.
Well, and the cops were just like, well, we can't do anything until something actually happens,
Yeah.
and
That's
we have
true.
proof.
But
That's
do you
true.
then change the law house like Australia so people like me, I just one time, an ex, right? Who I said I've left, done, finished. And they were like, they went and stalked and found my ex that I had kids with and shit. And I said, you fucking bring my kids into this shit? Like, I'll burn your house down with you in it. That's it. That text got me like 2 years, 2.5 years, or whatever the fucking thing was. Good behavior.
Probation or something.
Probation, yeah. No, like suspended sentence, and I had to,
Well, there are a few more statutes that we need to talk about for the U.S., though. It's true, the First Amendment allows people to be total assholes over text. But I can tell you the actual policy in the late 90s and early 2000s was that if a man and woman got into it, it didn't matter who the aggressor was. If there was a bruise on either of them, even the man went to jail in most jurisdictions.
Yeah. That is
Which
a
is
fact.
kind of messed up because
That is
someone can give themselves bruises and claim it was
Yes.
from someone else.
Well,
absolutely.
but not only that, I'm telling you about actual cases where I was the first one on the scene. I know I take that back. I was the second person on the scene. A guy was stabbed and being treated by paramedics in the ambulance. The woman admits that she stabbed him because he wouldn't give her his work check for that week,
Yeah.
and we were ordered to take him to the jail as soon as the paramedics released him, because an injury to any person was suffered, and it's always the male that's in the wrong.
But has it changed?
It has. There has been a huge switch the other direction now, where now
Yeah.
it's which party has been injured, which had the ability to commit
They
more
don't give a
injury.
shit. Yeah.
Yep.
If it's like the man's like, I ain't touched the bitch. Look, here's all the fucking scars. They'll take the woman.
Yep.
Yeah.
And now it's actually lesbians that get arrested more often than any other group. And men homosexuals are the least violent when it comes to domestic violence. There is almost no violence between two men.
Thank you. Yes. Just silly words that we shouldn't put in text that can be used against us. Because when just like I'll put it there publicly. Here you go. If I ever tell you I'm going to burn your house down with you in it, I'm just like venting. I ain't going to do it. For fuck's sake. Like, I hate killing spiders and shit. But apparently that text is enough in Australia. Yeah. That's why I've been so tempted to move to the States, but then it depends on what state you go to.
Yes, it does.
He's got some crazy shit going on there too.
If I had to pick a state and I was moving here from another country, it would probably be Arkansas. Just based on the way things are right now. 10 years from now, I don't know.
Yep. But so right now, like, it's kind of the most freedoms, is it?
Yeah, it's the most reasonableness, where if something happens, there's going to be more eyes on it instead of just one person deciding. And when you go in front of a jury, I think the jurors tend to be more reasonable instead of biased extremely in any one direction. And I think that the laws have a lot of protections for everybody without giving too much rights to any one class of person. But again, that's just my opinion, and someone could show me where I'm wrong, and I would admit immediately that I was wrong.
Well, my question, Hills, because I haven't. Yous have all been accused of like brainwashing me or whatever, but it's not about that. All I care about if I go to the States is I want to go to a state that will let me smoke marijuana. And
That's about
here's
half of
the
them.
tricky thing.
And what?
You should go to one where mushrooms are legal too.
But
Yeah.
I was going to say, is there a state that has marijuana and guns?
Colorado.
I'm going there. That's where I'm going. Because
Say go to visit or go to live?
to live, I want the right to protect myself, my family, not be scared. Someone busts in my house, and
Have you ever been in this situation where you would have needed to do that?
I've been robbed several times in Australia, and
oh wow,
and nothing came of it either because they had hoods and they covered their face, and I'm like, I found the dude on Facebook wearing the same fucking jumper. Here's the evidence. Do you think the police give a shit?
Nope. And they're going to say, well, what's to keep someone else from having borrowed his jumper?
Exactly. It's not evidence. So Like, I just want to be somewhere where when I see them busting into my house, instead of just hiding out and then thinking that fucking the police will save me, I'll just shoot the cunts. Is that like? I know it sounds so extreme when I say it, but what the fuck am I supposed to do, House? Like,
And if you go to a state where you're able to do that, there's going to be much less crime because the attackers know that they aren't going to get away with it.
yeah,
But if,
exactly. They're not going to do it in the first place. Here, they know they can get away with it. I found the cunt like across the road ordering fucking takeaway food, and I was ordering at the same time. I fucking let him have it, and there was two cunts sitting next to him. I'm like, there's three years. Yeah, anyone gonna stand up? I'm like, you're lucky we're in public, cunt. Wait till I see you and it's just the two of us.
I feel you absolutely.
I know that if some like if the cops had came across me and heard me saying that,
And
it
that's
doesn't
why
matter. He robbed you. Like,
that's why I'm trying to bite my tongue a lot more now, because there are so many cell phones now than there were, 10, 20 years ago. So I am trying to work so hard to bite my tongue.
yeah. I saw a cool meme earlier, House. It said, you're a bit before me, but it said, it was such a pleasure to be born in the 80s, sort of grew up in the 90s, and then, born in the 80s, something in the 90s, and then grew up in the 2000s. And I'm just glad that there's no video evidence of any of it.
Yes.
Because the shit we put online now. And Serb, I want to talk to you.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that you never engage with Pocket Locker. What I'm worried about, right? I've seen your chest, and quite a fucking manly chest it is, but I've never seen your face. You're gonna let that fucking freak see your face, and he's gonna dox the fuck out of you. He's gonna focus on who you are. No one knows who you are. That was my opinion.
Oh,
And
yeah.
actually, that was Will's opinion, but I
It
agree.
didn't go very far because it turns out when he was talking to me about that, he didn't realize who I was.
So he wasn't. I thought he was like doing it. I was trying to understand why he would say it in the first place. I thought he was doing it to show maybe the other side of the opinion of something. But what did he think yous were?
I don't know. He just thought I was someone else. I don't know. There was a point in which we were talking, and then he either realized or someone told him who I was.
Yeah. See, he's off the planet. He doesn't know what's going on. But yeah, if he knew who you were, he'd dox the fuck out of you. It's my opinion.
YouTube like didn't block my comment; it just reduced it to 3 letters.
Yeah, it said Ave for some reason.
Yeah, what did I type there? I
blocked my-
typed in reply to Theo for him saying he's brainwashed for the human rights, right? Yet yet you're for a world where a religious group that wants to end the world should have a nukes, and to let the Nazis build up first before you stop them. Some human rights you have. Yeah, it kept the last 3 letters of have.
It wouldn't let me put up my comment of turn a trampoline upside and deflect those balls. Referring
Oh, she said balls.
yeah,
Fucking YouTube.
had to put in quotes.
I can't respect any system of ethics that would let the Nazis get strong enough to commit genocide before you try to stop them. It's bad ethics.
Balls is okay. Let's see if tramp is okay. Maybe that was what they did objected to.
Trampoline. It was trampoline.
Oh, trampoline. Okay.
Yeah, like so if somebody had a cannon towards me, just turn the trampoline upside.
Yeah, that's why I kept saying the only way that his whatever it was position made sense is if he's coming at it from presuppositional idealism. In a perfect world, it would be this way, but it's not that way. We can demonstrate that that's never the way it's been in human history.
Yeah. Now you're saying he didn't say that, even though he told me you can't. He's against the pre-war invasion, right?
Right.
Preemptive war. Like, that's literally saying, wait for the Nazis to get strong.
Yeah, wait until they're unstoppable, and then that's when you can put up some resistance.
Yeah. It's just this mindset that's, I think, honestly, a luxury of just being protected by America for so long.
It is.
They haven't had to deal with the real world for so long that they've got wrapped up in this nonsense.
Nerdy's comments are going through.
Yeah, they like nerdy.
Yeah, I think it was probably just a YouTube glitch or something.
I tried it twice. Yeah.
Are you now, Roger? Are you typing it in StreamYard or YouTube? Because
I typed it in StreamYard.
Yeah.
Okay. Sometimes it'll block it.
On with the fucking problem.
Yeah.
That's what I found. When I go to my channel and type it in the chat, it's fine. YouTube has no problem. But it was a couple of updates ago on StreamYard.
But
it's gone woke. You have to like put inverted commas or say it's a quote from someone or something. It's bullshit. And they want to charge a fucking arm and a leg. Speaking of which,
how much is it?
Donate to Brojo's channel. Because I got fuck all to watch already, so if he disappears, I'm fucked.
Well, I don't know why Brojo just doesn't team up with you, and that way it would be cheaper for both of you.
Yeah, go halves. He's a bit of a control freak.
Okay.
There you go.
Like,
DT, there's really not much of a difference. It's just timing. Preemptive is before the other side is ready. That's all. And I see that I'm lagging behind because I'm seeing other comments that actually already answered it before I saw it. And again, Theo makes these weird comments. Serb asks, is preemptive war okay or not okay? Then Theo answers about genocide. But Serb didn't ask about genocide. He asked about, is it okay to stop someone before they hurt other people? That's not genocide. That's just preventing them from attacking. That's it. Maybe they're only destroying the tanks. They don't actually have to harm any person. I think people get locked into a position and then they think they have to defend that position no matter what. And they aren't able to just step one step or two steps to the side and say, you know what, let me rethink that. All right, now I think I understand. I'm going to change my answer.
That's what I attempted to do, but
I've done that a bunch of times this past week where I thought that I understood, and then somebody makes a point and I'm like, oh, I didn't look at it from that direction. Let me recalculate. Okay, yeah, you're right. I was wrong.
You didn't let ego get in your way.
I try not to.
NS.
He means National Socialism.
Oh.
It's like he doesn't understand that the genocide didn't start when they were building up.
Yeah.
The genocide has started after they started invading people.
Yeah, it was after they took Poland that they decided, well, let's go ahead and expand to the east. And as we're expanding, let's go ahead and transport all these people over here so they can disappear. And then let's not even call them people.
He's like, he doesn't understand that like the most powerful country on like the UN Council of Human Rights is China, who's committing a genocide right now. Like he thinks against the Uyghurs. Yeah, he's like he thinks the UN's just like the way to go. I told him he needs to consider that all these other countries don't agree with him and they don't act like he's right. So they'll do things against what he wants. So then you have to act accordingly in response to that.
And then Theo says they were ostracized, but ostracization is not the same as genocide. And you said genocide. So were they genocide then, Theo, or not?
Yeah, there wasn't even the ghettos yet, though.
Nope.
Yeah, that was the Nazis rose to power in Germany, talking about how they needed more living space and about how everyone else was inferior while they were building this giant military machine. And you know what? World War II wouldn't have fucking happened, and the Jews wouldn't have been genocided if the appeasers weren't in control of governments.
Yep. I was trying to remember that British guy's name, that tall, skinny one that said, peace in our time. And that's all that Theo's saying. He said, well, I want a mandate saying there's peace in our time. Well, you know what? They don't care. A piece of paper doesn't mean anything until the UN has their own troops, because he's saying, oh, well, they can, get troops from other nations. No, other nations can volunteer troops. But what has actually happened in the last 40 years? Anytime they send in peacekeepers, the peacekeepers aren't really even able to protect themselves. And then whether it's in Central Africa or Yugoslavia or wherever, they end up being the victims.
Like he's saying, you just don't have a clue. Let the closeted biggest gaslight you. When we're arguing that we should have invaded the Nazis earlier and saved the Jews, we're bigots.
And where is this closet language coming from? I think that everyone's telling what our position is openly. You're the only one that seems to be wanting to be closeted. Just step out. It's okay. But you ran off because you didn't like what Sammy said. And that's fine. You can be offended by words because apparently the EU allows that. But if you want to engage with other people in the world, you have to be able to handle what they have to say and defend yourself appropriately, make a good case.
Oh, yeah. I missed the response to what I said when I had to get up. How did he respond to, if you need the government to protect you from a slur, you don't need to be here?
I don't remember.
I was listening, but I stepped away.
Damn
it.
Halsey, I'll tell you the kind of world that I want just in a local thing. I have never felt safer than when I was in a room of 350 men and women, of course, because when I say men, I don't mean any gender, who were all armed to the teeth. Because if any one of them did anything wrong, you would have had 349 other ones turning on them immediately. And so, yes, I would like to have a war where everyone knows I've got my little section, and if I dare step outside, I'm going to be wiped off the earth. And then we all do have to agree to how we're going to allocate resources and everything else, because no one will be any better than any of the rest. But we're not in that kind of world. We're in a world where different regions have bickered for generations, for thousands of years in some cases. And so now we, in the last 100 years, have a world police that has emerged not because of their own choice, but because of other countries squabbling and not getting along. And America then emerged onto the world stage because we had to save other people from themselves.
I wonder if he knows the Pakistan-India thing is because of Russia and China didn't used to like each other.
I doubt it.
Used to?
Yeah,
What do you
I mean,
mean
yeah,
used
they're
to?
not.
Still don't. There's still that.
You're right. They still don't, but they put on a mask to be anti-American.
That's true. But
And
yeah.
Alcio's trying to pull divide and conquer. Oh, Halcyon's the most reasonable. Props for that. Okay. Halcy is a wonderful person. What's your point? I think that we can all agree that Halcy is a wonderful person. She's a genuine charm. No Swiss cheese for nerdy.
I need to remember that canon. That's an old argument I used to have. I keep on forgetting it whenever it becomes relevant. I think that cuts. I mean, it cuts right to the heart of the matter. It's even an argument against NAP, like for the libertarians.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Sammy, did you ever figure out what your question was from before? You said you were going to ask me a question, but you needed to go back in the stream.
Was something to do with what? Oh, I think we maybe bridged on it.
You said it was about trans, and then stopped.
Yeah. Let me think for a sec.
Say it's okay if you can't remember.
No, I'll have to. I've got the stream here. Actually, this might have been the spot I was looking for.
Oh man. Well, you look for that. Nerdy, I heard there's a small revolution in your council election, like a couple weeks ago.
Council election?
Yeah, apparently there's shorthand. I don't think they use this term, but it's just shorthand. Make the UK great again. Party like swept the council elections.
Well, I'm Australia, but yes, we've had a similar thing in Australia, taken the states by storm in all the state elections. So, in fact, we were always two party, but this, like, MAGA, because it still fits, make Australia great again. MAGA party in Australia has actually overtaken the second leading, or what we call the opposition. So, and that's never happened in all of Australian history, that a third party's like had this much sway. So, well, it'd be interesting when we vote for like the prime minister, so the federal thing. See if I don't think they'll get in, but I think they'll become the opposition, which is like second
Yeah, second.
in power. Yeah.
I
So
I am so ready for the West to become like real liberals again. I would love it.
it's weird. I mean, yeah, I want it, but it's weird. Like, is it gonna happen? Really? Really? Really, Seb?
It might. I'm hoping.
Really? Are we just being hopeful?
Yeah.
But yeah, just, and she stands for things like, let's have more Australian babies than bring in other people.
Yeah, I mean,
Regardless.
it would make your country more stable.
Yeah. It's like, it's not anti other countries. It's just like, let's fix our country.
See, I don't mind immigration. It's just I think we do it wrong.
Yeah.
I think we could immigrate a lot more people if we forced the people immigrating to spread out.
Yes.
To keep them from ghettoizing, and you force them to integrate. You force them to become Australian, right?
Yeah.
Or you force them to become American. You don't let
Well,
them to continue to be Somalian in the middle of America for 2 generations.
yeah. But also, who are we letting in? Like, if you have a degree, or you're a medical doctor or something, like, there's no fucking ghetto. Doesn't matter where we put you.
That's true.
Your value, but if we're letting, and I don't know how else to say it, lower value people, then what do you expect? What, like?
Well, the problem isn't that they're quote unquote lower valuable people, or the problem is you already have a lot of lower valuable people.
Oh yeah,
So
in our own country.
all you're doing is increasing competition for the lower valuable people
Yeah,
and fucking up their
exactly.
life.
And we also complain when they take our jobs. So
Oh, you do over there too. You got the take our job crowd.
yeah.
Well, it's
Oh
fair.
yeah.
I have sympathy.
But Aussies are also like comparatively or relatively quite lazy compared to the people that are supposedly taking their jobs. Like they do the job. Aussies are sort of a bit complacent, like Americans.
See, I've read a lot of those studies, and I always take a exemption to them because they never control for the suppression of the wage for the job for having the immigrants in the first place.
Hmm.
Right. I mean the meme one here in the U.S. is agricultural work, right? They always say, "Well, the Americans don't want to do it." Well, the thing is, Americans can't actually afford to do it,
Yeah.
right? Americans aren't going to live 9 months out of the year in the country, you know, 10 people to a one-bedroom house,
Hmm. And
right?
if you've seen the like price of the equipment, the tractors and stuff,
Oh yeah,
that's
I'm well aware. There's a
like,
whole other issue going on with the equipment, and well, more of the computers and the repairs on the equipment. Uh, a law was passed, probably 8 years ago now, where in the U.S. legally, the only group of people allowed to hack uh, a proprietary computer are farmers. They decided that it was mainly John Deere, but it was all of them. They decided that John Deere was too controlling, and then therefore was making repairs too expensive because the computer on the tractors was attached to all the major components. So the component had to have a chip that would match the computer. In order to do that, you had to have a certified repairman. So they controlled where you could get the parts, and you couldn't get secondhand parts, or you couldn't just fabricate your own part, which is what a lot of farmers do. So the government came out and said, yeah, farmers can hack their stuff to get rid of that.
wow,
Yeah,
that's cool.
but it was necessary. It was becoming too expensive to be a farmer.
Yeah.
Or like the classical idea of what a farmer is.
Yeah. I mean, even still, I wonder how they survive.
Oh, well, beef and pork farmers do really, really good without any subsidies. A lot of the vegetation, all the different vegetation growths, are heavily subsidized in the U.S. to make the food cheaper, and so the food, to put it this way, when the corn farmer sells his corn, overall he actually loses money
Yeah.
most of the time, right? Depending on how big he is. He he only makes a bunch of money because he's subsidized for every step. Right? It's probably the same in Australia.
Yeah.
It's too easy to make so much food that it's just going to be cheap. At least in Western countries.
I mean, it was, yes.
Well, I think you've lost a lot of your farmland having over there.
Well, recently they've jumped on board with um we're supporting our local farmers, so we're gonna up the price of everything. even though that upping of the price was because of fuel and transport, but I'm already paying like 3 times what I was a couple months ago on my fuel. So I'm paying extra for my fuel plus the fuel for my groceries. So it's like double dipping kind of thing.
Yeah.
At least in my mind.
I haven't looked at your my investment came back and I stopped. Is your gas situation better over there now? Are we keeping above 20 days worth of gasoline?
Fuck no.
No, shit.
I had my son over the weekend. He loves fucking toasted cheese sandwiches, so I had to buy bread. $5 a loaf is average. It's like $5.50. There's the cheap ones for $3 or $4, but they're nasty and dry. I don't know. It's probably stupid to like things like bread. They've never really gone up that much over time. It was probably only a couple, $1 or $2 a loaf 20 years ago, and now I'm complaining at $3 or $4 a loaf. But when it was $2 forever and now it's $5, more than double, like I'm gonna have a knee-jerk reaction to that. Same as milk. They put signs up on the fridge doors. We're supporting our local farmers, so the price is going up to blah blah blah. Fuck off, Woolworth. You ain't paying anyone shit. You're just charging me more.
Yeah, put a list of the names of all the local farmers on that you're paying more.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's weird how all of a sudden these local farmers exist, where before they weren't being supported.
Yeah.
Yeah, but question that. See what see what sort of answers you get.
Oh wow. Your government's importing fuel from Singapore now.
Yeah,
It's a
that
big
was
deal.
a big deal because obviously the Strait of Hormuz, which probably supplied fuck all really, but the fact the whole Middle East is like questionable. We just went and made a deal with Singapore. So we're gonna buy their fuel and they're gonna buy our something.
Probably mineral.
More raw, yeah.
Yeah. You guys have so much of it. Well, it might not last too much longer. The news today was there was a Iranian trained assassin was plotting to kill Trump's daughter. So I think Trump is currently in a meeting with a bunch of other countries in the Middle East. JD Vance was being called back to DC. I think they were rushing him back to DC. So there's probably some fucking explosions here in the next 24 hours.
Yeah, well, Trump canceled something, didn't he?
Yeah, that was like a week ago now. So what it
Really?
is, yeah, all the other countries around Iran are worried about what Iran will do. So they keep on talking Trump out of doing something. Or at least that's the excuse. Right. It's hard to tell with Trump. He's just kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
But I guess he's talking with them right now about what's going to happen. I think trying to assassinate his daughter was a bad move.
Yeah.
Or plotting to, I should say plotting to.
How much evidence is there of that?
I don't know. It just came out, I think, last night. So there isn't like much out there about it yet. The news did show a picture of a guy, so I guess we know who it was. I wasn't paying super close attention.
But was he on the CIA's payroll?
Yeah, I know that's a good question. I mean the CIA is basically always like halfway a rogue element.
Yep.
So you know, I bet a lot of the people at CIA don't like him. It's hard to make a part of government that's told specifically your mission is to not follow the laws.
Mm.
And then fucking
Well,
expect them
sort
to
of. It's you are to set aside legislative intent and go only with executive. I'm gonna get the word wrong. Executive orders.
well, like, okay, they're supposed to follow U.S. law.
Right. Domestically.
Yeah, domestically. And everything about their mission statement, non-domestically, is don't worry about what they want with this country.
Exactly. Yep. Follow the laws when you're on American soil. Anytime you're not on American soil, just pretend like the U.S. doesn't exist and do what you want.
Jeez. That's not great advice.
I mean, that's pretty standard for intelligence agencies, right?
Yep.
It's just our intelligence agencies has way more funding than all the other intelligence agencies.
Hmm. So you send them out with better gadgets or something.
And they're bigger. They have more intelligence and more ways to get intelligence. They're way spookier. And because they have way more of everything, they can get away with more stuff. Like we had I think we had CIA agents on the ground in Venezuela when we captured what's his face.
Yep.
Yeah, like they were involved in that, and they had been like embedded for a while. And CIA agents were on the ground when we went and got that pilot that crashed too, didn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And the technology they used to find the pilot was loaned to them by the CIA.
So what's CIA stand for?
Central Intelligence Agency.
Yeah.
Oh,
They're the primary intelligence agency of the United States.
right. Like the FBI.
Well, the FBI is kind of the internal version of the CIA.
Yeah.
Yeah. The FBI gathers intelligence and stuff too, like the CIA does, but it's because it's domestic, it's more about law enforcement than anything else.
So the CIA is sort of looking at external threats.
Yeah.
Actually, the CIA is looking at all threats, but they're only allowed to act externally.
Yeah. They're supposed to pass off intelligence internally to other groups.
Yep.
It's actually most of the criticism they get is that they don't always do that.
Yeah, well,
and then they'll say, well, because that would endanger sources and methods if we told the other agencies how we got the information, and we probably got it illegally, so you wouldn't be able to use it anyway.
Yeah.
I think Sammy's going to sleep.
No, I'm still here.
Okay.
Maybe. What? Pretty late where you are, isn't it?
It is. Considering it, but the conversation's been so good.
I'll see if it comes back sometimes. I'll pull out my OBS and make a chart in real time mapping the things he wants.
Yeah. I was hoping Knock might have shown his face, but
I think Knox latched onto the pocket locker thing.
yeah. He's probably not even subbed to me anymore. He used to be. I'm still blue in his streams.
Oh yeah. So someone was complaining at him that you and Will have wrenches in his stream.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I know. What I wasn't gonna ask you, sir, but I noticed that Theo did the same thing to me tonight. He was like, Sammy's still cool. I just think he's been misled or like kind of an attack on Hillary is because he was here. But I had said, people have been saying, Will, Hillary's Serb, and so it kind of included all of you. But implying that I can't think for myself. That's what.
Yeah. They think you have the cooties.
Yeah. Like, no, I think what I think. I don't care what Will or Hillary's or anyone thinks. Ask me and stop. Like, I don't know if you saw it, but he was like, Sammy, I'm calling out Sammy and Will directly. Sammy used to be my friend. It's like, I didn't change. I didn't do anything. If I'm not your friend, it's up to you. Like,
Yeah. It's one of the major flaws I think people have, that they think the way to prevent an idea they don't like from spreading is to just purity test and kick out everyone that might have that idea.
mm,
instead of interacting with those people and talking to them about it.
Yeah.
And by talking, I mean like having actual quandaries
Yeah.
around the idea. Something that might be hard to answer, right? It's like when I was asking him about the canon question in the neighbor's house. Hey, you need to have questions like that. That's how you get people to change their mind. Saying they have the cooties and cutting them off doesn't do anything other than cement them.
Yeah.
And then he tried to pull a Jill on you, sir, when you were talking and explaining your position. He's like, yeah, go ahead. And he just wouldn't shut up to let you talk.
Yeah. God, that's frustrating.
Oh, can I implore you guys, whenever one of them come around and say this is a Nazi stream, everyone needs to reply, "We're not socialists."
Okay. Well, see, I
Yeah.
was weird that he latched onto that. I was like, as soon as I said, so when the National Socialists, blah, 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 he's like, they weren't socialist. I'm like, well, again, I'm just going off the name. I don't care what they were. That's just what they called themselves.
Yeah.
And from their perspective, they were, though.
Yes.
Like, they were.
Not only that, from the perspective of the time, cross-nationally, they were.
Yeah, the big difference between them and the ones calling themselves communists are the communists were international communists, and the national socialists wanted to make it off of blood. And so that's why they used the term national to mean just people of the Aryan blood.
You're not implying there's nuance, are you?
I know.
Don't you dare.
Like they don't know the history of socialism. Like everywhere in that time period, all the socialist groups were becoming nationalistic because all the socialist leaders didn't think the international movement was going to work.
Right.
Yeah.
This is what they all did. They all became national socialists. It's just the Nazis were the most successful.
All right.
I mean, they
House's like,
subsidized.
all right.
I feel like you agreed there, House, but you.
I don't even think Halsey was referring to what I said.
No, it's just funny that she came off mute for a moment just to say, all right.
All right.
I mean, they subsidize food and heating and housing and medicine for everybody. Right? They built sports clubs for free for everybody.
Yep.
Well, by everybody I mean German people. Right? They didn't include the Jews in any of that, but German people. They didn't outright take capitalist property. They had Gleichschaltung, which was essentially just you get to keep the property on paper, but we're going to appoint Nazi party officials to control everything you do, and they will tell you when and where you're allowed to do things and what you're allowed to pay people. So you don't really own it, right? You have absolutely no control over it. Like the one thing that they might fall short on the socialist list.
They called it privatization, but it was just, you're going to be the ones making the day-to-day decisions, but we're going to tell you what to do.
Yeah.
It's amazing how these people throw around all these words and they don't actually know what any of the words mean. They don't actually look up the history of fascism or any of the rest of it.
I mean, actually, if you just listed the policies they had, outside of the rhetoric, right? And
Mhm.
exclude the hating Jews things, even though Karl Marx didn't like the Jews either.
Right.
Exclude all the Jew hatred and just list the policies. I've never run into a socialist that would disagree with them. Right? These are all things that they want because they're socialists. Like even the more like mundane ones, like Bernie Sanders. All those socialist policies the Nazis had, he would be for.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's like Jesus. We're just gonna keep waiting.
Well, no, it's I'm forgetting his name. The socialist writer who wrote a bunch of books while he was in prison. Gramsci? I should probably read Gramsci. I think it was Gramsci. Is the one that characterized the Nazis and the Italian fascists as capitalists. And that's why all the socialists call them capitalists now. Or, corporatists, or whatever slur they believe in. Labels the capitalist country.
Yeah.
But basically, Hitler was calling the capitalists Jews.
Yeah, actually, and Marx called the Jews capitalists too.
Yeah.
Yes, I've never run into a Marxist that's ever read the book on the Jewish question. Right, it's written by Karl Marx. It's all about how the Jews are the capitalists.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah. It was actually my favorite book of his to read. I thought it was hilarious in context.
But if you like Marx, you must be racist.
Oh. Okay. I gotta go, guys. Ooh.
Yeah. I need to end. I need to eat some food. I'm starving.
I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, catch
Thank
you
you
later.
all for coming. And what's my? I think I have a video.